Book 13. On the relations that the levy of taxes and the size of public revenues have with liberty. Chapter 1. On the revenues of the state. The revenues of the state are a portion each citizen gives of his goods in order to have the security or the comfortable enjoyment of the rest. In order to fix these revenues well, one must consider both the necessities of the state and the necessities of the citizens. One must not take from the real needs of the people for the imaginary needs of the state. Imaginary needs are the ones sought by the passions and weaknesses of those who govern, the charm of an extraordinary project, the sick envy of vainglory, and a certain impotence of spirit in the face of their fancies. Often those who, with restless spirit, were at the head of public business under a prince have thought that the needs of their small souls were the needs of the state. There is nothing that wisdom and prudence should regulate more than the portion taken away from the subjects and the portion left to them. Public revenues must not be measured by what the people can give but by what they should give, and if they are measured by what the people can give, it must at least be by what they can always give. Chapter 2. That it is bad reasoning to say that large taxes are good in themselves. In certain monarchies one has seen that small countries that were exempt from taxes were as poverty-stricken as the places all around them that were overwhelmed by taxes. The principal reason for this is that a small, hemmed-in state cannot have industry, arts, or manufacturing because it is hampered in 1,000 ways by the large state which encloses it. The large surrounding state has industry, manufacturing, and the arts, and it makes regulations procuring all advantages for itself. Therefore, the small state necessarily becomes poor, however few imposts are levied there. Yet it was concluded from the poverty of these little countries that there must be heavy burdens in order to make the people industrious. One would have done better to conclude that there must be none. All the wretched people from the surrounding area withdraw to these places and do nothing, already discouraged by overwhelming work, they make their whole felicity consist in idleness. The effect of the wealth of a country is to fill all hearts with ambition. The effect of poverty is to bring them to despair. Ambition is excited by work, poverty is consoled by laziness. Nature is just toward men. She rewards them for their pains, she makes them hard workers because she attaches greater rewards to greater work. But if an arbitrary power removes nature's rewards, the distaste for work recurs and inaction appears to be the only good. Chapter 3. On taxes in countries where part of the people are slaves to the land. Slavery to the land is sometimes established after a conquest. In this case, the slave who cultivates the land should be the sharecropper of the master. Only the sharing of loss and gain can reconcile those who are destined to work with those who are destined to enjoyment. Chapter 4. On a republic in a like case. When a republic has reduced a nation to cultivating lands for it, one should not tolerate the citizens increasing the tax of the slave. It was not permitted in Lacedaemonia. It was thought that the Helots would better cultivate the lands when they knew that their servitude would not increase. It was believed that the masters would be better citizens when they desired only what they were accustomed to having. Chapter 5. On a monarchy in a like case. In a monarchy, when the nobility has the lands cultivated for its profit by the conquered people, again the ground rent must not increase. Moreover, it is well for the prince to be satisfied with his domain and with military service. But, if the prince wants to levy taxes in silver on the slaves of his nobility, the lord must stand warrant for the tax, pay it for the slaves, and collect it back from them, and if this rule is not followed, the lord and those who levy the revenues for the prince, each in his turn, will harass the slave and will, one after the other, collect from him until he perishes from poverty or flees into the woods. Chapter 6. On a despotic state in a like case. What I have just said is still more indispensable in the despotic state. The lord, who can be stripped of his lands and his slaves at any moment, is not inclined to preserve them. Peter I, wanting to adopt the practice of Germany and levy his taxes in silver, made a very wise regulation that is still observed in Russia. The gentleman levies an assessment on the peasants and pays it to the Tsar. If the number of the peasants decreases, he pays the same amount; if the number increases, he pays no more. Therefore, it is in his interest not to harass his peasants. Chapter 7. On taxes in countries where slavery to the land is not established. In a state, when all the individuals are citizens and each one there possesses by his domain that which the prince possesses by his empire, imposts can be placed on persons, on lands, or on commodities, on two of these, or on all three together. In respect to an impost on persons, an unjust proportion would be one that followed strictly the proportion of goods. In Athens, the citizens were divided into 4 classes. Those who received 500 measures of liquid or dry fruit from their goods paid 1 talent to the public; those who received 300 measures from them, half a talent; those who had 200 measures paid 10 minas, or a sixth of a talent; those of the 4th class gave nothing. The assessment was just, although it was not proportional. If it did not follow the proportion of goods, it followed the proportion of needs. It was judged that each one had an equal physical necessity, that this physical necessity should not be assessed, that the useful came next, and that it should be assessed, but at less than the superfluous, and that the size of the assessment on the superfluous prevented superfluity. In the assessment on lands, registers are made for the various classes of lands. But it is very difficult to recognize these differences, and still more difficult to find people without an interest in failing to recognize them. Therefore, there are 2 kinds of injustice in this case: the injustice of the man and the injustice of the thing itself. But if the assessment is not excessive in general, if the people are left plenty for necessities, the particular injustices will be as nothing. But if, on the contrary, the people are left strictly with what they must have in order to live, the least disproportion will be of the greatest consequence. If some citizens do not pay enough, there is no great harm; their plenty always reverts to the public. If some individuals pay too much, their ruin turns against the public. If the state matches its fortune to that of individuals, the plenty of the individuals will soon make its fortune increase. Everything depends on the moment. Will the state begin by impoverishing its subjects in order to enrich itself? Or will it wait for its subjects to enrich it at their own pace? Will it have the first advantage or the second? Will it begin by being rich or will it end by being so? Duties on commodities are the ones the least felt by the people, because no formal request is made for them. They can be so wisely managed that the people will be almost unaware that they pay them. To do this, it is of great consequence that it be the one who sells the commodity who pays the duty. He well knows that he is not paying for himself, and the buyer, who ultimately pays it, confounds it with the price. Some writers have said that Nero removed the duty of 1/25 on slaves who were sold, yet he did no more than order that the seller would pay it instead of the buyer. This regulation, which left all the impost, appeared to have removed it. There are 2 kingdoms in Europe where very high imposts have been put on beverages. In one of them the brewer alone pays the duty; in the other, it is levied alike on all the subjects who drink. In the first, no one feels the severity of the impost; in the second, it is regarded as onerous; in the former, the citizen feels only his liberty in not paying; in the latter, he feels only the necessity that obliges him to pay it. Furthermore, in order that the citizen pay, his house must be perpetually searched. Nothing is more contrary to liberty, and those who establish these sorts of imposts have not the good fortune of having discovered, in this regard, the best kind of administration. Chapter 8. How the illusion is preserved. In order to make the price of a thing and its duty become confused in the head of the one who pays, there must be some relation between the commodity and the impost, and one must not charge excessive duty on a product of small value. There are countries where the duty is more than 17 times greater than the value of the commodity. In this way the prince removes the illusion from his subjects. They see that they are led in an unreasonable manner, and this makes them feel every bit of their servitude. Besides, for the prince to be able to levy a duty so disproportionate to the value of the thing, he must sell the commodity himself and the people must not be able to buy it elsewhere. This is subject to 1,000 drawbacks. As fraud is very lucrative in this case, the natural penalty, the one reason demands, which is confiscation of the commodity, becomes incapable of checking it, especially because the commodity ordinarily has a very low price. Therefore, one must have recourse to extravagant penalties like those inflicted for the greatest crimes. This removes all proportion in penalties. Men whom one could not consider wicked are punished like scoundrels, which is the thing in the world most contrary to the spirit of moderate government. I add that the more opportunities a people are given to defraud the tax collector, the more the latter is enriched and the former are impoverished. In order to check fraud, tax collectors must be given extraordinary means of harassment, and all is lost. Chapter 9. On a bad sort of impost. We shall speak incidentally of an impost established in some states on the various clauses of civil contracts. In order to protect oneself from the tax collector, one must have a vast knowledge, as these things are subject to subtle examinations. So, the tax collector, the interpreter of the prince's regulations, exercises an arbitrary power over fortunes. Experience has shown that an impost on the paper on which the contract is to be written would be much better. Chapter 10. That the size of taxes depends on the nature of the government. Taxes should be very light in despotic government. Otherwise, who would want to take the trouble to cultivate the land? Moreover, how can high taxes be paid in a government that does nothing to replace what the subject has given? Given the stunning power of the prince and the strange weakness of the people, there must be no ambiguity about anything. Taxes should be so easy to collect and so clearly established that they cannot be increased or diminished by those who levy them. A portion of the fruits of the earth, an assessment by head, a tax of some % on commodities are the only suitable ones. It is well in despotic government for merchants to have a personal passage of safe conduct and for usage to make them respected, otherwise, they would be too weak in discussions they might have with the officers of the prince. Chapter 11. On fiscal penalties. A peculiarity of fiscal penalties is that, contrary to general practice, they are more severe in Europe than in Asia. In Europe, commodities, sometimes even ships and vehicles, are confiscated. In Asia, one takes neither the one nor the other. This is because in Europe the merchant has judges who can protect him from oppression. In Asia, despotic judges would themselves be the oppressors. What would the merchant do against a pasha who had decided to confiscate his commodities? This harassment defeats itself and one sees it constrained to be somewhat gentle. In Turkey, only one entry duty is levied. After that, the whole country is open to merchants. False declarations result neither in confiscation nor in increase of duties. In China, packages that belong to people who are not merchants are not opened. Fraud among the Moguls is punished not by confiscation but by the doubling of the duty. The Tartar princes who live in Asian towns levy almost nothing on the commodities that pass through. And, if in Japan the crime of commercial fraud is a capital crime, it is because one has reasons for prohibiting all communication with foreigners and because fraud there is an infringement of the laws made for the security of the state rather than of the laws of commerce. Chapter 12. The relation of the size of taxes to liberty. General rule: one can levy heavier taxes in proportion to the liberty of the subjects, and one is forced to moderate them insofar as servitude increases. This has always been and will always be. It is a rule drawn from nature, which does not change. This rule is found in all countries, in England, in Holland, and in all states of decreasing liberty down to Turkey. Switzerland does not seem to conform to this because no taxes are paid there, but the particular reason is known, and it even confirms what I say. In those barren mountains, food is so dear and the country so heavily populated that a Swiss pays 4 times more to nature than a Turk pays to the Sultan. Dominant peoples such as the Athenians and the Romans can free themselves from every impost because they reign over subject nations. So they do not pay in proportion to their liberty. This is because, in this regard, they are not a people but a monarch. But the general rule still holds. In moderate states, there is a compensation for heavy taxes: it is liberty. In despotic states, there is an equivalent for liberty: it is the modest taxes. In certain European monarchies there are provinces that, by the nature of their political government, are in a better position than others. One always imagines that they do not pay enough, because as a result of the goodness of their government, they could pay even more, and it keeps coming to mind to take away the very government that produces the good that is communicated, that spreads afar, and that it would be much better to enjoy. Chapter 13. In which government taxes are susceptible of increase. Taxes can be increased in most republics because the citizen, who believes he is paying to himself, has the will to pay them and ordinarily has the power to do so as a result of the nature of the government. In monarchy, taxes can be increased because the moderation of the government can procure welfare. It is a kind of reward to the prince for his respect of the laws. In the despotic state they cannot be increased because extreme servitude cannot be increased. Chapter 14. That the nature of taxes is relative to the government. An impost by head is more natural to servitude. The impost on commodities is more natural to liberty because it relates less directly to the person. It is natural in despotic government for the prince not to pay his militia or the people in his court in silver but to distribute lands to them, and there are, consequently, few taxes levied. For if the prince pays in silver, the most natural tax he can levy is a tax by head. This tax can only be very modest, for, as one cannot make various classes of wealthy taxpayers because of the abuses that would result, given the injustice and the violence of the government, one must necessarily be ruled by the rates that the poorest can pay. The tax natural to moderate government is the impost on commodities. This impost, really paid by the buyers although advanced by the merchant, is a loan the merchant makes to the buyer. Thus, the trader must be regarded as both the general debtor of the state and the creditor of all the individuals. He advances to the state the duty the buyer will eventually pay, and he has paid, for the buyer, the duty he has paid for the commodity. Therefore, it is felt that the more moderate the government, the more the spirit of liberty reigns, and the more secure fortunes are, the easier it is for the merchant to advance substantial duties to the state and to lend them to individuals. In England, a merchant really lends the state 50 to 60 pounds sterling for every barrel of wine he receives. What merchant would dare to do this kind of thing in a country governed like Turkey? And, if he dared to do it, how would he be able to, with a suspect, uncertain, and ruined fortune? Chapter 15. The abuse of liberty. These great advantages of liberty have caused the abuse of liberty itself. Because moderate government has produced remarkable results, this moderation has been abandoned. Because large taxes have been raised, one has wanted to raise excessive ones, and, disregarding the hand of liberty that gave this present, one has turned to servitude. which refuses everything. Liberty has produced excessive taxes, but the effect of these excessive taxes is to produce servitude in their turn, and the effect of servitude is to produce a decrease in taxes. The monarchs of Asia make edicts about almost nothing except the exempting each year of some province in their empire. Such manifestations of their will are kindnesses. But in Europe, the edicts of the princes cause grief even before they are seen, because they always speak of their needs and never of ours. From an inexcusable listlessness that the ministers in these countries get from their government and often from their climate, the people gain the advantage that they are not constantly overwhelmed with new demands. Expenditures there do not increase because there are no new projects, and if by chance there are some, they are projects whose end can be seen and not projects just beginning. Those who govern the state do not harry it because they do not endlessly harry themselves. But for us, it is impossible to have regularity in our finances because we always know that we shall do something, and never what we shall do. Among ourselves, we no longer consider a great minister to be one who dispenses public revenues wisely, but rather one who is an industrious man and who finds what are called expedients. Chapter 16. On the conquests of the Mohammedans. These excessive taxes accounted for the strange ease with which the Mohammedans made their conquests. Instead of that continuous succession of harassments devised by the subtle avarice of the emperors, the people saw themselves subjected to a simple tax that was easily paid and was similarly accepted. They obeyed a barbarian nation more happily than the corrupt government under which they had suffered both all the drawbacks of a liberty they no longer had and all the horrors of a present servitude. Chapter 17. On the increase in troops. A new disease has spread across Europe. It has afflicted our princes and made them keep an inordinate number of troops. It redoubles in strength and necessarily becomes contagious, for, as soon as one state increases what it calls its troops, the others suddenly increase theirs, so that nothing is gained thereby but the common ruin. Each monarch keeps ready all the armies he would have if his peoples were in danger of being exterminated, and this state in which all strain against all is called peace. Thus Europe is so ruined that if individuals were in the situation of the three most opulent powers in this part of the world, they would have nothing to live on. We are poor with the wealth and commerce of the whole universe, and soon, as a result of these soldiers, we shall have nothing but soldiers, and we shall be like the Tartars. The great princes, not content to buy troops from smaller ones, seek everywhere to buy alliances, that is, almost always to lose their silver. The consequence of such a situation is the permanent increase in taxes, and that which prevents all remedies in the future is that one no longer counts on the revenues, but makes war with one's capital. It is not unheard of for states to mortgage their lands even during peace and to ruin themselves by means they call extraordinary, which are so highly extraordinary that the most deranged son of a family could scarcely imagine them. Chapter 18. On the remission of taxes. The maxim of the great Eastern empires, that taxes should be returned to provinces that have suffered, could well be brought to monarchical states. There are many places where this is established, but more are overwhelmed than if it were not established, because, since the prince does not vary his levy, the whole state becomes jointly responsible. To relieve a village whose payments are deficient, one burdens another that pays more. The first is not restored, the second is destroyed. The people grow desperate between the necessity of paying from fear of exactions and the danger of paying from fear of surcharges. A well-governed state should put in the first item of its expenditures a regular sum for fortuitous cases. In this, the public is like those individuals who ruin themselves by spending exactly the income from their lands. In regard to the joint responsibility among the inhabitants of a village, this has been said to be reasonable because one could assume a fraudulent plot on their part, but, where has one found that, based on suppositions, a thing that is unjust in itself and ruinous for the state has to be established. Chapter 19. What is most suitable for the prince and the people, tax farming or direct taxes? Direct taxes are the administration of a good father of a family who levies his revenues himself with economy and order. With direct taxes, the prince is in charge of hastening or delaying their levy, either according to his needs or according to those of his peoples. With direct taxes, he saves the state the immense profits made by tax farmers, who impoverish it in infinite ways. With direct taxes, he saves the people from the grievous spectacle of sudden fortunes. With direct taxes, the silver levied passes through few hands, it goes directly to the prince and consequently reverts more promptly to the people. With direct taxes, the prince saves the people from an infinity of bad laws that are ever extorted from him by the importunate avarice of the tax farmers whose present advantage lies in regulations that are fatal for the future. Since the one who has silver is always the master of the one without, the tax farmer is despotic over even the prince. He is not a legislator but he forces him to give laws. I admit that it is sometimes useful to begin by farming out a newly established duty. There are arts and inventions for warding off frauds that the interest of the tax farmers suggests to them and that agents could not have devised, but, once the system for the levy is made by the tax farmer, direct taxes can be successfully established. In England, the administration of the exciseand of the revenues from the post office, such as it is today, was borrowed from that of the tax farmers. In republics, the revenues of the state are almost always from direct taxes. The contrary establishment was a great vice of the Roman government. In despotic states, where direct taxes are established, the peoples are infinitely happier, witness Persia and China. The unhappiest are those where the prince farms out his seaports and commercial towns. The history of monarchies is full of the ills caused by tax collectors. Nero, indignant at the harassments of the publicans, formed the impossible and magnanimous project of abolishing all imposts. He did not devise direct taxation, he made 4 ordinances, that the laws made against the publicans, hitherto kept secret, would be published, that they could no longer exact what they had neglected to demand during the year, that a praetor would be established to judge the praetor's claims with no formality, and that the merchants would pay nothing for ships. Those were the halcyon days of this emperor. Chapter 20. On tax collectors. All is lost when the lucrative profession of tax collectors, by its wealth, comes to be an honored profession. This can be good in despotic states, where their employment is often a part of the functions of the governors themselves. It is not good in a republic, and a similar thing destroyed the Roman Republic. It is no better in a monarchy, nothing is more contrary to the spirit of this government. Disgust infects all the other estates, honor loses all its esteem there, the slow and natural means for distinguishing oneself no longer have an effect, and the principle of the government is stricken. In times past, one certainly saw scandalous fortunes, it was one of the calamities of the 50 Years' Wars, but at that time this wealth was regarded as ridiculous, and we admire it. Every profession has some things as its lot. The lot of those who levy taxes is wealth, and the reward for this wealth is wealth itself. Glory and honor are for that nobility which knows, sees, and feels no real good except honor and glory. Respect and esteem are for those ministers and those magistrates who, finding only work upon work, watch day and night over the happiness of the empire. Part 3. Book 14. On the laws in their relation to the nature of the climate. Chapter 1. The general idea. If it is true that the character of the spirit and the passions of the heart are extremely different in the various climates, laws should be relative to the differences in these passions and to the differences in these characters. Chapter 2. How much men differ in the various climates. Cold air contracts the extremities of the body's surface fibers. This increases their spring and favors the return of blood from the extremities of the heart. It shortens these same fibers, therefore, it increases their strength in this way too. Hot air, by contrast, relaxes these extremities of the fibers and lengthens them, therefore, it decreases their strength and their spring. Therefore, men are more vigorous in cold climates. The action of the heart and the reaction of the extremities of the fibers are in closer accord, the fluids are in a better equilibrium, the blood is pushed harder toward the heart and, reciprocally, the heart has more power. This greater strength should produce many effects, for example, more confidence in oneself, that is, more courage, better knowledge of one's superiority, that is, less desire for vengeance, a higher opinion of one's security, that is, more frankness and fewer suspicions, maneuvers, and tricks. Finally, it should make very different characters. Put a man in a hot, enclosed spot, and he will suffer, for the reasons just stated, a great slackening of heart. If, in the circumstance, one proposes a bold action to him, I believe one will find him little disposed toward it, his present weakness will induce discouragement in his soul, he will fear everything, because he will feel he can do nothing. The peoples in hot countries are timid like old men, those in cold countries are courageous like young men. If we turn our attention to the recent wars, which are the ones we can best observe and in which we can better see certain slight effects that are imperceptible from a distance, we shall certainly feel that the actions of the northern peoples who were sent to southern countries were not as fine as the actions of their compatriots who, fighting in their own climate, enjoyed the whole of their courage. The strength of the fibers of the northern peoples causes them to draw the thickest juices from their food. Two things result from this: first, that the parts of the chyle, or lymph, being broad-surfaced, are more apt to be applied to the fibers and to nourish them, and second, that, being coarse, they are less apt to give a certain subtlety to the nervous juice. Therefore, these people will have large bodies and little vivacity. The nerves, which end in the tissue of our skin, are made of a sheaf of nerves. Ordinarily, it is not the whole nerve that moves, but an infinitely small part of it. In hot countries, where the tissue of the skin is relaxed, the ends of the nerves are open and exposed to the weakest action of the slightest objects. In cold countries, the tissue of the skin is contracted and the papillae compressed. The little bunches are in a way paralyzed, sensation hardly passes to the brain except when it is extremely strong and is of the entire nerve together. But imagination, taste, sensitivity, and vivacity depend on an infinite number of small sensations. I have observed the place on the surface tissue of a sheep's tongue which appears to the naked eye to be covered with papillae. Through a microscope, I have seen the tiny hairs, or a kind of down, on these papillae. Between these papillae were pyramids, forming something like little brushes at the ends. It is very likely that these pyramids are the principal organ of taste. I had half of the tongue frozen, and, with the naked eye, I found the papillae considerably diminished. Some of the rows of papillae had even slipped inside their sheaths. I examined the tissue through a microscope. I could no longer see the pyramids. As the tongue thawed, the papillae appeared again to the naked eye, and, under the microscope, the little brushes began to reappear. This observation confirms what I have said, that, in cold countries, the tufts of nerves are less open, they slip inside their sheaths, where they are protected from the action of external objects. Therefore, sensations are less vivid. In cold countries, one will have little sensitivity to pleasures, one will have more of it in temperate countries. In hot countries, sensitivity will be extreme. As one distinguishes climates by degrees of latitude, one can also distinguish them by degrees of sensitivity, so to speak. I have seen operas in England and Italy. They are the same plays with the same actors, but the same music produces such different effects in the people of the two nations that it seems inconceivable, the one so calm and the other so transported. It will be the same for pain. Pain is aroused in us by the tearing of some fiber in our body. The author of Nature has established that this pain is stronger as the disorder is greater. Now it is evident that the large bodies and coarse fibers of the northern peoples are less capable of falling into disorder than the delicate fibers of the peoples of hot countries. Therefore, the soul is less sensitive to pain. A Muscovite has to be flayed before he feels anything. With that delicacy of organs found in hot countries, the soul is sovereignly moved by all that is related to the union of the two sexes. Everything leads to this object. In northern climates, the physical aspect of love has scarcely enough strength to make itself felt. In temperate climates, love, accompanied by 1,000 accessories, is made pleasant by things that at first seem to be love but are still not love. In hotter climates, one likes love for itself. It is the sole cause of happiness. It is life. In southern climates, a delicate, weak, but sensitive machine gives itself up to a love which in a seraglio is constantly aroused and calmed, or else to a love which as it leaves women much more independent is exposed to 1,000 troubles. In northern countries, a healthy and well-constituted but heavy machine finds its pleasures in all that can start the spirits in motion again: hunting, travels, war, and wine. You will find in the northern climates peoples who have few vices, enough virtues, and much sincerity and frankness. As you move toward the countries of the south, you will believe you have moved away from morality itself. The liveliest passions will increase crime. Each will seek to take from others all the advantages that can favor these same passions. In temperate countries, you will see peoples whose manners, and even their vices and virtues are inconstant. The climate is not sufficiently settled to fix them. The heat of the climate can be so excessive that the body there will be absolutely without strength. So, prostration will pass even to the spirit. No curiosity, no noble enterprise, no generous sentiment, inclinations will all be passive there. Laziness there will be happiness. Most chastisements there will be less difficult to bear than the action of the soul, and servitude will be less intolerable than the strength of spirit necessary to guide one's own conduct. Chapter 3. A contradiction in the characters of certain peoples of the South. Indians are by nature without courage. Even the children of Europeans born in the Indies lose the courage of the European climate. But how does this accord with their atrocious actions, their barbaric customs and penitences? Men there suffer unbelievable evils, women burn themselves. This is considerable strength for so much weakness. Nature, which has given these peoples a weakness that makes them timid, has also given them such a lively imagination that everything strikes them to excess. The same delicacy of organs that makes them fear death serves also to make them dread 1,000 things more than death. The same sensitivity makes the Indians both flee all perils and brave them all. As a good education is more necessary to children than to those of mature spirit, so the peoples of these climates have greater need of a wise legislator than the peoples of our own. The more easily and forcefully one is impressed, the more important it is to be impressed in a suitable manner, to accept no prejudices, and to be led by reason. In the time of the Romans, the peoples of northern Europe lived without arts, without education, almost without laws, and still, with only the good sense connected with the coarse fibers of these climates, they maintained themselves with remarkable wisdom against the Roman power until they came out of their forests to destroy it. Chapter 4. The cause of the immutability of religion, mores, manners, and laws in the countries of the East. If you join the weakness of organs that makes the peoples of the East receive the strongest impressions in the world to a certain laziness of the spirit, naturally bound with that of the body, which makes that spirit incapable of any action, any effort, any application, you will understand that the soul can no longer alter impressions once it has received them. This is why laws, mores, and manners, even those that seem not to matter, like the fashion in clothing, remain in the East today as they were 1,000 years ago. Chapter 5. That bad legislators are those who have favored the vices of the climate and good ones are those who have opposed them. Indians believe that rest and nothingness are the foundation of all things and the end to which they lead. Therefore, they consider total inaction as the most perfect state and the object of their desires. They give to the sovereign being the title of the unmoving one. The Siamese believe that the supreme felicity consists in not being obliged to animate a machine or to make a body act. In these countries where excessive heat enervates and overwhelms, rest is so delicious and movement so painful that this system of metaphysics appears natural, and Foe, legislator of the Indies, followed his feelings when he put men in an extremely passive state, but his doctrine, born of idleness of the climate, favoring it in turn, has caused 1,000 ills. The legislators of China were more sensible when, as they considered men not in terms of the peaceful state in which they will one day be but in terms of the action proper to making them fulfill the duties of life, they made their religion, philosophy, and laws all practical. The more the physical causes incline men to rest, the more the moral causes should divert them from it. Chapter 6. On the cultivation of land in hot climates. The cultivation of land is the greatest labor of men. The more their climate inclines them to flee this labor, the more their religion and laws should rouse them to it. Thus, the laws of the Indies, which give the lands to the princes and take away from individuals the spirit of ownership, increase the bad effects of the climate, that is, natural laziness. Chapter 7. On monasticism. Monasticism causes the same evils there. It was born in the hot eastern countries where one is given to action less than to speculation. In Asia the number of dervishes, or monks, seems to increase with the heat of the climate. The Indies, where it is extremely hot, are full of them. One finds the same difference in Europe. In order to conquer the laziness that comes from the climate, the laws must seek to take away every means of living without labor, but in southern Europe they do the opposite. They give to those who want to be idle places proper for the speculative life, and attach immense wealth to those places. These people who live in an abundance that is burdensome to them correctly give their excess to the common people. The common people have lost the ownership of goods, the people are repaid for it by the idleness they enjoy and they come to love their very poverty. Chapter 8. A good custom in China. The accounts of China tell us of the ceremony that the emperor performs every year to open the cultivation of the fields. By this public and solemn act one has wanted to rouse the peoples to their plowing. Moreover, each year the emperor is informed of the plowman who has most distinguished himself in his profession. He makes him a mandarin of the 8th order. Among the ancient Persians, on the 8th day of the month named Khorram Ruzd, kings would lay aside their pomp and eat with the plowmen. These institutions are remarkable for encouraging agriculture. Chapter 9. A means of encouraging industriousness. I shall show in that, ordinarily, lazy nations are arrogant. One could turn effect against cause and destroy laziness by arrogance. In southern Europe, where peoples are so impressed by the point of honor, it would be well to give prizes to the plowmen who had best cultivated their lands and to the workers who had been most industrious. This practice will succeed in every country. In our time it has been used in Ireland to establish one of the largest textile mills in Europe. Chapter 10. On laws related to the sobriety of peoples. In hot countries, perspiration dissipates much of the watery part of the blood, a like liquid must therefore be substituted for it. Water is remarkably useful for this. Alcoholic beverages there would coagulate the globules of blood that remain after the dissipation of the watery part. In cold countries, perspiration releases little of the watery part of the blood, it remains in abundance, therefore one can use spirits there without making the blood coagulate. One is full of humors there. Alcoholic beverages, which give motion to the blood, are suitable. The law of Muhammad that prohibits the drinking of wine is, therefore, a law of the climate of Arabia. Thus, before Muhammad, water was the ordinary drink of the Arabs. The law that prohibits the Carthaginians from drinking wine was also a law of the climate. In effect, the climate of these two countries is about the same. Such a law would not be good in cold countries, where the climate seems to force a certain drunkenness of the nation quite different from drunkenness of the person. Drunkenness is found established around the world in proportion to the cold and dampness of the climate. As you go from the equator to our pole, you will see drunkenness increase with the degree of latitude. As you go from the same equator to the opposite pole, you will find drunkenness to the south, as on our side to the north. It is natural that excess should be more severely punished where wine is contrary to the climate and consequently to health than in countries where drunkenness has few ill effects for the person, few for the society, and does not make men frenzied, but only dull-witted. Thus, the laws that punished a drunken man both for the error committed and for drunkenness were applicable only to drunkenness of the person and not to drunkenness of the nation. A German drinks by custom, a Spaniard by choice. In hot countries, relaxation of the fibers produces a great perspiration of liquids, but solids dissipate less. The fibers, which have only a very weak action and little spring, are scarcely used, little nutritious juice is needed to repair them, thus, one eats little there. The differing needs of differing climates have formed differing ways of living, and these differing ways of living have formed the various sorts of laws. If men communicate much with each other in a nation, there must be certain laws, there must be others for a people where there is no communication. Chapter 11. On the laws relating to diseases from the climate. Herodotus tells us that the laws of the Jews about leprosy were drawn from the practice of the Egyptians. Indeed, the same diseases required the same cures. These laws, as well as the illness, were unknown to the Greeks and the first Romans. The climate of Egypt and Palestine made these laws necessary, and the ease with which this disease spread should make us feel clearly the wisdom and foresight of such laws. We ourselves have suffered the effects of disease. The Crusades brought us leprosy, wise rulings were made that prevented it from spreading to the mass of the people. One sees in the law of the Lombards that this disease was widespread in Italy before the Crusades and deserved the attention of legislators. Rotharis ordered that a leper driven from his house and kept in a particular spot could not make disposition of his goods, because he was presumed dead from the moment he was taken from his house. In order to prevent any communication with lepers, they were not allowed to have any possessions. I think that this disease was brought to Italy by the conquests of the Greek emperors, whose armies may have included militia from Palestine or Egypt. Whatever the case, its progress was checked until the time of the Crusades. It is said that Pompey's soldiers, on returning from Syria, brought back a disease somewhat like leprosy. No regulation made at that time has come down to us, but it is likely that there were some, for this ill was checked until the time of the Lombards. 2 centuries ago, a disease unknown to our fathers traveled from the New World to this one and came to attack human nature at the very source of life and pleasures. Most of the important families of southern Europe were afflicted by a disease that became so common that it was no longer shameful and was merely deadly. It was the thirst for gold that perpetuated this disease. Men continued their voyages to America and brought back new leaven of it each time they returned. For reasons of piety, one wanted to let this be the punishment of the crime, but the disaster had entered marriages and had already corrupted childhood itself. As it is in the wisdom of legislators to keep watch over the health of the citizens, it would have been very sensible to check the spread of the disease by laws made on the plan of the Mosaic laws. The plague is an evil whose ravages are even more prompt and rapid. Its principal seat is in Egypt, from which it spreads over the universe. In most of the states of Europe very good regulations have been made to prevent its entry, and in our times a remarkable means has been devised to check it. A line of troops is formed around the infected country, which prevents communication of the disease. The Turks, who have no police on these matters, see Christians in the same town escape the danger and themselves alone perish. They buy the clothing of those stricken by the plague, wear it, and go their way. The doctrine of a rigid destiny ruling all makes the magistrate a tranquil spectator. He thinks that God has already done everything and that he himself has nothing to do. Chapter 12. On Laws Against Those Who Kill Themselves. 23. We see in the histories that the Romans did not inflict death on themselves without cause, but the English resolved to kill themselves when one can imagine no reason for their decisions. They kill themselves in the very midst of happiness. Among the Romans, the act was the consequence of education, it comes from their way of thinking and their customs. Among the English, it is the effect of an illness, it comes from the physical state of the machine and is independent of any other cause. It is likely that there is a failure in the filtering of the nervous juice. The machine, when the forces that give it motion stay inactive, wearies of itself. It is not pain the soul feels but a certain difficulty in existence. Pain is a local ill which inclines us to the desire to see this pain cease. The weight of life is an illness having no particular place, which inclines us to the desire to see this life end. It is clear that the civil laws of some countries have had reasons to stigmatize the murder of oneself, but in England one can no more punish it than one can punish the effects of madness. Chapter 13. Effects resulting from the climate of England. In a nation whose soul is so affected by an illness of climate that it could carry the repugnance for all things to include that of life, one sees that the most suitable government for people to whom everything can be intolerable would be the one in which they could not be allowed to blame any one person for causing their sorrows, and in which, as laws rather than men would govern, the laws themselves must be overthrown in order to change the state. For if the same nation had also received from the climate a certain characteristic of impatience that did not permit it to tolerate the same things for long, it can be seen that the government of which we have just spoken would still be the most suitable. The characteristic of impatience is not serious in itself, but it can become very much so when it is joined to courage. It is different from fickleness, which makes one undertake things without purpose and abandon them likewise. It is nearer to obstinacy because it comes from a feeling of ills which is so lively that it is not weakened even by the habit of tolerating them. In a free nation, this characteristic would be one apt to frustrate the projects of tyranny, which is always slow and weak in its beginnings, just as it is prompt and lively at its end, which shows at first only a hand extended in aid, and later oppresses with an infinity of arms. Servitude always begins with drowsiness. But a people who rest in no situation, who constantly pinch themselves to find the painful spots, could scarcely fall asleep. Politics is a dull rasp which by slowly grinding away gains its end. Now the men of whom we have just spoken could not support the delays, the details and the coolness of negotiations. They would often succeed in them less well than any other nation, and they would lose by their treaties what they had gained by their weapons. Chapter 14. Other effects of the climate. Our fathers, the ancient Germans, lived in a climate where the passions were calm. Their laws found in things only what they saw, and they imagined nothing more. And just as these laws judged insults to men by the size of the wounds, they put no greater refinement in the offenses to women. The law of the Alemanni on this point is quite singular. If one exposes a woman's head, one will pay a fine of 6 sous. It is the same for exposing a leg up to the knee, double above the knee. The law, it seems, measured the size of the outrages done a woman's person as one measures a geometric figure. The law did not punish the crime of the imagination, it punished that of the eyes. But when a Germanic nation moved to Spain, the climate required quite different laws. The laws of the Visigoths prohibited doctors from bleeding a freeborn woman except in the presence of her father or mother, her brother, her son, or her uncle. The imagination of the peoples was fired, that of the legislators was likewise ignited. The law suspected everything in a people capable of suspecting everything. Therefore, these laws gave an extreme attention to the two sexes. But it seems that in their punishing they thought more of gratifying individual vengeance than of exercising public vengeance. Thus, in most cases they reduced the two guilty ones to the servitude of their relatives or of the offended husband. A freeborn woman who had given herself to a married man was put into the power of his wife, to do with as she wanted. These laws required that slaves bind up and present to the husband his wife whom they had caught in adultery. They permitted her children to accuse her, and they permitted torturing her slaves in order to convict her. Thus these laws were more proper for the excessive refinement of a certain point of honor than for the formation of a good police. And one must not be astonished if Count Julian believed an outrage of this kind required the loss of one's country or of one's king. One should not be surprised that the Moors, whose mores were so similar, found it so easy to establish themselves in Spain, to maintain themselves there, and to delay the fall of their empire. Chapter 15. On the differing trust the laws have in people according to the climate. The Japanese people have such an atrocious character that their legislators and magistrates have not been able to place any trust in them. They have set before the eyes of the people only judges, threats, and chastisements. They have subjected them at every step to the inquisition of the police. These laws that establish, in every 5 heads of families, one as magistrate over the other 4, these laws that punish a whole family or a whole neighborhood for a single crime, these laws that find no innocent men where there can be a guilty one, are made so that all men distrust one another, so that each scrutinizes the conduct of the other, and so that each is his own inspector, witness, and judge. On the other hand, the people of the Indies are gentle, tender, and compassionate. Thus, their legislators have put great trust in them. They have established few penalties, and these are not very severe or even strictly executed. They have given nephews to uncles and orphans to guardians, as elsewhere they are given to their fathers. They have regulated inheritance by the recognized merit of the heir. It seems they have thought that each citizen should rely on the natural goodness of the others. They easily give liberty to their slaves, they marry them, they treat them like their children. Happy is the climate that gives birth to candor in mores and produces gentleness in laws. Book 15. How the laws of civil slavery are related with the nature of the climate. Chapter 1. On civil slavery. Slavery in its proper sense is the establishment of a right which makes one man so much the owner of another man that he is the absolute master of his life and of his goods. It is not good by its nature, it is useful neither to the master nor to the slave, not to the slave, because he can do nothing from virtue, not to the master, because he contracts all sorts of bad habits from his slaves, because he imperceptibly grows accustomed to failing in all the moral virtues, because he grows proud, curt, harsh, angry, voluptuous, and cruel. In despotic countries, where one is already in political slavery, civil slavery is more bearable than elsewhere. Each one there should be satisfied to have his sustenance and his life. Thus, the condition of the slave is scarcely more burdensome than the condition of the subject. But in monarchical government, where it is sovereignly important neither to beat down nor to debase human nature, there must be no slaves. In democracy, where everyone is equal, and in aristocracy, where the laws should put their effort into making everyone as equal as the nature of the government can permit, slaves are contrary to the spirit of the Constitution. They serve only to give citizens a power and a luxury they should not have. Chapter 2. The origin of the right of slavery according to the Roman jurists. One would never believe that pity established slavery and that in order to do so it went about it in three ways. The right of nations wanted prisoners to become slaves so that they would not be killed. The civil right of the Romans permitted debtors whose creditors might have mistreated them to sell themselves, and natural right wanted the children of an enslaved father who was no longer able to feed them to be enslaved like their father. These reasons of the jurists are not sensible. It is false that killing in war is permissible except in the case of necessity, but, when a man has made another man his slave, it cannot be said that he had of necessity to kill him, since he did not do so. The only right that war can give over captives is that they may be imprisoned so that they can no longer do harm. Murdering in cold blood by soldiers after the heat of the action is condemned by all the nations of the world. 2. It is not true that a freeman can sell himself. A sale assumes a price. If the slave sold himself, all his goods would become the property of the master, therefore, the master would give nothing and the slave would receive nothing. He would have some savings, one will say, but the savings are attached to the person. If it is not permitted to kill oneself because one will be lost to one's homeland, no more is it permitted to sell oneself. The liberty of each citizen is a part of the public liberty. This status in the popular state is also a part of sovereignty. To sell one's status as a citizen is an act of such extravagance that one cannot suppose a man would do it. If liberty has a price for the one who buys it, it is priceless for the one who sells it. Civil law, which has permitted the division of goods among men, could not have put among those goods some of the men who were to take part in the division. Civil law, which makes restitution in contracts that contain some injury, cannot keep from making restitution for an agreement that contains the most enormous of all injuries. The third way is birth. This falls along with the other two. For, if a man cannot sell himself, even less can he sell a man who has not been born. If a prisoner of war cannot be reduced to servitude, still less can his children. What makes the death of a criminal lawful is that the law punishing him was made in his favor. A murderer, for example, has enjoyed the law that condemns him, it has preserved his life at every moment, therefore, he cannot make a claim against it. It is not the same with the slave. The law of slavery has never been useful to him, it is against him in every case, without ever being for him, which is contrary to the fundamental principle of all societies. One will say that the law has been useful to the slave because the master has nourished him. Therefore, those persons incapable of earning their living must be reduced to servitude. But one does not want such slaves as these. As for children, nature, which has given milk to mothers, has provided for their nourishment, and the remainder of their childhood is so nearly at the age when they have the greatest ability to make themselves useful, that one could not say that he who had nourished them, even though he was their master, had given them anything. Moreover, slavery is as opposed to civil right as to natural right. What civil law could keep a slave from flight, since he is not in society and, consequently, civil laws are not his concern? He can be restrained only by a family law, that is, by the law of the master. Chapter 3. Another origin of the right of slavery. I would as soon say that the right of slavery comes from the scorn that one nation conceives for another, founded on the difference in customs. Lopez de Gomara says that, the Spanish found, close to Saint Marie, baskets in which the inhabitants had put produce. There were crabs, snails, crickets, and grasshoppers. The victors treated this as a crime in the vanquished. The author claims that the right that made the American slaves of the Spanish was founded on this, not to mention the fact that they smoked tobacco and that they did not cut their beards in the Spanish fashion. Knowledge makes men gentle, and reason inclines toward humanity, only prejudices cause these to be renounced. Chapter 4. Another origin of the right of slavery. I would as soon say that religion gives to those who profess it a right to reduce to servitude those who do not profess it, in order to work more easily for its propagation. It was this way of thinking that encouraged the destroyers of America in their crimes. On this idea they founded the right of making so many people slaves, for these brigands, who absolutely wanted to be both brigands and Christians, were very devout. Louis XIII was extremely pained by the law making slaves of the Negroes in his colonies, but when it had been brought fully to his mind that this was the surest way to convert them, he consented to it. Chapter 5. On the slavery of Negroes. If I had to defend the right we had of making Negroes slaves, here is what I would say. The peoples of Europe, having exterminated those of America, had to make slaves of those of Africa in order to use them to clear so much land. Sugar would be too expensive if the plant producing it were not cultivated by slaves. Those concerned are black from head to toe, and they have such flat noses that it is almost impossible to feel sorry for them. One cannot get into one's mind that God, who is a very wise being, should have put a soul, above all a good soul, in a body that was entirely black. It is so natural to think that color constitutes the essence of humanity that the peoples of Asia who make eunuchs continue to deprive blacks of their likeness to us in a more distinctive way. One can judge the color of the skin by the color of the hair, which, among the Egyptians, who are the best philosophers in the world, was of such great consequence that they had all the red-haired men who fell into their hands put to death. A proof that Negroes do not have common sense is that they make more of a glass necklace than of one of gold, which is of such great consequence among nations having a police. It is impossible for us to assume that these people are men because if we assumed they were men one would begin to believe that we ourselves were not Christians. Petty spirits exaggerate too much the injustice done the Africans. For, if it were as they say, would it not have occurred to the princes of Europe, who make so many useless agreements with one another, to make a general one in favor of mercy and pity? Chapter 6. The true origin of the right of slavery. It is time to seek the true origin of the right of slavery. It should be founded on the nature of things. Let us see if there are cases where it does derive from it. In every despotic government, it is very easy to sell oneself. Their political slavery more or less annihilates civil liberty. Mr. Perry says that the Muscovites sell themselves easily. I know the reason well, it is because their liberty is worth nothing. In Achim everyone seeks to sell himself. Some of the principal lords have no fewer than 1,000 slaves, who are the principal merchants, who also have many slaves under them, and these latter many others. They are inherited and there is a traffic in them. In these states, the freemen, who are too weak to oppose the government, seek to become the slaves of those who tyrannize the government. Here lies the just origin, the one conforming to reason, of the very gentle right of slavery that one sees in some countries, and it has to be gentle because it is founded on the free choice of a master, a choice a man makes for his own utility and which forms a reciprocal agreement between the two parties. Chapter 7. Another origin of the right of slavery. Here is another origin of the right of slavery and even of that cruel slavery seen among men. There are countries where the heat enervates the body and weakens the courage so much that men come to perform an arduous duty only from fear of chastisement. Slavery there runs less counter to reason, and as the master is as cowardly before his prince as his slave is before him, civil slavery there is again accompanied by political slavery. Aristotle wants to prove that there are slaves by nature, and what he says scarcely proves it. I believe that, if there are any such, they are those whom I have just mentioned. But, as all men are born equal, one must say that slavery is against nature, although in certain countries it may be founded on a natural reason, and these countries must be distinguished from those in which even natural reasons reject it, as in the countries of Europe where it has so fortunately been abolished. Plutarch tells us in the life of Numa that there was neither master nor slave in the age of Saturn. In our climates, Christianity has brought back that age. Chapter 8. Uselessness of slavery among ourselves. Therefore, natural slavery must be limited to certain particular countries of the world. In all the others, it seems to me that everything can be done by freemen, however arduous the work that society requires. What makes me think this is that before Christianity had abolished civil servitude in Europe, work in the mines was regarded as so arduous that one believed it could be done only by slaves or criminals. But today one knows that men employed there live happily. One has encouraged this profession by small privileges. To an increase in work one has joined an increase in gain, and one has come to make them love their condition more than any other they could have assumed. There is no work so arduous that one cannot adjust it to the strength of the one who does it, provided that reason and not avarice regulates it. With the convenience of machines invented or applied by art, one can replace the forced labor that elsewhere is done by slaves. The mines of the Turks, in the province of Timisoara, were richer than those in Hungary, but they did not produce as much because the imagination of the Turks never went beyond the brawn of their slaves. I do not know if my spirit or my heart dictates this point. Perhaps there is no climate on earth where one could not engage freemen to work. Because the laws were badly made, lazy men appeared; because these men were lazy, they were enslaved. Chapter 9. On nations among whom civil liberty is generally established. Every day one hears it said that it would be good if there were slaves among us. But, to judge this, one must not examine whether they would be useful to the small, rich, and voluptuous part of each nation. Doubtless they would be useful to it, but, taking another point of view, I do not believe that any one of those who make it up would want to draw lots to know who was to form the part of the nation that would be free and the one that would be enslaved. Those who most speak in favor of slavery would hold it the most in horror, and the poorest of men would likewise find it horrible. Therefore, the cry for slavery is the cry of luxury and voluptuousness, and not that of the love of public felicity. Who can doubt that each man, individually, would not be quite content to be the master of the goods, the honor, and the life of others, and that all his passions would not be awakened at once at this idea? Do you want to know whether the desires of each are legitimate in these things? Examine the desires of all. Chapter 10. The various kinds of slavery. There are two sorts of slavery, real and personal. The real one is the one that attaches the slave to the land. Such were the slaves among the Germans, so Tacitus relates. They held no office in the household, they returned a certain quantity of grain, livestock, or cloth to their master. The purpose of their slavery went no further. This kind of servitude is still established in Hungary, Bohemia, and several places in southern Germany. The concern of personal servitude is service in the household, and it relates more to the person of the master. Extreme abuses of slavery occur when it is personal and real at the same time. Such was the servitude of the Helots among the Lacedaemonians. They were subjected to all the work outside the household and to all sorts of insults within the household, thescelotismus contrary to the nature of things. Simple peoples have only real slavery because their women and children do the domestic work. Voluptuous peoples have personal slavery, because luxury requires the service of slaves in the house. Now, Helotismianites in the same persons the slavery established among voluptuous peoples and the one established among simple peoples. Chapter 11. What the laws ought to do in relation to slavery. But whatever the nature of slavery, civil laws must seek to remove, on the one hand, its abuses, and on the other, its dangers. Chapter 12. The abuse of slavery. In the Mohammedan states, one is not only the master of the life and goods of the female slaves, but also of what is called their virtue or their honor. One of the misfortunes of these countries is that the larger part of the nation exists only in order to serve the voluptuousness of the other. This servitude is rewarded by the laziness that such slaves are given to enjoy, which is yet another misfortune for the state. This laziness makes the seraglios of the East delightful places even for those against whom they are made. People who fear only work can find their happiness in these tranquil places. But one sees that in this way one runs counter even to the spirit in which slavery is established. Reason wants the power of the master not to extend beyond things that are of service to him. Slavery must be for utility and not for voluptuousness. The laws of modesty are a part of natural right and should be felt by all the nations in the world. For if the law that preserves the modesty of slaves is good in these states where unlimited power mocks everything, how good will it be in monarchies, how good in republican states? A provision of the law of the Lombards seems good for all governments. If a master debauches the wife of his slave, both of them will be free. This tempering is admirable for preventing and checking the incontinence of masters without too much severity. I do not see that the Romans had a good police in this regard. They gave rein to the incontinence of masters, in a way they even deprived their slaves of the right of marriage. The slaves were the meanest part of the nation, but mean as they were, it was good for them to have mores, and further, by denying them marriages, one corrupted the marriages of the citizens. Chapter 13. The danger of a large number of slaves. Having a large number of slaves has different effects in the various governments. It is not a burden in despotic government. Political slavery, established in the body of the state, makes civil slavery little felt. Those who are called freemen are scarcely more free than those without this status, and as these latter, whether eunuchs, freed men, or slaves, have almost all matters of business in their hands, the condition of a freeman and that of a slave are nearly alike. It is almost indifferent whether few or many people there live in slavery. But in moderate states, it is very important not to have too many slaves. Political liberty makes civil liberty precious, and the one who is deprived of the latter is also deprived of the former. He sees a happy society of which he is not even a part, he finds security established for others and not for himself, he feels that his master's soul can expand, and that his own soul is constantly constrained to sink. Nothing brings the condition of the beasts closer than always to see freemen and not to be one. Such people are the natural enemies of society, and it would be dangerous for them to be numerous. Therefore, one must not be astonished that in moderate governments the state has been so disturbed by the rebellion of slaves and that this has happened so rarely in despotic states. Chapter 14. On armed slaves. It is less dangerous to arm slaves in a monarchy than in republics. There a warrior people, a body of nobility, will sufficiently contain armed slaves. In a republic, men who are citizens will scarcely be able to contain people who, bearing arms, are the equals of the citizens. The Goths who conquered Spain scattered throughout the country and soon were very weak. They made 3 noteworthy regulations. They abolished the former custom that prohibited them from allying themselves with the Romans through marriage. They established that all those freed from the fisc would go to war on pain of being reduced to servitude. They ordered that each Goth would lead to war and arm 1/10 of his slaves. This number was not very large by comparison with the number who remained. In addition, these slaves led to war by their master did not make up a separate body. They were in the army and remained, so to speak, in the family. Chapter 15. Continuation of the same subject. When all in the nation are warriors, armed slaves are to be feared even less. By the law of the Alemanni, a slave who stole something that had been put down was subject to the penalty one would have inflicted on a freeman, but, if he took it by violence, he was obliged only to restore the stolen thing. Among the Alemanni, actions whose principle was courage and strength were not odious. They made use of their slaves in their wars. In most republics, one has always sought to beat down the courage of the slaves. The Alemanni, sure of themselves, thought of increasing the audacity of their own. Always armed, they feared nothing from the slaves. These were the instruments of their brigandage or of their glory. Chapter 16. Precautions to take in moderate governments. In the moderate state, the humanity one has for slaves will be able to prevent the dangers one could fear from there being too many of them. Men grow accustomed to anything, even to servitude, provided the master is not harsher than the servitude. The Athenians treated their slaves with great gentleness. One sees that the slaves did not disturb the state in Athens, whereas they shook it in Lacedaemonia. One sees that the first Romans were not at all uneasy about their slaves. It was when they had lost every feeling of humanity for them that one saw arise those slave wars that have been compared to the Punic Wars. Simple nations who are attached to work are ordinarily gentler toward their slaves than those who have renounced work. The first Romans lived, worked, and ate with their slaves. They were gentle and fair to them. The greatest penalty they inflicted on them was to make them walk before their neighbors with a forked stick on their backs. Mores were enough to maintain the fidelity of slaves. They did not have to have laws. But when Rome expanded, when the slaves of the Romans were no longer companions in their work but instruments of their luxury and arrogance, laws were needed as there were no mores at all. There had even to be terrible laws in order to establish security for these cruel masters who lived among their slaves as if among their enemies. One made the Senatus Consults Silanianium and other laws which established that, when a master was killed, all the slaves under the same roof or within earshot would without distinction be condemned to death. Those who, in this case, gave refuge to a slave to save him were punished as murderers. Even the slave whose master had ordered him to kill him and who obeyed was guilty. The one who had not kept the master from killing himself was punished. If a master were killed while traveling, one put to death those who remained with him and those who had fled. All these laws were applicable even to those whose innocence was proven. Their purpose was to give the slaves a prodigious respect for their master. The laws were not dependent on civil government but on a vice or imperfection in civil government. They were not derived from the fairness of the civil laws because they were contrary to the principles of the civil laws. They were properly founded on the principle of war, except that the enemies were in the bosom of the state. The Senatus Consults Silanianium derived from the right of nations, which wants a society, even an imperfect one, to preserve itself. It is a misfortune in government when the magistracy sees itself thus constrained to make cruel laws. Because obedience has been made difficult, one is obliged to augment the penalty for disobedience or to make faithfulness suspect. A prudent legislator avoids the misfortune of becoming a terrifying legislator. Because the slaves among the Romans could have no trust in the law could have no trust in them. Chapter 17. Regulations to make between the master and the slaves. The magistrate should see to it that the slave is nourished and clothed. This should be regulated by law. The laws should take care that slaves are looked after in sickness and in old age. Claudius ordered that 6 slaves who were abandoned by their masters would be free if they escaped. This law secured their liberty, it should also have secured their life. When the law permits the master to take the life of his slave, it is a right he should exercise as a judge and not as a master. The law must order formalities, which remove the suspicion of a violent action. In Rome, when fathers were no longer permitted to put their children to death, the magistrates imposed the penalty that the father wanted to prescribe. A like usage would be reasonable between master and slaves in countries where masters have the right of life and death. The law of Moses was very crude. If someone beats his slave and the slave dies under his hand, he will be punished, but if the slave survives a day or 2, he will not be punished because it is his silver. What a people, whose civil law ceased to cling to natural law. According to a Greek law, slaves treated too roughly by their master could ask to be sold to another. In later times, there was a similar law in Rome. A master incensed with his slave and a slave incensed with his master should be separated. When a citizen mistreats the slave of another, the latter must be able to go before a judge. The laws of Plato and of most peoples take natural defense away from slaves, therefore, they must be given civil defense. In Lacedaemonia, slaves could expect no justice for either insults or injuries. The extremity of their unhappiness was that they were the slaves not only of a citizen but also of the public. They belonged to everyone and to one alone. In Rome, one considered only the interest of the master in the harm done to a slave. In the application of the Aquilian law, a wound inflicted on a beast and one inflicted on a slave were confounded. Attention was paid only to the reduction in their price. In Athens, he who had mistreated the slave of another was punished severely, sometimes even by death. The Athenian law, with reason, did not want to add the loss of security to that of liberty. Chapter 18. On freeing slaves. One certainly feels that when there are many slaves in a republican government, many of them must be freed. The trouble is that, if there are too many slaves, they cannot be contained. If there are too many freed men, they cannot survive and they become a burden to the republic. Moreover, the republic can be equally endangered by too many freed men and by too many slaves. Therefore, the laws must keep an eye on these 2 drawbacks. The various laws and the senatus consults made in Rome for and against slaves, sometimes to hamper, sometimes to facilitate, the freeing of slaves, make their uneasiness in this regard easy to see. There were even times when one did not dare make laws. When, under Nero, the Senate was asked to permit the patrons to return ungrateful freed men to servitude, the emperor wrote that particular suits were to be judged and nothing general was to be enacted. I scarcely know how to say which regulations a good republic should make on this matter. It depends too much on circumstances. Here are some reflections. Slaves must not be freed suddenly in considerable numbers by a general law. One knows that, among the Volscians, when the freed men became masters of the voting, they made an abominable law giving themselves the right to be the first to lie with girls who married freeborn men. There are various ways to introduce new citizens into the republic imperceptibly. The laws can favor savings and put the slaves in a position to buy their liberty. They can set the term of servitude, as did those of Moses, which limited the servitude of Hebrew slaves to 6 years. It is easy each year to free a certain number of slaves among those who, by their age, health, or industry, will have the means to earn a living. One can even heal the ill at its root, as a great number of slaves are bound to the various employments given them, transferring to the freeborn a part of these employments, for example, commerce or navigation, decreases the number of slaves. When there are many freed men, the civil laws must specify what they owe to their patron, or the contract of emancipation must specify these duties for them. One feels that their condition should be more favored in the civil state than in the political state, because even in popular government, power should not fall into the hands of the common people. In Rome, where there were so many freed men, the political laws in their regard were admirable. They were given little and excluded from almost nothing. They certainly took part in legislation, but they almost never influenced the resolutions that were taken. They could hold posts and even belong to the priesthood, but this privilege was in a way rendered empty by the disadvantages they had in the elections. They had the right to enter the militia, but to be a soldier one had to be in a certain census. Nothing kept freed men from uniting by marriage with freeborn families, but they were not permitted alliances with senators' families. Finally, their children were freeborn, although they themselves were not. Chapter 19. On freed men and eunuchs. Thus in the government of many, it is often useful for the condition of the freed men to be but slightly below that of the freeborn, and for the laws to work to remove their aversion to their condition. But in the government of one alone, while luxury and arbitrary power reign, there is nothing to be done in this regard. The freed men are almost always above the freemen. They dominate in the court of the prince and in the palaces of the important men, and, as they have studied the weaknesses of their master and not his virtues, they make him reign not by his virtues but by his weaknesses. Such men were the freed men in Rome at the time of the emperors. When the principal slaves are eunuchs, despite the privileges accorded them, they can scarcely be regarded as freed men. For, as they cannot have families, they are bound to a family by their nature, and it is only by a kind of fiction that one can regard them as citizens. Nevertheless, there are countries where they are given all the magistracies. In Tonkin, Dampier says, all the civil and military mandarins are eunuchs. They have no family, and although they are naturally avaricious, the master or prince profits in the end from their very avarice. The same Dampier tells us that, in this country, eunuchs cannot do without wives and that they marry. This law permitting them to marry can be founded only, on the one hand, on the consideration one has there for such people, and, on the other, on the scorn one has there for women. Thus, one entrusts magistracies to these people because they have no family, and yet they are permitted to marry because they have magistracies. It is then that the remaining senses obstinately want to make up for those that are lost, and the enterprises of despair are a kind of enjoyment. Thus in Milton's work, that spirit, to whom only desires remain, being filled with his degradation, wants to make use even of his powerlessness. In the history of China, one sees a great number of laws that remove eunuchs from all civil and military employments, but they always return to them. It seems that eunuchs are a necessary ill in the East. Book 16. How the laws of domestic slavery are related to the nature of the climate. Chapter 1. On domestic servitude. Slaves are established for the family rather than in the family. Thus, I shall distinguish their servitude from that in which women are held in some countries and which I shall call domestic servitude proper. Chapter 2. That, in the countries of the South, there is a natural inequality between the sexes. Women are marriageable in hot climates at 8, 9, and 10 years of age. Thus, childhood and marriage almost always go together there. They are old at 20, thus reason in women is never found with beauty there. When beauty demands empire, reason refuses it. When reason could achieve it, beauty exists no longer. Women should be held in dependence, for reason cannot procure for them in their old age an empire that beauty did not give them even in youth. Therefore, when reason does not oppose it, it is very simple there for a man to leave his wife to take another and for polygamy to be introduced. In temperate countries, where women's charms are better preserved, where they become marriageable later, and where they have children at a more advanced age, their husband's old age more or less follows on their own, and, as they have more reason and knowledge there when they marry, if only because they have lived longer, a kind of equality between the two sexes has naturally been introduced, and consequently the law permitting only a single wife. In cold countries, the almost necessary use of strong drink establishes intemperance among the men, so women, who have a natural reserve in this respect because they must always defend themselves, again have the advantage of reason over the men. Nature, which has distinguished men by strength and by reason, has put no term to their power but the term of their strength and their reason. She has given women charms and has wanted their ascendancy to end with these charms, but in hot countries these are found only at the beginning and never through the course of their lives. Thus, the law permitting only one wife has more relation to the physical aspect of the climate of Europe than to the physical aspect of the climate of Asia. It is one of the reasons why Mohammedanism found it so easy to establish itself in Asia and so difficult to spread into Europe, why Christianity has been maintained in Europe and destroyed in Asia, and why, finally, the Mohammedans make so much progress in China and the Christians so little. Human reasons are always subordinate to that supreme cause that does all that it wants and makes use of whatever it wants. Certain reasons peculiar to Valentinian made him allow polygamy in the empire. That law, which was violent for our climates, was removed by Theodosius, Arcadius, and Honorius. Chapter 3. That having multiple wives depends greatly on the support for them. Although a large number of wives depends much on the husband's wealth in countries where polygamy has been established, still one cannot say that wealth causes the establishment of polygamy in a state. Poverty can have the same effect, as I shall say when speaking of savages. In powerful nations polygamy is less a luxury than the occasion for a great luxury. In hot climates, one has fewer needs, it costs less to support a wife and children. Therefore, the number of wives one can have is greater there. Chapter 4. On polygamy, its various circumstances. According to calculations made in various places in Europe, more boys are born than girls, whereas accounts from Asia and Africa tell us that more girls are born there than boys. Therefore the law permitting only a single wife in Europe and the one permitting several in Asia and in Africa had a certain relation to the climate. In the cold climates of Asia, as in Europe, more boys are born than girls. This is, say the lamas, the reason for the law in cold countries that allows a woman here to have several husbands. But I do not believe that there are many countries where the disproportion is so great that it requires the introduction of a law permitting several wives or one permitting several husbands. It means only that having many wives or even many husbands is not as far from nature in certain countries as in others. I admit that if what the accounts tell us were true, that in Bantam there are 10 women for every man, it would be a very particular case of polygamy. In all this I do not justify usages, but give reasons for them. Chapter 5. A reason for a law of Malabar. On the coast of Malabar, in the caste of the Nares, men can have only one wife, whereas a woman can have several husbands. I believe one can discover the origin of this custom. The Nares are a caste of nobles who are the soldiers of all these nations. In Europe one keeps soldiers from marrying. In Malabar, where the demands of the climate are greater, one has been content to make marriage as slight an encumbrance as possible for them. One wife has been given to several men, which diminishes to that degree the attachment to a family and the cares of a household and leaves these people their military spirit. Chapter 6. On polygamy in itself. Considering polygamy in general, independent of the circumstances that can make it somewhat tolerable, it is not useful to mankind or to either of the sexes, either to the one which abuses or to the one abused. Nor is it useful to children, and one of its major drawbacks is that the father and mother cannot have the same affection for their children. A father cannot love 20 children as a mother loves 2. It is much worse when a woman has several husbands, for then paternal love depends only on the opinion which a father can believe if he wants, or which others can believe, that certain children belong to him. It is said that the king of Morocco has in his seraglio white women, black women, and yellow women. The unfortunate man scarcely needs a color. Possessing many wives does not always prevent one from desiring the wife of another. With avarice as with luxury, thirst increases with the acquisition of treasures. In the time of Justinian many philosophers who had been hampered by Christianity withdrew to the court of Khosrows in Persia. What struck them most, says Agathias, was that the people to whom polygamy was permitted did not even abstain from adultery. Having multiple wives, who could guess it, leads to the love that nature disavows. This is because one sort of dissoluteness always entails another. During the revolution in Constantinople, when the Sultan Ahmed was deposed, the accounts told that the people, pillaging the house of the Kahaya, found not a single woman. They say that it has come to the point that most of the seraglios in Algiers have none. Chapter 7. On equality of treatment in the case of multiple wives. From the law concerning multiple wives follows the law concerning the equality of their treatment. Muhammad, who permits 4, wants everything to be equal among them, food, clothing, and conjugal duty. This law is also established in the Maldives, where one can have 3 wives. The law of Moses even wants the man, married by his father to a slave, who later marries a free woman, to deny her nothing in clothing, food, or duties. One could give more to the new wife, but the first was not to have less. Chapter 8. On the separation of women from men. One consequence of polygamy is that in the rich and voluptuous nations one has a very great number of wives. Their separation from the men and their enclosure follow naturally from their great number. Domestic order requires it to be so. An insolvent debtor seeks to hide from the pursuit of his creditors. There are climates in which the physical aspect has such strength that morality can do practically nothing. Leave a man with a woman, a temptation is a fall, attack is sure, and resistance null. In these countries there must be bolted doors instead of precepts. One of China's classics considers it a prodigy of virtue for a man to be alone in a distant apartment with a woman and not do violence to her. Chapter 9. A link between domestic government and politics. In a republic, the condition of the citizens is limited, equal, gentle, and moderate. The effects of public liberty are felt throughout. Empire over women could not be as well exercised, and, when climate required this empire, the government of one alone was the most suitable. This is one of the reasons it has always been difficult to establish popular government in the East. On the other hand, the servitude of women is very much in conformity with the genius of despotic government, which likes to abuse everything. Thus in Asia domestic servitude and despotic government have been seen to go hand in every age. In a government in which one requires tranquility above all and in which extreme subordination is called peace, women must be enclosed. Their intrigues would be disastrous for the husband. A government that has not the time to examine the conduct of its subjects is suspicious of it simply because it appears and makes itself felt. Let us assume for a moment that the fickleness of spirit and indiscretions of our women, what pleases and displeases them, their passions, both great and small, were transferred to an Eastern government along with the activity and liberty they have among us. What father of a family could be tranquil for a moment? Suspects everywhere, enemies everywhere, the state would be shaken, one would see rivers of blood flowing. Chapter 10. Principle of Morality in the East. In the case of multiple wives, the more the family ceases to be a unity, the more the laws should reunite the detached parts to a center, and the more various the interests, the better it is for the laws to return them to one interest. This is done chiefly by enclosure. Wives should not only be separated from men by their enclosure in the house, but they should also be separated within that same enclosure, so that each one becomes almost a particular family within the family. Women's entire practice of morality, modesty, chastity, discretion, silence, peace, dependency, respect, love derives from this. In some here their feelings are universally directed to that which is best in the world by its nature, which is one's exclusive attachment to one's family. By nature women have to perform so many duties proper to them that one cannot separate them enough from everything that could give them other ideas, from everything one treats as amusement and from everything one calls business. In the various states of the East, the mores are purer as the enclosure of women is stricter. In large states, there are necessarily great lords. The greater their means, the more they are in a position to keep women in a strict enclosure and prevent them from returning to society. This is why women have such admirable mores in the empires of the Turks, Persians, Moguls, China and Japan. One cannot say the same of the Indies, which have been divided into an infinity of little states by the infinite number of islands and the situation of the terrain, and which are rendered despotic by a great number of causes that I have no time to record here. There, only the destitute plunder and only the destitute are plundered. Those whom one calls important men have only scant means, those whom one calls rich men have scarcely more than their sustenance. The enclosure of women cannot be strict there, one cannot take such careful precautions to contain them, their mores are inconceivably corrupt. It is there that one sees the point to which the vices of climate, left in great liberty, can carry disorder. Their nature has a strength, and modesty, a weakness that is incomprehensible. In Patani, women's lust is so great that men are constrained to make a kind of rigging to shield themselves from women's enterprises. According to Mr. Smith, things are no better in the little kingdoms of Guinea. It seems that in these countries, the two sexes lose everything, including the laws proper to them. Chapter 11. On domestic servitude independent of polygamy. In certain places in the East, it is not only multiple wives that require their enclosure, it is the climate. Those who read of the horrors, crimes, perfidies, atrocities, poisons, and murders caused by the liberty of women in Goa and in the establishments of the Portuguese in the Indies where religion permits only one wife, and who will compare these to the innocence and purity of the mores of wives in Turkey, in Persia, among the Moguls, in China, and in Japan, will see that it is often as necessary to separate women from men when there is only one wife as when there are many. It is climate that should decide these things. What would be the use of enclosing wives in our northern countries, where their mores are naturally good, where all their passions are calm, scarcely active, and scarcely refined, where love has such a regulated empire over the heart that the slightest police is sufficient to lead them? One is fortunate to live in these climates that allow communication between people, where the sex with the most charms seems to adorn society and where women, keeping themselves for the pleasures of one man, yet serve for the diversion of all. Chapter 12. On natural modesty. All nations are equally agreed in attaching scorn to the incontinence of women. This is because nature has spoken to all nations. She has established defense, she has established attack, and, having put desires into both sides, she has placed temerity in the one and shame in the other. She has given individuals long periods of time to preserve themselves and only brief moments for their perpetuation. Therefore, it is not true that incontinence follows the laws of nature. On the contrary, it violates them. It is modesty and discretion that follow these laws. Besides, it is in the nature of intelligent beings to feel their imperfections. Therefore, nature has given us modesty, that is, shame for our imperfections. Therefore, when the physical power of certain climates violates the natural law of the two sexes and that of intelligent beings, it is for the legislator to make civil laws which forcefully oppose the nature of the climate and re-establish the primitive laws. Chapter 13. On jealousy. Among peoples one must distinguish between jealousy that comes from passion and jealousy from custom, mores, or laws. The former is an ardent fever that devours, the latter, cold, but sometimes terrible, can be joined to indifference and scorn. The first, which is abuse of love, is born of love itself. The other depends solely on the mores, the national manners, the laws of the country, the morality, and sometimes even the religion. Jealousy is almost always the result of the physical force of the climate, and it is the remedy for this physical force. Chapter 14. On household government in the East. One changes wives in the East so frequently that the domestic government cannot be theirs. Therefore, the eunuchs are put in charge of it, they are given all the keys, and they arrange the business of the house. In Persia, says M. Chardin, wives are given their clothing as it would be given to children. Thus that concern which seems to suit them so well, that concern which everywhere else is the first of their concerns, is not theirs. Chapter 15. On divorce and repudiation. A difference between divorce and repudiation is that divorce occurs by mutual consent on the occasion of a mutual incompatibility, whereas repudiation is done by the will and for the advantage of one of the two parties, independently of the will and the advantage of the other. It is sometimes so necessary for wives to repudiate their husbands and always so trying for them to do it, that it is a hard law that gives this right to men without giving it to their wives. A husband is the master of the house, he has 1,000 ways to hold his wives to their duty or to return them to it, and it seems that, in his hands, repudiation is only a new abuse of his power. But a wife who repudiates her husband exercises only a sad remedy. It is always a great misfortune for her to be constrained to go and look for a second husband when she has lost most of her charms while married to another. One of the advantages of youthful charm in wives is that, at an advanced age, a husband is inclined to kindness by the memory of his pleasures. Therefore, it is a general rule that in all countries where the law grants men the faculty of repudiation, it should also grant it to wives. Further, in the climates where wives live in domestic slavery, it seems that the law should permit wives' repudiation and husbands' divorce only. When wives are in a seraglio, the husband cannot repudiate one of them because of the incompatibility of mores. It is the husband's fault if the mores are incompatible. Repudiation by reason of barrenness can occur only in the case of a single wife. When one has several wives, this reason is not of any importance for the husband. The law of the Maldives allows one to take back a wife one has repudiated. The law of Mexico prohibited them from coming back together on penalty of death. The law of Mexico was more sensible than the law of the Maldives. Even at the time of dissolving a marriage, the Mexican law thought about its eternity, whereas the law of the Maldives seems to trifle equally with marriage and repudiation. The Mexican law granted divorce only. This was an additional reason not to allow people to reunite who had voluntarily separated. Repudiation seems rather to stem from a quickness of spirit and some passion of the soul. Divorce seems to be a matter of counsel. Ordinarily divorce has great political utility, and as for its civil utility, it is established for the husband and the wife and is not always favorable to the children. Chapter 16. On repudiation and divorce among the Romans. Romulus allowed the husband to repudiate his wife if she had committed adultery, prepared poison, or tampered with the keys. He did not give wives the right to repudiate their husbands. Plutarch calls this a very harsh law. As the law in Athens gave the wife as well as the husband the faculty of repudiating, and as one sees that the wives had obtained this right among the earliest Romans in spite of the law of Romulus, it is clear that this institution was one of those brought from Athens by the Roman deputies and that it was put into the law of 12 tables. Cicero says that the causes of repudiation came from the law of 12 tables. Therefore, one cannot doubt that this law had increased the number of causes for repudiation established by Romulus. The faculty of divorce was also a provision, or at least a consequence of the law of 12 tables. For as soon as the wife or the husband separately had the right of repudiation, they would all the more be able to separate by agreement and by a mutual will. The law did not require one to give any causes for divorce. This is because, by the nature of the thing, there must be causes for repudiation and not for divorce, for when the law establishes causes that can dissolve a marriage, mutual incompatibility is the strongest of all. Dionysius of Halicarnassus, Valerius Maximus, and Aulus Gellius report a fact that does not seem probable to me. They say that, although in Rome one had the faculty of repudiating one's wife, there was such respect for the auspices that in 520 years no one had used this right until Carvilius Ruga repudiated his wife as a consequence of her barrenness. But simply knowing the nature of the human spirit is to feel what a prodigy it would be if the law that had given the whole people such a right was used by no one. Coriolanus, on going into exile, counseled his wife to marry a happier man than himself. We have just seen that the law of 12 tables and the mores of the Romans greatly extended the law of Romulus. Why would there be these extensions if one had never used the faculty of repudiating? Moreover, if the citizens had such respect for the auspices that they never repudiated their wives, why would the Roman legislators have had less? How did the law constantly corrupt the mores? By comparing two passages in Plutarch, one will see the element of marvel in the fact in question disappear. The royal law permitted the husband to repudiate in the 3 cases mentioned. And it wanted, says Plutarch, anyone who repudiated in the other cases to be obliged to give half his goods to his wife and to dedicate the other half to Ceres. Therefore, one could repudiate in any case by submitting to the penalty. No one did it before Carvilius Ruga, who, as Plutarch goes on to say, repudiated his wife for barrenness 230 years after Romulus, that is, he repudiated her 71 years before the law of 12 tables, which extended the power to repudiate as well as the causes for repudiation. The authors to whom I have referred say that Carvilius Ruga loved his wife but that because of her barrenness the censors made him take an oath that he would repudiate her so that he could give children to the Republic and that this made him odious to the people. The genius of the Roman people must be known in order to reveal the true cause of the hatred they conceived for Carvilius. Carvilius did not fall into disgrace with the people for repudiating his wife. That is a thing that did not disturb them. But Carvilius had sworn an oath to the censors that, given the barrenness of his wife, he would repudiate her in order to give children to the Republic. The people saw that this was a yoke that the censors were going to put on them. I shall show later in this work the repugnance they always had for such regulations. But where could such a contradiction between these authors have begun? Here Plutarch has examined a fact and the others have told of a marvel. Book 17. How the laws of political servitude are related to the nature of the climate. Chapter 1. On political servitude. Political servitude depends no less on the nature of the climate than do civil and domestic servitude, as will be shown. Chapter 2. Differences between peoples in relation to courage. We have already said that great heat enervates the strength and courage of men and that there is in cold climates a certain strength of body and spirit that makes men capable of long, arduous, great, and daring actions. This is noticeable not only from nation to nation but even from one part of the same country to another. The peoples of northern China are more courageous than those of the south. The peoples of southern Korea are not as courageous as those of the north. Therefore, one must not be surprised that the cowardice of the peoples of hot climates has almost always made them slaves and that the courage of the peoples of cold climates has kept them free. This is an effect that derives from its natural cause. This is also found to be true in America. The despotic empires of Mexico and Peru were near the equator, and almost all the small free peoples were and still are toward the poles. Chapter 3. On the climate of Asia. Accounts tell us that the north of Asia, that vast continent extending from about the 40th parallel to the pole and from the border of Muscovy to the Eastern Ocean, has a very cold climate, that this immense terrain is divided from west to east by a chain of mountains that put Siberia to the north and Greater Tartary to the south, that the climate of Siberia is so cold that, although the Russians have settlements along the Irtish, they cultivate nothing there, that nothing grows in this country but a few small fir trees and shrubs, that the natives of the country are divided into destitute tribes like those of Canada, that the reason for this cold is, on the one hand, the elevation of the terrain, and on the other, that as one goes from south to north the mountains level out and the north wind blows everywhere unobstructed, and that, when this wind that makes Novaya Zemlya uninhabitable blows in Siberia, it makes it a wasteland. In Europe, on the other hand, the mountains of Norway and Lapland are admirable bulwarks shielding the countries of the north from this wind, that thus in Stockholm, which is at about 59 degrees latitude, the terrain can produce fruits, grains, and plants, and that around Abo, which is at 61 degrees north, just as at the 63rd and 64th degree, there are silver mines and the terrain is quite fertile. We see further in the accounts that Greater Tartary, which is to the south of Siberia, is also very cold, that the country is not cultivated, that only pastures for herds are found there, that as in Iceland some bushes but not trees grow there, that close to China and the Moguls there are some countries where a kind of millet grows, but where neither wheat nor rice can ripen, that there are scarcely any spots in Chinese Tartary, at the 43rd, 44th, and 45th parallel, where it does not freeze 7 or 8 months a year, so that it is as cold as Iceland although it should be warmer than the south of France, that there are no towns, except 4 or 5 near the Eastern Ocean and some that the Chinese have built close to China for political reasons, that in the remainder of Greater Tartary there are only a few located in the Boucheries, Turkestan, and Charizmi, that the reason for this extreme cold is found in the nature of the terrain, which is nitrous, full of saltpeter, and sandy, as well as in its elevation. Father Verbiest had found that a certain spot 80 leagues north of the Great Wall, toward the source of the Cavum Hurum, that rose 3,000 geometric feet above the coast of the ocean near Peking, that this elevation is the cause for the fact that, although almost all the great rivers of Asia have their source in the countryside, it nevertheless lacks water, so it can be inhabited only near the rivers and lakes. These facts stated, I reason thus: Asia has no temperate zone, properly so called, and the places situated in a very cold climate there are immediately adjacent to those that are in a very warm climate, that is, Turkey, Persia, the Mughal Empire, China, Korea, and Japan. In Europe, on the other hand, the temperate zone is very broad, although the climates within it are very different from each other, as there is no relation between the climate of Spain and Italy and that of Norway and Sweden. But as the climate there grows colder gradually as one goes from south to north approximately in proportion to the latitude of each country, it happens that there each country is very like its neighbor, that there is not a notable difference between them, and that, as I have just said, the temperate zone is very broad. From this, it follows that in Asia the strong and weak nations face each other, the brave and active warrior peoples are immediately adjacent to effeminate, lazy and timid peoples, therefore, one must be the conquered and the other the conqueror. In Europe, on the other hand, strong nations face the strong, those that are adjacent have almost the same amount of courage. This is the major reason for the weakness of Asia and the strength of Europe, for the liberty of Europe and the servitude of Asia, a cause that I think has never before been observed. This is why liberty never increases in Asia, whereas in Europe it increases or decreases according to the circumstances. Although the Muscovite nobility was reduced to servitude by one of its princes, one will always see their marks of impatience that the southern climates do not produce. Did we not see aristocratic government established there briefly? Although another kingdom in the north has lost its laws, one can trust to the climate that it has not lost them irrevocably. Chapter 4. A consequence of this. What we have just said agrees with the events of history. Asia has been subjugated 13 times, 11 times by the peoples of the north, twice by those of the south. In the distant past, the Scythians conquered it 3 times, then the Medes and the Persians once each, then the Greeks, the Arabs, the Moguls, the Turks, the Tartars, the Persians, and the Afghans. I speak only of Upper Asia and I say nothing of the invasions made in the southern part, which has continually suffered great revolutions. In Europe, on the other hand, we know of only 4 great changes since the establishment of the Greek and Phoenician colonies, the first, caused by the Roman conquests, the second, by the inundations of the barbarians who destroyed these same Romans, the third, by the victories of Charlemagne, and the last, by the Norman invasions. And, upon examining these closely, one will find that, by these very changes, force was spread generally throughout all the parts of Europe. One knows the difficulty the Romans found in conquering Europe and the ease with which they invaded Asia. One knows the pains the northern peoples had to take to overthrow the Roman Empire, the wars and works of Charlemagne, the various enterprises of the Normans. The destroyers were constantly destroyed. Chapter 5. That, when the peoples of northern Asia and those of northern Europe conquered, the effects of their conquests were not the same. The peoples of northern Europe have conquered as free men, the peoples of northern Asia have conquered as slaves and have been victorious only for a master. The reason is that the Tartar people, Asia's natural conquerors, have become slaves themselves. They constantly conquer southern Asia, they form empires, but the part of the conquering nation that remains in this country is subject to a great master, who is despotic in the south, who also wants to be so in the north and who, with arbitrary power over the conquered subjects, claims it also over the conquering subjects. This can be seen today in that vast country called Chinese Tartary, which the emperor governs almost as despotically as China itself and which he extends every day by his conquests. One can also see in the history of China that the emperors sent colonies of Chinese into Tartary. These Chinese became Tartars and mortal enemies of China, but that did not keep them from carrying the spirit of Chinese government into Tartary. Often a part of the Tartar nation that conquered was itself driven out, and it went back to its deserts with a spirit of servitude acquired in the climate of slavery. The history of China furnishes us with great examples, as does our ancient history. This is why the genius of the Tartar or Gedi nation has always been similar to that of the empires of Asia. The peoples in the latter are governed by the cudgel, the Tartar peoples, by the lash. The spirit of Europe has always been contrary to these mores, and what the peoples of Asia have always called punishment, the peoples of Europe have always called gross offense. When the Tartars destroyed the Greek Empire, they established servitude and despotism in the conquered countries. When the Goths conquered the Roman Empire, they founded monarchy and liberty everywhere. I do not know if the famous Rudbeck, who in his Atlantica has so praised Scandinavia, has mentioned the great prerogative that should put the nations inhabiting it above all the peoples of the world. It is that they have been the source of European liberty, that is, of almost all of it that there is today among men. The Goth Jordans has called Northern Europe the manufactory of the human species. I shall rather call it the manufactory of the instruments that break the chains forged in the south. It is there that are formed the valiant nations who go out of their own countries to destroy tyrants and slaves and to teach men that, as nature has made them equal, reason can make them dependent only for the sake of their happiness. Chapter 6. An additional physical cause for the servitude of Asia and the liberty of Europe. In Asia one has always seen great empires, in Europe they were never able to continue to exist. This is because the Asia we know has broader plains, it is cut into larger parts by seas, and, as it is more to the south, its streams dry up more easily, its mountains are less covered with snow, and its smaller rivers form slighter barriers. Therefore, power should always be despotic in Asia. For if servitude there were not extreme, there would immediately be a division that the nature of the country cannot endure. In Europe, the natural divisions form many medium-sized states in which the government of laws is not incompatible with the maintenance of the state. On the other hand, they are so favorable to this that without laws this state falls into decadence and becomes inferior to all the others. This is what has formed a genius for liberty, which makes it very difficult to subjugate each part and to put it under a foreign force other than by laws and by what is useful to its commerce. By contrast, in Asia there reigns a spirit of servitude that has never left it, and in all the histories of this country it is not possible to find a single trait marking a free soul. One will never see there anything but the heroism of servitude. Chapter 7. On Africa and on America. This is what I can say about Asia and Europe. Africa has a climate like that of southern Asia, and it has the same servitude. America, destroyed and newly repopulated by the nations of Europe and Africa, can scarcely demonstrate its own genius today, but what we know of its former history is quite in conformity with our principles. Chapter 8. On the capital of the empire. One of the consequences of what we have just said is that it is important to a very great prince to choose well the seat of his empire. He who puts it in the south will run the risk of losing the north, and he who puts it in the north will easily preserve the south. I do not speak of particular cases, as mechanics has its frictions which often change or check its theoretical effects. Politics, too, has its frictions. Book 18. On the laws in their relation with the nature of the terrain. Chapter 1. How the nature of the terrain influences the laws. The goodness of a country's lands establishes dependence there naturally. The people in the countryside, who are the great part of the people, are not very careful of their liberty, they are too busy and too full of their individual matters of business. A countryside bursting with goods fears pillage, it fears an army. Who is it that forms the good party? Cicero asked Atticus. Is it the people in commerce and in the countryside? Not unless we imagine that the people for whom all governments are equal provided they are tranquil oppose monarchy. Thus, government by one alone appears more frequently in fertile countries and government by many in the countries that are not, which is sometimes a compensation for them. The barrenness of the Attic terrain established popular government there, and the fertility of the Lacedaemonian terrain, aristocratic government. For, in those days in Greece, one did not want government by one alone. Now, aristocratic government is more closely related to the government by one alone. Plutarch tells us that, when the sedition of Cylon had been pacified in Athens, the town fell back into its former dissensions and was divided into as many parties as there were sorts of territories in the country of Attica. The people in the mountains wanted popular government at any cost, those of the plains demanded government by the principal men, those near the sea were for a government mixing the two. Chapter 2. Continuation of the same subject. The fertile countries have plains where one can dispute nothing with the stronger man, therefore, one submits to him, and, when one has submitted to him, the spirit of liberty cannot return, the goods of the countryside are a guarantee of faithfulness. But in mountainous countries, one can preserve what one has, and one has little to preserve. Liberty, that is, the government they enjoy, is the only good worth defending. Therefore, it reigns more frequently in mountainous and difficult countries than in those which nature seems to have favored more. The mountain people preserve a more moderate government because they are not as greatly exposed to conquest. They defend themselves easily, they are attacked with difficulty, ammunition and provisions are brought together and transported against them at great expense, as the country provides neither. Therefore, it is more difficult to wage war against them, more dangerous to undertake it, and there is less occasion for all the laws one makes for the people's security. Chapter 3. Which countries are the most cultivated? Countries are not cultivated in proportion to their fertility, but in proportion to their liberty, and if one divides the earth in thought, one will be astonished to see that most of the time the most fertile parts are deserted and that great peoples are in those where the terrain seems to refuse everything. It is natural for a people to leave a bad country in search of a better and not for them to leave a good country in search of a worse. Therefore, most invasions occur in countries nature had made to be happy, and as nothing is nearer to devastation than invasion, the best countries most often lose their population, whereas the wretched countries of the north continue to be inhabited because they are almost uninhabitable. Historians' accounts of the crossing of the Danube by the Scandinavian peoples show that it was not a conquest but only a migration into deserted lands. Therefore these happy climates had been depopulated by other migrations, and we do not know what tragic things occurred. Many records show, says Aristotle, that Sardinia is a Greek colony. It was formerly rich, and Aristeas, whose love for agriculture has been so vaunted, gave it laws. But, it has fallen into ruin since then for, when the Carthaginians made themselves masters of it, they destroyed everything that could make it fit to nourish men and prohibited cultivating the land on penalty of death. Sardinia had not recovered in Aristotle's time, nor has it to this day. The most temperate parts of Persia, Turkey, Muscovy, and Poland have not been able to recover after the devastations of the Greater and Lesser Tartars. Chapter 4. Other effects of the fertility and barrenness of a country. The barrenness of the land makes men industrious, sober, inured to work, courageous, and fit for war. They must procure for themselves what the terrain refuses them. The fertility of a country gives, along with ease, softness and a certain love for the preservation of life. It has been observed that the troops of Germany levied in places where the peasants are rich, as in Saxony, are not as good as the others. Military laws can provide for this drawback by a more severe discipline. Chapter 5. On Island Peoples. Island peoples are more inclined to liberty than continental peoples. Islands are usually small, one part of the people cannot as easily be employed to oppress the other, the sea separates them from great empires, and tyranny cannot reach them, conquerors are checked by the sea, islanders are not overrun by conquest, and they preserve their laws more easily. Chapter 6. On countries formed by the industriousness of men. Countries which have been made inhabitable by the industry of men and which need that same industry in order to exist call for moderate government. There are three principal ones, the two fine provinces of Kiangsu and Zhejiang in China, Egypt, and Holland. The former emperors of China were not conquerors. The first thing that they did to enlarge their country was the one that most demonstrated their wisdom. The finest provinces in the empire were seen to rise from under the water, they were made by men. The indescribable fertility of these two provinces has given Europe its ideas of the felicity of that vast region. But the continuous care necessary to protect such an important part of the empire from destruction required the mores of a wise people rather than those of a voluptuous people, the legitimate power of a monarch rather than the tyrannical power of a despot. Power had to be moderate there, as it was in times past in Egypt. Power had to be moderate there as it is in Holland, which nature made so that attention would be paid to her and that she would not be abandoned to indifference or caprice. Thus, in spite of the climate of China, where one is by nature inclined to servile obedience, in spite of the horrors that attend an excessively large empire, the first legislators of China were obliged to make very good laws, and the government was often obliged to observe them. Chapter 7. On the works of men. Men, by their care and their good laws, have made the earth more fit to be their home. We see rivers flowing where there were lakes and marshes, it is a good that nature did not make, but which is maintained by nature. When the Persians were the masters of Asia, they permitted those who diverted the water from its source to a place that had not yet been watered to enjoy it for 5 generations, and, as many streams flow from the Taurus mountains, they spared no expense in getting water from there. Today, one finds it in one's fields and gardens without knowing where it comes from. Thus, just as destructive nations do evil things that last longer than themselves, there are industrious nations that do good things that do not end with themselves. Chapter 8. General relation of the laws. The laws are very closely related to the way that various peoples procure their subsistence. There must be a more extensive code of laws for a people attached to commerce and the sea than for a people satisfied to cultivate their lands. There must be a greater one for the latter than for a people who live by their herds. There must be a greater one for these last than for a people who live by hunting. Chapter 9. On the American terrain. There are so many savage nations in America because the land by itself produces much fruit with which to nourish them. If the women cultivate a bit of the earth around their huts, corn grows immediately. Hunting and fishing complete their abundance. Moreover, grazing animals, like cattle, buffalo, etc., succeed better there than carnivorous beasts. The latter have had dominion in Africa from time immemorial. I believe one would not have all these advantages in Europe if the earth were left uncultivated, there would be scarcely anything but forests of oak and of other unproductive trees. Chapter 10. On the number of men in relation to their way of procuring subsistence. The number of men in nations that do not cultivate the land is found in the following proportions. As production on an uncultivated terrain is to production on a cultivated terrain, so the number of savages in one country is to the number of plowmen in another, and as for the people who cultivate the land and also cultivate the arts, this follows proportions that would require many details. They can scarcely form a large nation. If they are herdsmen, they need a large country so that any number of them can continue to exist. If they are hunters, they are still fewer in number and they form, in order to obtain a livelihood, a smaller nation. Their country is ordinarily full of forests, and as men have not dug canals for water, it is filled with marshes where each band camps and forms a small nation. Chapter 11. On savage peoples and barbarian peoples. One difference between savage peoples and barbarian peoples is that the former are small scattered nations which, for certain particular reasons, cannot unite, whereas barbarians are ordinarily small nations that can unite together. The former are usually hunting peoples, the latter, pastoral peoples. This is clearly seen in northern Asia. The peoples of Siberia could not live together in a body because they could not feed themselves. The Tartars can live together in a body for some time because their herds can be brought together for that time. All the hordes can, therefore, unite, and this occurs when one leader has subjected many others, after which they must either separate or they must set out to make some great conquest of an empire to the south. Chapter 12. On the right of nations among peoples who do not cultivate the land. As these peoples do not live on a limited and circumscribed terrain, they will have many things to quarrel about. They will dispute over uncultivated land, as our citizens dispute over inheritances. Thus, they will find frequent occasions for war in their hunting, and their fishing, and in providing food for their livestock, and carrying away slaves, and, lacking a territory, they will have so many things to regulate by the right of nations that they will have few to decide by civil right. Chapter 13. On civil laws among peoples who do not cultivate the land. It is the division of lands that principally swells the civil code. In nations that have not been divided there will be very few civil laws. One can call the institutions of these pieplesma rather than laws. In such nations the old men, who remember things past, have great authority. One cannot be distinguished by one's goods there, but by arms and by counsel. These peoples wander and scatter over the pastures or in the forests. Marriage will not be as secure as among ourselves, where it is fixed by the home and where the wife is attached to a house. They can more easily, therefore, change wives, have several of them, and sometimes mingle indifferently like beasts. Pastoral peoples cannot be separated from their herds, which provide their subsistence, nor can they be separated from their wives, who take care of them. All this should, therefore, go together, the more so because, as they ordinarily live in great plains where few strongholds are built, their wives, children, and herds would become the prey of their enemies. Their laws will regulate the division of the spoils and will, like our Salic laws, pay particular attention to theft. Chapter 14. On the political state of peoples who do not cultivate the land. These peoples enjoy a great liberty, for, as they do not cultivate the land, they are not attached to it, they are wanderers, vagabonds, and if a leader wanted to take their liberty from them, they would immediately go and seek it with another leader or withdraw into the woods to live there with their family. Among these peoples, the liberty of the man is so great that it necessarily brings with it the liberty of the citizen. Chapter 15. On peoples who know the use of money. When Aristippus was shipwrecked, he swam until he reached a nearby shore. He saw geometric figures traced in the sand. He rejoiced, judging that he had arrived among a Greek people and not among a barbarian people. If you are alone and happen to come by accident to the land of an unknown people, and if you see a coin, reckon that you have arrived in a nation with a police. The cultivation of the land requires the use of money. Cultivation assumes many arts and much knowledge, and one always sees arts, knowledge, and needs keeping pace together. All this leads to the establishment of a sign for value. Storms and fires led us to discover that the earth contained metals. When they were once separated from the earth, it was easy to use them. Chapter 16. On civil laws among peoples who do not know the use of money. When a people do not use money, one finds among them scarcely any other injustices but those stemming from violence, and weak people, by uniting, defend themselves from violence. Among them, therefore, there are scarcely any arrangements that are not political. But among a people who have established the use of money, one is subject to the injustices that come from trickery, and these injustices can be exercised in 1,000 ways. Therefore, one is forced to have good civil laws there. These arise along with the new means and the various ways of being wicked. In countries where there is no money, the plunderer carries away only things, and things are never alike. In countries where there is money, the plunderer carries away signs, and signs are always alike. In the former countries nothing can be hidden, because the plunderer always carries with him proofs for his conviction. It is not the same in the latter countries. Chapter 17. On political laws among people who do not use money. What most secures the liberty of peoples who do not cultivate the land is that money is unknown to them. The fruits of hunting, fishing, or herding cannot be brought together in great enough quantity or be protected well enough for one man to be in a position to corrupt all the others, whereas, when one has signs for wealth, these signs can be amassed and distributed to whomever one wants. Among peoples without money, each man has few needs and satisfies them easily and equally. Equality, therefore, is forced, thus, their leaders are not despotic. Chapter 18. The force of superstition. If what the accounts tell us is true, the constitution of a people of Louisiana called the Natchez is an exception. Their leader controls the disposition of the goods of all his subjects and makes them work according to his fancy. They cannot refuse him their heads. He is like the Grand Seignior. When an heir presumptive is born, he is given all the suckling children to serve him during his life. You would say he is the great Sesostris. This leader is treated in his hut with the ceremonies one would give to an emperor in Japan or China. The prejudices of superstition are greater than all other prejudices, and its reasons greater than all other reasons. Thus, although savage peoples do not know despotism naturally, these people know it. They worship the sun, and if their leader had not imagined that he was the brother of the sun, they would have found in him only a poor wretch like themselves. Chapter 19. On the liberty of the Arabs and the servitude of the Tartars. The Arabs and Tartars are pastoral peoples. The Arabs belong to the general case we have mentioned and are free, whereas the Tartars, the most singular people on earth, are in political slavery. I have already given some reasons for this last fact. Here are some others. They have no towns, they have no forests, they have few marshes, their rivers are almost always frozen, they live in an immense plain, they have pastures and herds and consequently goods, but they have no place of retreat or defense. As soon as a Khan is vanquished, his head is cut off, so are his children's, and all his subjects belong to the vanquisher. They are not condemned to a civil slavery. They would be burdensome to a simple nation which has no land to cultivate and no need of domestic service. Therefore, they increase the nation. But one conceives that political slavery instead of civil slavery has had to appear. Indeed, in a country where the various hordes are continually at war and constantly conquer one another, where the political body of each vanquished horde is always destroyed by the death of the leader, the nation in general can scarcely be free, for there is not a single part of it that must not have been subjugated a great many times. Vanquished peoples can preserve some liberty, when, by the strength of their situation, they are in a position to make treaties after their defeat. But the Tartars, always defenseless, once vanquished have never been able to make conditions. I have said in that the inhabitants of cultivated plains were scarcely free. Circumstances put the Tartars, who live in a wasteland, in the same situation. Chapter 20. On the Right of Nations among the Tartars. The Tartars appear gentle and humane to each other, and they are very cruel conquerors. They put to the sword the inhabitants of the towns they take. They believe themselves merciful when they sell or distribute the inhabitants to their soldiers. They have destroyed Asia from the Indies to the Mediterranean. The whole country that forms eastern Persia has become deserted on account of them. Here is what seems to me to have produced such a right of nations. These peoples had no towns at all their wars were waged quickly and impetuously. When they expected to vanquish, they fought, they joined the stronger army when they did not expect to win. With such customs, they found that it was contrary to their right of nations for a town that could not resist them to check them. They did not consider a town as an assembly of inhabitants, but as a place apt to escape their power. They had no art for besieging towns, and they exposed themselves greatly when they did so. They took blood revenge for all the blood they had spilled. Chapter 21. Civil Law of the Tartars. Father Du Halde says that, among the Tartars, it is always the last male child who inherits, because as the older ones gradually reach a position to lead the pastoral life, they leave their house with a certain quantity of livestock given them by their father and go to build a new dwelling. Therefore, the last of the males remaining in the house with his father is his natural heir. I have heard it said that a similar custom was observed in some small districts in England, and it is still found in Brittany in the Duchy of Rohan, where it applies to commoners. No doubt it is a pastoral law that came from some lesser Breton people or was brought by some Germanic people. It is known from Caesar and Tacitus that these latter cultivated the land but little. Chapter 22. On a Civil Law of the Germanic Peoples. I shall explain here how a particular text from Salic law, the text usually called the Salic law, concerns the institutions of a people who did not cultivate the land, or at least cultivated it but little. When a man leaves children, the Salic law wants the males to inherit the Salic land in preference to the daughters. In order to know what these Salic lands were, one must discover what property was and what the use of the land was among the Franks before they left Germany. M. Eckhart has nicely proven that the word Salic comes from the word Zala, which means house, and thus that the Salic land was the land around the house. I shall go further and examine what were the house and the land around the house among the Germans. They do not live in towns, says Tacitus, and they cannot tolerate their houses touching one another. Each leaves around his house a small parcel of ground or a space which is enclosed and shut in. Tacitus spoke correctly. For, many laws in the barbarian codes have different provisions for those who knocked down this enclosure, and for those who entered the house itself. We know from Tacitus and Caesar that the lands the Germans cultivated were given to them for only a year, and then became public again. The Germans had no patrimony other than the house and a bit of land within the enclosure around the house. This particular patrimony belonged to the males. Indeed, why would it have belonged to the daughters? They entered other houses. Therefore, the Salic land was that enclosure appended to the German's house. It was the only property he had. After the conquest the Franks acquired new properties, which continued to be called Salic lands. When the Franks lived in Germany, their goods were slaves, herds, horses, arms, etc. The house and the small portion of land adjoining it were naturally given to the male children who were to live there. But, when the Franks had acquired extensive lands after the conquest, it was found harsh that the daughters and their children could not have a share. A usage was introduced which permitted the father to recall his daughter and his daughter's children. The law was silenced, and these sorts of recalls must have been common because formulas were made for them. Among all these formulas, I find a singular one. A grandfather recalls his grandchildren to inherit with his sons and daughters. What had the Salic law become? It must have been no longer observed, even at that time, or the continual usage of recalling daughters must have qualified them to inherit in the most ordinary case. As the Salic law did not have as its purpose a preference for one sex over another, it had still less that of perpetuating a family, a name, or a transfer of land. None of this entered the heads of the Germans. It was a purely economic law which gave the house and the land around it to the males who were to live in it and for whom consequently it was best suited. One need only transcribe here the article on alloidal lands in the Salic law, that famous text so talked about and so little read. 1. If a man dies without children, his father or his mother will inherit from him. 2. If he has neither father nor mother, his brother or sister will inherit from him. 3. If he has neither brother nor sister, his mother's sister will inherit from him. 4. If his mother has no sister, his father's sister will inherit from him. 5. If his father has no sister, the nearest relative on the male side will inherit. 6. No portion of the Salic land will pass to the females, but it will belong to the males, that is, the male children will inherit from their father. It is clear that the first 5 articles concern the inheritance of one who dies without children, and the 6th, the inheritance of one who has children. When a man died without children, the law wanted one sex to be preferred over the other only in certain cases. In the first 2 degrees of inheritance, the advantages of males and females were the same. In the 3rd and 4th, women were preferred, males were preferred in the 5th. I find the seeds of these eccentricities in Tacitus. The children of sisters, he says, are cherished by their uncle as by their own father. There are some people who consider this bond as closer and even holier. They prefer it when they take hostages. This is why our first historians tell us so much about the love of the Frankish kings for their sister and their sister's children. For if the children of sisters were regarded in the brother's house as his own, it was natural for the children to regard their aunt as their own mother. The mother's sister was preferred to the father's sister. This is explained by other texts of the Salic law. When a woman was a widow, she came under the guardianship of her husband's relatives. The law preferred the female relatives to the male relatives for this guardianship. Indeed, a woman who entered a family and joined those persons of her sex was closer to the female relatives than to the male relatives. Moreover, when one man had killed another man and could not satisfy the pecuniary penalty he incurred, the law permitted him to cede his goods, and his relatives had to make up what was lacking. After his father, mother, and brother, it was the mother's sister who paid, as if this bond had something more tender about it. Now, the kinship that gives burdens had likewise to give advantages. The Salic law wanted the closest male relative after the father's sister to have the inheritance, but if he were a relative beyond the 5th degree, he would not inherit it. Thus, a woman of the 5th degree would have inherited in preference to a man of the 6th, and this is seen in the law of the Ripuarian Franks, a faithful interpreter of the Salic law in the article concerning allodial lands, where it follows step by step the same article of that law. If the father left children, the Salic law wanted the daughters to be excluded from the inheritance of the Salic land and wanted this to belong to the male children. It would be easy for me to prove that the Salic law did not exclude daughters from the Salic land without distinction, but rather only in the case where brothers would exclude them. This is seen in the Salic law itself, which, after saying that the women would possess nothing of the Salic land and that only men would, interprets and restrains itself, that is, it says, the son will inherit the father's legacy. 2. The text of the Salic law is clarified by the law of the Ripuarian Franks, which has also an article on alloidal lands quite in conformity with the Salic law. 3. The laws of these barbarian peoples, who all come from Germany, interpret each other, the more so because they all have nearly the same spirit. The law of the Saxons wants the father and mother to leave their inheritance to their son and not to their daughter, but if there are only daughters, it wants them to have the entire inheritance. 4. We have two old formulas, which propose the case in which, in accord with the Salic law, daughters are excluded by the males. This is when they compete with their brother. 5. Another formula proves that the daughter inherited in preference to the grandson, therefore, she was excluded only by the son. 6. If the daughters had been generally excluded from the inheritance of lands by the Salic law, it would be impossible to explain the histories, formulas, and charters, which continually speak of the lands and goods of women under the Merovingians. It has been mistakenly said that the Salic lands were fiefs. 1. This article is entitled On Alloidal Lands. Point 2. In the beginning fiefs were not hereditary. 3. If the Salic lands had been fiefs, how could Marculf have treated as impious the custom which excluded women from inheriting them, for even males did not inherit fiefs? 4. The charters that are cited to prove that the Salic lands were fiefs prove only that they were free lands. 5. Fiefs were established only after the conquest, and Salic usages existed before the Franks left Germany. 6. It was not the Salic law that, by limiting the inheritance of women, formed the establishment of fiefs, but rather the establishment of fiefs that put limits on both the inheritance of women and the provisions of the Salic law. After what we have just said, one would not believe that the personal inheritance by males of the Crown of France could come from the Salic law. It is, however, indubitable that it comes from there. I can prove this by the various codes of the barbarian peoples. The Salic law and the law of the Burgundians did not give daughters the right to inherit land with their brothers, nor did they inherit the crown. The law of the Visigoths, on the other hand, permitted daughters to inherit land with their brothers. Women were qualified to inherit the crown. Among these peoples, the provisions of the civil law forced the political law. This was not the only case among the Franks where the political law gave way to the civil law. By the provision of the Salic law, all brothers inherited the land equally, and this was also the provision of the law of the Burgundians. Thus, in the Frankish monarchy and in that of the Burgundians, all the brothers inherited the crown, if we except a few cases of violence, murder and usurpation among the Burgundians. Chapter 23. On the long hair of the Frankish kings. Peoples who do not cultivate the land do not have even the idea of luxury. The admirable simplicity of the Germanic peoples must be seen in Tacitus. Art did not fashion their ornaments, they found them in nature. If the family of their leader was to be marked by some sign, it was again in nature that they had to seek it. The kings of the Franks, Burgundians, and Visigoths wore their long hair as a diadem. Chapter 24. On the marriages of the Frankish kings. I have mentioned earlier that, among peoples who do not cultivate the land, marriages were much less fixed and one ordinarily took several wives. The Germans were almost alone among the barbarians to be content with a single wife, if one accepts, says Tacitus, some persons who, not because of their dissoluteness, but because of their nobility, had many. This explains why the Merovingian kings had such a great number of wives. These marriages were less an evidence of incontinence than an attribute of rank. It would have wounded them in a tender spot to make them lose such a prerogative. This explains why the example of the kings was not followed by their subjects. Chapter 25. Childeric. Marriages among the Germans are severe, says Tacitus. Vices are not subject to ridicule there. To corrupt or to be corrupted is not called a usage or a way of life. In so numerous a nation there are few examples of the violation of conjugal faith. This explains the expulsion of Childeric. he offended the strict mores that conquest had not had time to change. Chapter 26. On the coming of age of the Frankish kings. Barbarian peoples who do not cultivate the land have no territory properly so-called and are, as we have said, governed by the right of nations rather than by civil right. Therefore, they are almost always armed. Thus Tacitus says that, the Germans engaged in no public or particular matters of business without being armed. They expressed their view by a sign they made with their weapons. As soon as they could carry weapons they were presented to the assembly, a javelin was put in their hands. From this time on they had left behind their childhood, they had been a part of the family, they became part of the republic. Eagles, said the king of the Ostrogoths, stop giving food to their little ones as soon as their feathers and claws are formed. These little ones no longer need the help of others when they themselves go in search of prey. It would be shameful if our youth who are in our armies were presumed to be too weak to control their own goods or regulate the conduct of their lives. Among the Goths it is virtue that sets the coming of age. Childebert too was 15 years old when Guntram, his uncle, declared him of age and capable of governing by himself. One sees in the law of the Ripuarian Franks that this age of 15 years, the ability to carry arms, and the time of one's coming of age go together. If a Ripuarian has died or has been killed, it is said there, and he has left a son, the son cannot go in pursuit, or be pursued in judgment, unless he is fully 15 years old. At that time he will answer for himself or choose a champion. The spirit had to be sufficiently formed for one to be able to defend oneself in a judgment, and the body, for one to be able to defend oneself in combat. Among the Burgundians, who also had the usage of combat in judicial actions, the coming of age was also set at 15 years. Agathias tells us that the weapons of the Franks were light, therefore, they could come of age at 15. Later, weapons were heavier, they were already so in the time of Charlemagne, as is apparent in our capitularies and romances. Those who had fiefs, and who consequently had to do military service, came of age only when they were 21. Chapter 27. Continuation of the same subject. It has been seen that among the Germans one did not go to the assembly before reaching one's majority, one was part of the family and not part of the republic. This caused the children of Clodomir, king of Orleans and conqueror of Burgundy, not to be declared kings because they could not be presented to the assembly at their tender age. They were not yet kings, but they were to become kings when they were able to carry weapons, and, meanwhile Clotilda, their grandmother, governed the state. Their uncles Clotaire and Childebert slaughtered them and divided their kingdom. Because of this example later princes who were wards were declared king immediately after the death of their fathers. Thus, Duke Gondewald saved Childebert II from the cruelty of Chilperic and had him declared king at the age of 5. But, even with this change, one followed the first spirit of the nation, and acts were not passed in the name of kings who were wards. Thus, among the Franks there was a double administration, the one concerning the person of the king who was a ward and the other concerning the kingdom, and in the fiefs there was a difference between guardianship and bailiffry. Chapter 28. On adoption among the Germans. As, among the Germans, one came of age on receiving weapons, one was adopted by the same sign. Thus, Guntram, wanting to declare his nephew Childebert of age and also to adopt him, told him, "I put this javelin in your hands as a sign that I have given you my kingdom. And, turning to the assembly, you see that my son Childebert has become a man, obey him." When Theodoric, king of the Ostrogoths, wanted to adopt the king of the Heruli, he wrote to him, "It is a fine thing we have, that we can adopt by weapons, for courageous men are the only ones who are worthy of becoming our children. There is such a force in this act that the one who is the object of it will always prefer to die than to suffer something shameful. Thus, by the custom of nations, and because you are a man, we adopt you by these shields, these swords, and these horses that we are sending you. Chapter 29. The bloodthirsty spirit of the Frankish kings. Clovis was not the only prince among the Franks who undertook expeditions into Gaul. Many of his relatives had led certain tribes there, and as he had greater success and could give important establishments to those who had followed him, the Franks flocked to him from all the tribes, and the other leaders found themselves too weak to resist him. He formed the design of exterminating all those of his house and succeeded at it. He feared, said Gregory of Tours, that the Franks might take another leader. His children and his successors followed this practice as much as they could. The brother, the uncle, the nephew, what can I say, the son, the father, were seen constantly conspiring against the rest of the family. The law constantly divided the monarchy. Fear, ambition, and cruelty wanted to reunite it. Chapter 30. On the national assemblies among the Franks. It has been mentioned earlier that peoples who do not cultivate the land enjoyed a great liberty. This was the case for the Germans. Tacitus says that they gave their kings or leaders only a very moderate power, and Caesar says that they had no common magistrate during peacetime, but that in each village the princes rendered justice among their own. Thus, in Germany the Franks had no king, as Gregory of Tours proves nicely. Princes, says Tacitus, deliberate on small things, the entire nation on large things, in such a way, however, that the matters that are within the cognizance of the people are also carried to the princes. This usage was preserved after the conquest, as is seen in all the records. Tacitus says that capital crimes could be brought before the assembly. It was the same after the conquest, and the great vassals were judged there as well. Chapter 31. On the authority of the clergy under the Merovingians. Among barbarian peoples, priests ordinarily have power because they have both the authority, which religion should give them, and the power which superstition gives among such peoples. Thus, we see in Tacitus that the priests were highly esteemed among the Germans and that their presence introduced a police into the assembly of the people. They were permitted only to chastise, to bind, and to strike, which they did, not by order of the prince, or to inflict a penalty, but as by divine inspiration, ever present in those who wage war. One must not be surprised if, from the beginning of the reign of the Merovingians, bishops are seen to be arbiters of judgments, if they are seen appearing in the national assemblies, if they greatly influence the resolution of the kings, and if they are given so many goods. Book 19. On the laws and their relation with the principles forming the general spirit, the mores, and the manners of a nation. Chapter 1. On the subject of this book. This material is very extensive. In this crowd of ideas that present themselves in my spirit, I shall be more attentive to the order of things than to the things themselves. I must push things away, break through, and bring my subject to light. Chapter 2. How much it is necessary for spirits to be prepared for the best laws. Nothing appeared more intolerable to the Germans than the tribunal of Varus. The one that Justinian set up among the Laxians in order to try the murderer of their king seemed to them a horrible and barbarous thing. Mithridates, inveighing against the Romans, reproached them above all for the formal procedures of their justice. The Parthians could not tolerate this king who, having been raised in Rome, made himself affable and accessible to everyone. Even liberty has appeared intolerable to peoples who were not accustomed to enjoying it. Thus is pure air sometimes harmful to those who have lived in swampy countries. When in Pegu, a Venetian named Balbi was brought to the king. When the latter learned that there was no king in Venice, he laughed so much that he began to cough and could scarcely talk to his courtiers. What legislator could propose popular government to such peoples? Chapter 3. On Tyranny. There are two sorts of tyranny, a real one, which consists in the violence of the government, and one of opinion, which is felt when those who govern establish things that run counter to a nation's way of thinking. Dio says that Augustus wanted to be called Romulus, but that, on learning that the people feared that he wanted to make himself king, he changed his design. The first Romans did not want a king because they could not suffer his power. The Romans of the time of Augustus did not want a king in order not to suffer his manners. For, although Caesar, the triumvirs, and Augustus were real kings, they had preserved an appearance of equality, and in their private lives they seemed opposed to the kingly pomp of that time, and, when the Romans did not want a king, this meant that they wanted to keep their own manners and not take on those of African and Eastern peoples. Dio tells us that the Roman people were very angry with Augustus because of certain laws he had made which were too harsh, but that their discontent ceased as soon as he brought back the actor Pylades, who had been driven out of the town by the factions. Such a people felt tyranny more vividly when a buffoon was driven out than when all their laws were taken from them. Chapter 4. What the general spirit is. Many things govern men: climate, religion, laws, the maxims of the government, examples of past things, mores, and manners. A general spirit is formed as a result. To the extent that, in each nation, one of these causes acts more forcefully, the others yield to it. Nature and climate almost alone dominate savages, manners govern the Chinese, laws tyrannize Japan. In former times mores set the tone in Lacedaemonia, in Rome it was set by the maxims of government and the ancient mores. Chapter 5. How careful one must be not to change the general spirit of a nation. If there were in the world a nation which had a sociable humor, an openness of heart, a joy in life, a taste, an ease in communicating its thoughts, which was lively, pleasant, playful, sometimes imprudent, often indiscreet, and which had with all that, courage, generosity, frankness, and a certain point of honor, one should avoid disturbing its manners by laws, in order not to disturb its virtues. If the character is generally good, what difference do a few faults make? One could constrain its women, make laws to correct their mores, and limit their luxury, but who knows whether one would not lose a certain taste that would be the source of the nation's wealth and a politeness that attracts foreigners to it? The legislator is to follow the spirit of the nation when doing so is not contrary to the principles of the government, for we do nothing better than what we do freely and by following our natural genius. If one gives a pedantic spirit to a nation naturally full of gaiety, the state will gain nothing, either at home or abroad. Let it do frivolous things seriously and serious things gaily. Chapter 6. That one must not correct everything. May we be left as we are, said a gentleman of a nation closely resembling the one of which we have just given an idea. Nature repairs everything. It has given us a vivacity capable of offending and one apt to make us inconsiderate. This same vivacity is corrected by the politeness it brings us, by inspiring us with a taste for the world and above all for commerce with women. May we be left as we are. Our discretions joined to our harmlessness make unsuitable such laws as would curb our sociable humor. Chapter 7. On the Athenians and Lacedaemonians. The Athenians, continued this gentleman, were a people who had some relation with our own. They put gaiety in their public business. A joke from the rostrum pleased them as much as one in the theatre. The vivacity they put into councils was carried over into their execution. The character of the Lacedaemonians was grave, serious, dry, taciturn. One would have made no better use of an Athenian by boring him than of a Lacedaemonian by amusing him. Chapter 8. Some effects of the sociable humor. The more communicative peoples are, the more easily they change their manners, because each man is more a spectacle for another, one sees the singularities of individuals better. The climate that makes a nation like to communicate also makes it like to change, and what makes a nation like to change also makes its taste take form. The society of women spoils mores and forms taste, the desire to please more than others establishes ornamentation, and the desire to please more than oneself establishes fashions. Fashions are an important subject, as one allows one's spirit to become frivolous, one constantly increases the branches of commerce. Chapter 9. On the vanity and the arrogance of nations. Vanity is as good a spring for a government as arrogance is a dangerous one. To show this, one has only to imagine to oneself, on the one hand, the innumerable goods resulting from vanity, luxury, industry, the arts, fashions, politeness, and taste, and, on the other hand, the infinite evils born of the arrogance of certain nations, laziness, poverty, the abandonment of everything, and the destruction of the nations that chance has let fall into their hands as well as their own nation. Laziness is the effect of arrogance, work follows from vanity, the arrogance of a Spaniard will incline him not to work, the vanity of a Frenchman will incline him to try to work better than the others. Every lazy nation is grave, for those who do not work regard themselves as sovereigns of those who work. Examine all the nations and you will see that in most of them gravity, arrogance, and laziness go hand in hand. The people of Achim are proud and lazy, those who have no slaves rent one, if only to walk 100 steps and carry 2 pints of rice, they would believe themselves dishonored if they carried it themselves. In many places on earth people let their fingernails grow in order to indicate that they do not work. Women in the Indies believe it is shameful for them to learn to read, this is the business, they say, of the slaves who sing hymns in the pagodas. In one caste, they do not spin, in another they make only baskets and mats, and should not even mill the rice, in others, they must not fetch water. Arrogance there has established its rules and sees that they are followed. It is unnecessary to say that moral qualities have different effects according to the other qualities united with them, thus arrogance joined to a vast ambition, to the greatness of ideas, etc. produced among the Romans the effects which are known to all. Chapter 10. On the character of the Spanish and that of the Chinese. The various characters of the nations are mixtures of virtues and vices, of good and bad qualities. The happy mixtures are those that result in great goods, and one often would not expect them, some result in great evils, and one would not expect them either. The good faith of the Spaniards has been famous in all times. Justin tells us of their faithfulness in guarding deposits, they have often suffered death to keep them secret. The faithfulness they had of old they still have today. All the nations that trade in Cadiz entrust their fortunes to the Spanish, they have never repented of it. But this admirable quality joined to their laziness forms a mixture whose effects are pernicious to them. Before their very eyes the peoples of Europe carry on all the commerce of their monarchy. The mixture that forms the Chinese character contrasts with the mixture that forms the Spanish character. The precariousness of their lives makes them so prodigiously active and so excessively desirous of gain that no commercial nation can trust them. This acknowledged unfaithfulness has preserved Japanese commerce for the Chinese. No European trader has dared undertake it in their name, however easy this might have been for their maritime provinces in the north. Chapter 11. Reflection. I have not said this to diminish in any way the infinite distance there is between vices and virtues, God forbid. I have only wanted to make it understood that not all political vices are moral vices and that not all moral vices are political vices, and those who make laws that run counter to the general spirit should not be ignorant of this. Chapter 12. On Manners and Mores in the Despotic State. It is a maxim of capital importance that the mores and manners of a despotic state must never be changed. Nothing would be more promptly followed by a revolution. For, in these states, there are no laws, so to speak, there are only mores and manners, and if you overturn them, you overturn everything. Laws are established, mores are inspired, the latter depend more on the general spirit, the former depend more on a particular institution. Now, it is as dangerous, if not more so, to overturn the general spirit as to change a particular institution. One is less communicative in countries where each man, whether a superior or an inferior, exercises and suffers an arbitrary power, than in those in which liberty reigns in all conditions. Therefore, one changes manners and mores less in them. Manners that are more fixed are closer to laws. Thus, a prince or a legislator must run counter to mores there less than in any other country in the world. Women are ordinarily enclosed there and have no tone to give. In other countries where they live with men, their desire to please and one's desire to please them too prompt one to change manners continually. The two sexes spoil each other. Each loses its distinctive and essential quality, arbitrariness is put into what was absolute, and manners change every day. Chapter 13. On Manners among the Chinese. But in China manners are indestructible. Not only are the women completely separated from the men there, but one teaches manners as well as mores in the schools. A lettered person is known by his fashion of bowing graciously. These things, once given as precepts by grave scholars, are fixed as principles of morality and no longer change. Chapter 14. What are the natural means of changing the mores and manners of a nation? We have said that the laws were the particular and precise institutions of the legislator and the mores and manners, the institutions of the nation in general. From this it follows that when one wants to change the mores and manners, one must not change them by the laws, as this would appear to be too tyrannical. It would be better to change them by other mores and other manners. Thus, when a prince wants to make great changes in his nation, he must reform by laws what is established by laws and change by manners what is established by manners, and it is a very bad policy to change by laws what should be changed by manners. The law that obliged the Muscovites to shorten their beards and their clothing and the violence of Peter I in trimming up to the knees the long robes of those who entered the towns were both tyrannical. The means for preventing crimes are penalties, the means for changing manners are examples. The ease and promptness with which this nation has become orderly has shown that this prince had too low an opinion of it and that these peoples were not beasts as he said. The violent means he employed were useless, he would have accomplished his purpose as well by gentleness. He himself saw how easy it was to make changes. The women had been enclosed and in a way enslaved, he called them to court, he had them dress in the German way, and he sent them fabrics. They immediately appreciated a way of life that so flattered their taste, their vanity, and their passions, and they made the men appreciate it. What made the change easier was that the mores of that time were foreign to the climate and had been carried there by the mixture of nations and by conquests. Peter found it easier than he had expected to give the mores and manners of Europe to a European nation. The empire of climate is the first of all empires. Therefore, he did not need laws to change the mores and manners of his nation, it would have been sufficient for him to inspire other mores and other manners. In general, peoples are very attached to their customs, taking their customs from them violently makes them unhappy, therefore, one must not change their customs, but engage the peoples to change them themselves. Every penalty that does not derive from necessity is tyrannical. The law is not a pure act of power, things indifferent by their nature are not within its scope. Chapter 15. Influence of domestic government on political government. This change in the mores of women will no doubt affect the government of Muscovy very much. Everything is closely linked together. The despotism of the prince is naturally united with the servitude of women, the liberty of women, with the spirit of monarchy. Chapter 16. How some legislators have confused the principles that govern men. Mores and manners are usages that laws have not established, or that they have not been able, or have not wanted, to establish. The difference between laws and mores is that, while laws regulate the actions of the citizen, mores regulate the actions of the man. The difference between mores and manners is that the first are more concerned with internal, and the latter external, conduct. Sometimes in a state these things are confused with one another. Lycurgus made a single code for the laws, the mores and the manners, and the legislators of China did the same. One must not be astonished if the legislators of Lacedaemonia and those of China confused laws, mores, and manners. This is because mores represent laws, and manners represent mores. The principal object of the Chinese legislators was to have their people live in tranquility. They wanted men to have much respect for each other, they wanted each one to feel at every instant that he owed much to the others, they wanted every citizen to depend, in some respect, on another citizen. Therefore, they extended the rules of civility to a great many people. Thus, among the Chinese peoples, one sees villagers observe between themselves ceremonies like those of people of a higher condition. This is a very proper means of inspiring gentleness, of maintaining peace and good order among the people, and of removing all the vices that come from a harsh spirit. Indeed, is not freeing oneself from the rules of civility the way one seeks to put oneself more at ease with one's faults? Civility is preferable, in this regard, to politeness. Politeness flatters the vices of others, and civility keeps us from displaying our own. It is a barrier that men put between themselves in order to keep from being corrupted. Lycurgus, whose institutions were harsh, did not have civility as an object when he formed manners, he had in view the bellicose spirit he wanted to give his people. Always correcting or being corrected, always instructing and being instructed, as simple as they were rigid, these people practiced virtues for each other, rather than showing them regard. Chapter 17. A properly peculiar to the government of China. The legislators of China did more. They confused religion, laws, mores, and manners. All was morality, all was virtue. The precepts concerning these 4 points were what one called rights. It was in the exact observation of these rights that the Chinese government triumphed. One passed all of one's youth learning them, all of one's life practicing them. The scholars taught them, the magistrates preached them. And, as these rights encompassed all the minor activities of life, China was well governed when a way was found to make them be observed exactly. 2 things made it possible to engrave these rights easily in the hearts and spirits of the Chinese. The one, their extremely complicated manner of writing which kept their spirits solely occupied with these rights for a great part of their lives because one had to learn to read from the books and for the sake of the books that contained them. The other, that as the precepts of rights are in no way spiritual but are simply rules of common practice, it is easier to convince and to stamp spirits with them than with something intellectual. Those princes who, instead of governing by the rights, governed by the force of punishments, wanted to have punishments do what is not in their power, which is to give mores. Punishments will cast out of society a citizen who, having lost his mores, violates the laws, but if everyone loses his mores, will punishments re-establish them? Punishments will indeed check many consequences of the general evil, but they will not correct this evil. Thus, when one abandoned the principles of Chinese government, when morality was lost there, the state fell into anarchy and one saw revolutions. Chapter 18. Consequence of the preceding chapter. The result of this is that conquest does not make China lose its laws. As manners, mores, laws, and religion are but the same thing there, one cannot change all of that at once. And, as either the vanquisher or the vanquished must change, in China it has always had to be the vanquisher, for, as the mores of the vanquishers are not their manners, their laws, nor their laws, their religion, it has been easier for the vanquishers to bend slowly to the vanquished people than for the vanquished people to bend to the vanquishers. A very sad thing also follows from this: it is almost impossible for Christianity ever to be established in China. The vows of virginity, the assembly of women in churches, their necessary communication with the ministers of religion, their participation in the sacraments, the auricular confession, extreme unction, marriage to a single woman, all this overthrows the mores and manners of the country and strikes against the religion and the laws at the same time. The Christian religion, by the establishment of charity, by a public worship, and by participation in the same sacraments, seems to require that everything be united. The rites of the Chinese seem to order that everything be separate. And, as one has seen that such separation is generally linked to the spirit of despotism, one will find in this a reason why monarchical government, indeed any moderate government, makes a better alliance with the Christian religion. Chapter 19. How this union of religion, laws, mores, and manners was made among the Chinese. The Chinese legislators had the tranquility of the empire as the principal object of government. Subordination seemed to them the most appropriate means of maintaining it. As part of this idea they believed they should inspire respect for the fathers, and they brought together all their forces to do so. They established an infinity of rites and ceremonies in order to honor fathers during their life and after death. It was impossible to give so much honor to the dead fathers without being drawn to honor the living ones. Ceremonies for dead fathers were more related to religion, and those for living fathers more related to the laws, mores, and manners, but these were only parts of a single code, and this code was very far-reaching. Respect for fathers necessarily involved everything that represented fathers, old men, teachers, magistrates, the emperor. Respect for fathers implies that a love be returned to children and, as a consequence, implies the return of love from the elders to the young people, from the magistrates to those who were subject to them, from the emperor to his subjects. All this formed the rights, and these rights formed the general spirit of the nation. One can feel the relation that China's fundamental constitution can have with things that are seemingly indifferent to it. This empire is formed on the idea of family government. If you diminish paternal authority or if you even withdraw the ceremonies that express one's respect for it, you weaken the respect for magistrates, who are regarded as fathers. Magistrates will no longer have the same care for the peoples whom they should consider as their children. The relation of love between the prince and his subjects will also be gradually lost. Omit one of these practices, and you shake the state. It is quite indifferent in itself whether a daughter-in-law gets up every morning to perform such and such duties for a mother-in-law, but if one notes that these external practices constantly call one back to a feeling, which it is necessary to impress on all hearts, and which comes from all hearts to form the spirit that governs the empire, one will see that it is necessary for a certain particular action to be performed. Chapter 20. Explanation of a paradox about the Chinese. It is strange that the Chinese, whose life is entirely directed by rights, are nevertheless the most unscrupulous people on earth. This appears chiefly in commerce, which has never been able to inspire in them the good faith natural to it. The buyer should carry his own scale as each merchant has 3 of them, a heavy one for buying, a light one for selling, and an accurate one for those who are on their guard. I believe I can explain this contradiction. Chinese legislators have had two objects: they have wanted the people to be both submissive and tranquil, and hardworking and industrious. Because of the nature of the climate and the terrain, their life is precarious. One secures one's life there only by dint of industry and work. When everyone obeys and everyone works, the state is in a fortunate situation. Necessity and perhaps the nature of the climate have given all the Chinese an unthinkable avidity for gain, and the laws have not dreamed of checking it. Everything has been prohibited if it is a question of acquisition by violence, everything has been permitted if it is a matter of obtaining by artifice or by industry. Therefore, let us not compare the morality of China with that of Europe. Everyone in China has had to be attentive to what was useful to him. If the rascal has watched over his interests, he who is duped has had to think of his own. In Lacedaemonia, stealing was permitted; in China, deceit is permitted. Chapter 21. How laws should be relative to the mores and the manners. Only singular institutions thus confuse laws, mores, and manners, things that are naturally separate, but, even though they are separate, they are still closely related. Solon was asked if the laws he had given to the Athenians were the best. "I have given them the best laws they could endure," he replied. This is a fine speech that should be heard by all legislators. When the divine wisdom said to the Jewish people, "I have given you precepts that are not good," this meant that the precepts were only relatively good, which sponges away all the difficulties one can propose about the Mosaic laws. Chapter 22. Continuation of the same subject. When a people have good mores, laws become simple. Plato says that Rhadamanthus, who governed an extremely religious people, dispatched all trials speedily by having only an oath sworn on each count. But, Plato also says, when a people are not religious, one can use the oath only on the occasions when those who swear it, such as the judge and witnesses, are without interest. Chapter 23. How the laws follow mores. At the time when the mores of the Romans were pure, there was no specific law against embezzlement. When this crime began to appear, it was deemed so infamous that to be condemned to restore what one had taken was regarded as a great penalty. Witness the judgment against L. Scipio. Chapter 24. Continuation of the same subject. The laws that give guardianship to the mother are more attentive to the preservation of the person the ward; those that give it to the closest heir are more attentive to the preservation of the goods. Among peoples whose mores are corrupt, it is preferable to give the guardianship to the mother. Among those whose laws should trust the mores of the citizens, one gives the guardianship to the heir of the goods, or to the mother, and sometimes to both of them. If one reflects on the Roman laws, one will find that their spirit conforms to what I say. At the time when the law of the 12 tables was made, mores in Rome were admirable. One gave the guardianship to the closest relative of the ward, thinking that he who could have the advantage of the inheritance should have the charge of the guardianship. It was not believed that the life of a ward was in danger, although it was put in the hands of one to whom the ward's death could be useful. But, when mores changed in Rome, legislators were also seen to change their way of thinking. If, in appointing guardians for the ward, says Gaius and Justinian, the testator fears that the person appointed will plot against the ward, he can leave the vulgar substitution open and put the wardship in a part of the will that can be disclosed only after a certain time. These fears and precautions were unknown to the first Romans. Chapter 25. Continuation of the same subject. Roman law gave people the liberty to give gifts to one another before marriage; after marriage it no longer permitted them. This was founded on the mores of the Romans, who were drawn to marriage only by frugality, simplicity, and modesty, but who might be seduced by domestic cares, by kindness, and by the happiness of a complete life. The law of the Visigoths wanted the husband to be kept from giving more than a tenth of his goods to the one he was to marry and to be kept from giving her anything during the first year of his marriage. This comes, in addition, from the mores of the country. The legislators wanted to check that Spanish boastfulness which is drawn only to excessive liberalities dramatically displayed. The Romans, by their laws, checked some of the defects of the most durable empire in the world, that of virtue. The Spanish, by their laws, wanted to halt the worst effects of the most fragile tyranny in the world, that of beauty. Chapter 26. Continuation of the same subject. The law of Theodosius and Valentinian took the causes for repudiation from the earlier mores and manners of the Romans. It put among those causes the actions of a husband who chastised his wife in the manner unworthy of a freeborn person. This cause was omitted from later laws. This is because the mores had changed in this regard. The usages of the East had taken the place of those of Europe. The first eunuch of the Empress, wife of Justinian II, threatened her, history says, with the chastisement used to punish children in schools. Only established mores or mores seeking to establish themselves could make such a thing imaginable. We have seen how laws follow mores, let us now see how mores follow laws. Chapter 27. How laws can contribute to forming the mores, manners, and character of a nation. The customs of a slave people are a part of their servitude, those of a free people are a part of their liberty. I have spoken in Book 2 of a free people, and I have given the principles of their constitution. Let us see the effects that had to follow, the character that was formed from it, and the manners that result from it. I do not say that the climate has not in large part produced the laws, the mores, and the manners of this nation, but I say that the mores and the manners of this nation should be closely related to its laws. Since in this state there would be two visible powers, legislative power and executive power, and as each citizen would have his own will and would value his independence according to his taste, most people would have more affection for one of these powers than for the other, as the multitude is ordinarily not fair or sensible enough to have equal affection for both of them. And, as the executive power, which has all the posts at its disposal, could furnish great expectations but not fears, all those who would obtain something from it would be inclined to move to that side, and it could be attacked by all those who could expect nothing from it. As all the passions are free there, hatred, envy, jealousy, and the ardor for enriching and distinguishing oneself would appear to their full extent, and if this were otherwise, the state would be like a man who, laid low by disease, has no passions because he has no strength. The hatred between the two parties would endure because it would always be powerless. As these parties are made up of free men, if one party gained too much, the effect of liberty would be to lower it while the citizens would come and raise the other party like hands rescuing the body. As each individual, always independent, would largely follow his own caprices and his fantasies, he would often change parties. He would abandon one and leave all his friends in order to bind himself to another in which he would find all his enemies, and often, in this nation, he could forget both the laws of friendship and those of hatred. The monarch would be in the same situation as the individuals, and, against the ordinary maxims of prudence, he would often be obliged to put his trust in those who had most run counter to him and to disgrace those who had best served him, doing by necessity what other princes do by choice. One is afraid of seeing the escape of a good that one feels, that one scarcely knows, and that can be hidden from us, and fear always enlarges objects. The people would be uneasy about their situation and would believe themselves in danger even at the safest moments. As those who would most sharply oppose executive power would be unable to admit the interested motives of their opposition, they would increase even more the terrors of the people, who would never know precisely whether or not they were in danger. But even this would help them avoid the real perils to which they might sometimes be exposed. But, as the legislative body has the trust of the people and is more enlightened than they, it could make them revise the bad impressions they had been given and calm these emotions. This is the great advantage such a government would have over the ancient democracies, in which the people had an immediate power, for, when the orators agitated them, these agitations always had their effect. Thus, if the terrors impressed on a people had no certain object, they would produce only empty clamors and insults and would even have the good effect of stretching all the springs of the government and making all the citizens attentive. But, if those terrors arose on the occasion of the overthrow of fundamental laws, they would be insidious, lamentable, and heinous, and would produce catastrophes. One would soon see an awful calm, during which everything would unite together against the power that violated the laws. If, in the case where uneasiness has no certain object, some foreign power threatened the state and put its fortune or glory in danger, at that time everything would unite in favor of executive power, as small interests would cede to greater ones. For, if disputes were formed on the occasion of the violation of the fundamental laws and a foreign power appeared, there would be a revolution that would not change the form of the government or its constitution, as revolutions formed by liberty are but a confirmation of liberty. A free nation can have a liberator, a subjugated nation can have only another oppressor. For any man who has enough strength to drive out the one who is already the absolute master in a state has enough strength to become one himself. Because, in order to enjoy liberty, each must be able to say what he thinks, and because, in order to preserve it, each must still be able to say what he thinks, a citizen in this state would say and write everything that the laws had not expressly prohibited him from saying or writing. This nation, always heated, could more easily be led by its passions than by reason, which never produces great effects on the spirits of men, and it would be easy for those who governed it to make it undertake enterprises against its true interests. This nation would love its liberty prodigiously because this liberty would be true, and it could happen that, in order to defend that liberty, the nation might sacrifice its goods, its ease, and its interests, and might burden itself with harsher imposts than even the most absolute prince would dare make his subjects bear. But, as this nation would know with certainty that it was necessary to submit to them, as it would pay them in the well-founded expectation of not having to pay more, the burdens would be heavier than the feeling of these burdens, whereas there are states in which the feeling is infinitely worse than the ill. This nation would have secure credit because it would borrow from itself and would pay to itself. It could happen that it would undertake something beyond the forces natural to it and would assert against its enemies an immense fictional wealth that the trust and the nature of its government would make real. In order to preserve its liberty, it would borrow from its subjects, and its subjects, who would see that its credit would be lost if it were conquered, would have a further motive to make efforts to defend its liberty. If this nation inhabited an island, it would not be a conquering nation because overseas conquests would weaken it. It would be even less a conqueror if the terrain of this island were good, because it would not need war to enrich itself. And, as no citizen would depend on another citizen, each would make more of his liberty than of the glory of a few citizens, or of a single one. There, one would regard military men as people whose occupation can be useful and often dangerous, as people whose services are arduous for the nation itself, and their civil status would be more highly esteemed. This nation, made comfortable by peace and liberty, freed from destructive prejudices, would be inclined to become commercial. If it had some one of the primary commodities used to make things that owe their high price to the hand of the worker, it could set up establishments apt to procure for itself the full enjoyment of this gift of heaven. If this nation were situated toward the north and had many superfluous products, as it would also lack a great many commodities denied by its climate, it would have a necessary, but large, commerce with the peoples of the south, and, choosing which states it would favor with an advantageous commerce, it would make reciprocally useful treaties with the nation it had chosen. In a state where, on the one hand, opulence was extreme, and, on the other, imposts were excessive, with a limited fortune one could scarcely live without ingenuity. On the pretext of travel or health, many people would go into exile and seek abundance even in the countries of servitude. A commercial nation has a prodigious number of small, particular interests, therefore, it can offend and be offended in an infinity of ways. This nation would become sovereignly jealous and would find more distress in the prosperity of others than enjoyment in its own. And its laws, otherwise gentle and easy, might be so rigid in regard to the commerce and navigation carried on with it that it would seem to negotiate only with enemies. If this nation sent colonies abroad, it would do so to extend its commerce more than its domination. As one likes to establish elsewhere what is established at home, it would give the form of its own government to the people of its colonies, and as this government would carry prosperity with it, one would see the formation of great peoples, even in the forests to which it had sent inhabitants. It could be that it had formerly subjugated a neighboring nation which, by its situation, the goodness of its ports, and the nature of its wealth, made the first jealous. Thus, although it had given that nation its own laws, the great dependence in which the nation was held was such that the citizens there would be free and the state itself would be enslaved. The conquered state would have a very good civil government, but it would be crushed by the right of nations. The laws imposed upon it from one nation to another would be such that its prosperity would be only precarious and only a deposit for a master. The dominant nation, inhabiting a big island and being in possession of a great commerce, would have all sorts of facilities for forces upon the seas, and as the preservation of its liberty would require it to have neither strongholds, nor fortresses, nor land armies, it would need an army on the sea to protect itself from invasions, and its navy would be superior to that of all other powers, which, needing to employ their finances for a land war, would no longer have enough for a sea war. A naval empire has always given the peoples who have possessed it a natural pride, because, feeling themselves able to insult others everywhere, they believe that their power is as boundless as the ocean. This nation could have a great influence on the business of its neighbors. For, as it would not employ its power making conquests, one would seek its friendship more, and one would fear its hatred more than the changeableness of its government and its internal agitation would seem to permit. Thus, it would be the fate of the executive power to be almost always uneasy at home and respected abroad. If it happened that this nation became on some occasions the center of negotiations in Europe, it would bring to them a little more integrity and good faith than the other nations because, as its ministers would often be obliged to justify their conduct to a popular council, their negotiations could not be secret and they would be forced in this respect to be people of somewhat greater honesty. In addition, as they would in some way be answerable for the events to which an indirect course could give rise, the surest thing for them would be to take the straightest road. If at certain times the nobles had an immoderate power in the nation and the monarch had found the way to debase them while raising up the people, the point of extreme servitude would be between the moment of the debasement of the important men and the one when the people began to feel their power. It could be that this nation, having formerly been subject to an arbitrary power, would, on many occasions, have preserved that style so that one would often see the form of an absolute government over the foundation of a free government. With regard to religion, as in this state each citizen would have his own will and would consequently be led by his own enlightenment or his fantasies, what would happen is either that everyone would be very indifferent to all sorts of religion of whatever kind, in which case everyone would tend to embrace the dominant religion, or that one would be zealous for religion in general, in which case sects would multiply. It would not be impossible for there to be in this nation people who had no religion and who would not for all that want to be obliged to change the one they would have had if they had had one, for they would immediately feel that life and goods are no more theirs than their way of thinking, and that he who can rob them of the one can more easily take away the other. If, among the different religions, there were one whose establishment had been attempted by means of slavery, it would be odious there because, as we judge things by what we associate with them or see as dependent upon them, such a religion would never come to mind together with the idea of liberty. The laws against those who would profess this religion would not be bloodthirsty, for liberty does not imagine these sorts of penalties, but they would be so repressive that they would do all the evil that can be done in cold blood. It could happen in 1,000 ways that the clergy would have so little credit that the other citizens would have more. Thus, instead of being separate, they would prefer to bear the same burden as the lay people and, in that regard, make up only one body, but still seeking to be respected by the people, they would distinguish themselves by a more retired life, a more reserved conduct, and purer motives. This clergy, unable to protect religion or to be protected by it, lacking force to constrain, would seek to persuade. Very fine works would come from their pens, written to prove the revelation and the providence of the great being. It could happen that one would frustrate their assemblies and would not want to permit the clergy to correct even their abuses, and that, in a frenzy of liberty, one would rather leave their reform imperfect than suffer them to be the reformers. The high positions that are a part of the fundamental constitution would be more fixed than elsewhere, but, on the other hand, the important men in this country of liberty would be closer to the people, therefore, ranks would be more separate and persons more confused. As those who govern would have a power that revives, so to speak, and is remade daily, they would have more regard for those who are useful to them than for those who divert them. Thus, one would see their few courtiers, flatterers, and fawners, and finally, all those kinds of people who take advantage of the very emptiness of spirit of the important men. Men would scarcely be judged there by frivolous talents or attributes, but by real qualities, and of these there are only two, wealth and personal merit. There would be a solid luxury, founded not on the refinement of vanity, but on that of real needs, and one would scarcely seek in things any but the pleasures nature had put there. One would enjoy a great superfluity there, but nevertheless frivolous things would be proscribed. Thus, because many men would have more goods than occasions for expenditure, they would employ them eccentrically, and in this nation there would be more wit than taste. As one would always be busy with one's own interests, one would not have the politeness that is founded on idleness, and one would really have no time for it. The epoch of Roman politeness is the same as that of the establishment of arbitrary power. Absolute government produces idleness, and idleness gives birth to politeness. The more people there are in a nation who need to deal with each other and not cause displeasure, the more politeness there is. But we should be distinguished from barbarous peoples more by the politeness of mores than by that of manners. In a nation where each man in his own way would take part in the administration of the state, the women should scarcely live among men. Therefore, women would be modest, that is, timid. This timidity would be their virtue, whereas the men, lacking gallantry, would throw themselves into a debauchery that would leave them their liberty as well as their leisure. As the laws there would not be made for one individual more than another, each would regard himself as the monarch. The men in this nation would be confederates more than fellow citizens. If the climate had given a restless spirit and a broad view to many people in a country where the constitution gave everyone a part in the government along with political interests, one would talk much about politics. One would see people who spent their lives calculating about events, which, given the nature of things and the caprice of fortune, that is of men, are scarcely subject to calculation. In a free nation it often does not matter whether individuals reason well or badly, it suffices that they reason, from that comes the liberty that protects them from the effects of these same reasonings. Similarly, in a despotic government, it is equally pernicious whether one reasons well or badly, it suffices that one reason to run counter to the principle of the government. The many people who would not worry about pleasing anyone would abandon themselves to their own humor. The majority who are witty would be tormented by that very wit, having disdain or disgust for everything, they would be unhappy while having so many grounds not to be so. As no citizen would fear another citizen, this nation would be proud, for the pride of kings is founded only on their independence. Free nations are haughty, others can more easily be vain. But these men who are so proud, living mostly alone with themselves, would often find themselves among unfamiliar people, they would be timid, and one would see in them, most of the time, a strange mixture of bashfulness and pride. The character of the nation would appear above all in the works of the mind, in which one would see a withdrawn people, each of whom thought alone. Society teaches us to feel the ridiculous, retirement makes us more apt to feel vices. Their satirical writings would be scathing, and one would see many Juvenals among them before finding a Horace. In extremely absolute monarchies, historians betray the truth because they do not have the liberty to tell it. In extremely free states, they betray truth because of their very liberty, for, as it always produces divisions, each one becomes as much the slave of the prejudices of his faction as he would be of a despot. Their poets would more often have an original bluntness of invention than a certain delicacy of taste. One would find there something closer to Michelangelo's strength than to Raphael's grace. Part 4. Book 20. On the laws in their relation to commerce, considered in its nature and its distinctions. That which great Atlas taught. Virgil, Aeneid, 1.741. Invocation to the Muses. Virgins of the Pyrean Mount, do you hear the name I give you? Inspire me. I have run a long course. I am crushed by pain, fatigue, and worry. Give my spirit the calm and the gentleness that now flee from me. You are never as divine as when you lead to wisdom and truth through pleasure. But if you do not want to soften the harshness of my labors, conceal the labor itself. Make it so that I meditate though I appear to feel. Make it so that one is instructed though I do not teach, and that, when I announce useful things, one believes that I knew nothing and that you told me everything. When the waters of your spring come forth from your beloved rock, they rise into the air not to fall back again but to flow over the meadow. They are your delight because they are the delight of the shepherds. Charming muses, if you cast me but a single glance, everyone will read my works, and what was not intended as an amusement will be a pleasure. Divine muses, I sense that you inspire me, not just what is sung in Tempe with the pipes or what is repeated at Delos on the lyre. You also want me to make reason speak. It is the noblest, the most perfect, the most exquisite of our senses. Chapter 1. On Commerce. The following material would require more extensive treatment, but the nature of this work does not permit it. I should like to glide on a tranquil river, I am dragged along by a torrent. Commerce cures destructive prejudices, and it is an almost general rule that everywhere there are gentle mores, there is commerce, and that everywhere there is commerce, there are gentle mores. Therefore, one should not be surprised if our mores are less fierce than they were formerly. Commerce has spread knowledge of the mores of all nations everywhere. They have been compared to each other, and good things have resulted from this. One can say that the laws of commerce perfect mores for the same reason that these same laws ruin mores. Commerce corrupts pure mores, and this was the subject of Plato's complaints. It polishes and softens barbarous mores, as we see every day. Chapter 2. On the Spirit of Commerce. The natural effect of commerce is to lead to peace. Two nations that trade with each other become reciprocally dependent. If one has an interest in buying, the other has an interest in selling, and all unions are founded on mutual needs. But, if the spirit of commerce unites nations, it does not unite individuals in the same way. We see that in countries where one is affected only by the spirit of commerce, there is traffic in all human activities and all moral virtues. The smallest things, those required by humanity, are done or given for money. The spirit of commerce produces in men a certain feeling for exact justice, opposed on the one hand to banditry and on the other to those moral virtues that make it so that one does not always discuss one's own interests alone and that one can neglect them for those of others. By contrast, total absence of commerce produces the banditry that Aristotle puts among the ways of acquiring. Its spirit is not contrary to certain moral virtues, for example, hospitality, so rare among commercial countries, is notable among bandit peoples. It is a sacrilege among the Germans, says Tacitus, to close one's house to any man whether known or unknown. Anyone who has offered hospitality to a stranger will point him to another house where there is similar hospitality, and he will be received there with the same humanity. But, after the Germans had founded kingdoms, hospitality became burdensome to them. This is shown by two laws in the Code of the Burgundians. The one imposes a penalty on any barbarian who would point a stranger to the house of a Roman, and the other rules that anyone who receives a stranger will be compensated by the inhabitants, each according to his share. Chapter 3. On the poverty of peoples. There are two sorts of poor peoples. Some are made so by the harshness of the government, and these people are capable of almost no virtue because their poverty is a part of their servitude. The others are poor only because they have disdained or because they did not know the comforts of life, and these last can do great things because this poverty is a part of their liberty. Chapter 4. On commerce in the various governments. Commerce is related to the Constitution. In government by one alone, it is ordinarily founded on luxury, and though it is also founded on real needs, its principal object is to procure for the nation engaging in it all that serves its arrogance, its delights, and its fancies. In government by many, it is more often founded on economy. Traders, eyeing all the nations of the earth, take to one what they bring from another. This is how the republics of Tyre, Carthage, Marseilles, Florence, Venice, and Holland engaged in commerce. This kind of traffic concerns the government of many by its nature and monarchical government on occasion. For, as it is founded only on the practice of gaining little and even of gaining less than any other nation and of being compensated only by gaining continually, it is scarcely possible for it to be done by a people among whom luxury is established, who spend much and who see only great objects. In keeping with these ideas, Cicero said so well, "I do not like a people to be both the rulers and the clerks of the universe." Indeed, one would have to assume that each individual in this state and even the whole state always had a head full of both great projects and small ones, which is contradictory. Yet the greatest enterprises are also undertaken in those states which subsist by economic commerce, and they show a daring not to be found in monarchies. Here is the reason for it. One commerce leads to another, the small to the middling to the great, and he who earlier desired to gain little arrives at a position where he has no less of a desire to gain a great deal. Moreover, the great enterprises of the traders are always necessarily mixed with public business. But, public business is for the most part as suspect to the merchants in monarchies as it appears safe to them in republican states. Therefore, great commercial enterprises are not for monarchies, but for the government by many. In short, one's belief that one's prosperity is more certain in these states makes one undertake everything, and because one believes that what one has acquired is secure, one dares to expose it in order to acquire more. Only the means for acquisition are at risk. Now, men expect much of their fortune. I do not mean that any monarchies are totally excluded from economic commerce, but they are less inclined to it by its nature. I do not mean that the republics we know are entirely without the commerce of luxury, but it is less related to their constitution. As for the despotic state, it is useless to talk about it. General rule: in a nation that is in servitude, one works more to preserve than to acquire; in a free nation, one works more to acquire than to preserve. Chapter 5. On peoples who have engaged in economic commerce. Marseilles, a necessary retreat in the midst of a stormy sea, Marseilles, where all the winds, the shoals, and the coastline order ships to put in, was frequented by seafaring people. The barrenness of its territory made its citizens decide on economic commerce. They had to be hardworking in order to replace that which nature refused them, just, in order to live among the barbarian nations that were to make their prosperity, moderate, in order for their government always to be tranquil, finally, of frugal mores, in order to live always by a commerce that they would the more surely preserve the less it was advantageous to them. It has been seen everywhere that violence and harassment have brought forth economic commerce among men who are constrained to hide in marshes, on islands, on the shoals, and even among dangerous reefs. Thus were Tyre, Venice, and the Dutch towns founded. Fugitives found security there. They had to live, they drew their livelihood from the whole universe. Chapter 6. Some effects of a great navigation. It sometimes happens that a nation that engages in economic commerce, needing the commodities of one country to serve as a basis for procuring the commodities of another, is satisfied to gain very little and sometimes nothing on the former, in the expectation or the certainty of gaining much on the latter. Thus, when Holland almost alone traded from the south of Europe to the north, the French wines, which it carried to the north, in a way served it only as a base for its commerce in the north. It is known that in Holland certain kinds of commodities imported from a distance often sell for no more than they cost where they come from. Here is the reason given: a captain who needs ballast in his ship will take on marble, he needs wood for packing his cargo, he will buy it, and provided he loses nothing on it, he will believe he has done well. Thus, Holland also has its quarries and its forests. Not only can a commerce that produces nothing be useful, but so can even a disadvantageous commerce. I have heard that in Holland whale hunting generally speaking almost never returns what it costs, but those who have been employed in building the ship, those who have provided the rigging, the gear, and the provisions, are also those who take the principal interest in the hunt. Even if they lose on the hunt, they have come out ahead on the equipage. This commerce is a kind of lottery, and each one is seduced by the hope of a lucky number. Everyone loves to play, and the most sober people willingly enter the play when it does not have the appearance of gambling, with all its irregularities, its violence, its dissipation, the loss of time, and even of life. Chapter 7. The spirit of England concerning commerce. Almost none of England's tariffs with other nations are regular. Tariffs change, so to speak, with each parliament, as it lifts or imposes particular duties. England has also wanted to preserve its independence in this matter. Sovereignly jealous of the commerce that is done there, it binds itself with few treaties and depends only on its laws. Other nations have made commercial interests give way to political interests. England has always made its political interests give way to the interests of its commerce. This is the people in the world who have best known how to take advantage of each of these three great things at the same time: religion, commerce, and liberty. Chapter 8. How economic commerce has sometimes been hampered. In certain monarchies, laws have been made which serve to lower the states that engage in economic commerce. They have been forbidden to supply commodities other than those produced in their country. They have been permitted to trade only with ships built in their own country. The state imposing these laws must be able to engage in the commerce easily itself, otherwise, it would do itself at least an equal wrong. It is better to deal with a nation that requires little and that the needs of commerce render somewhat dependent, with a nation that knows where to place all superfluous commodities due to the breadth of its views or its business, that is rich and can itself take many products, that will pay promptly for them, that has, so to speak, necessities for being faithful, that is peaceful on principle, that seeks to gain, and not to conquer. It is better, I say, to deal with this nation than with others that are ever rivals and would not offer all these advantages. Chapter 9. On Exclusion in Commerce. The true maxim is to exclude no nation from one's commerce without great reasons. The Japanese trade with only two nations, the Chinese and the Dutch. The Chinese earn 1,000% on sugar and sometimes as much on return commodities. The Dutch make about the same profit. Any nation that is guided by the maxims of the Japanese will necessarily be deceived. It is competition that puts a just price on goods and establishes the true relations between them. Still less should a state subject itself to selling its commodity to but a single nation on the pretext that it will take all of it at a certain price. For their grain, the Poles made this bargain with the town of Danzig. Many kings of the Indies have similar contracts with the Dutch for spices. These agreements are appropriate only for a poor nation, which willingly abandons the expectation of becoming rich, provided it has secured its sustenance, or for nations whose servitude consists in renouncing the use of the things nature has given them or in using these things to engage in a disadvantageous commerce. Chapter 10. Establishment proper to economic commerce. In states that engage in economic commerce, one has fortunately established banks, which, by means of their credit, have formed new signs of values. But it would be wrong to introduce them into states that carry on a commerce of luxury. To put them into countries governed by one alone is to assume silver on one side and power on the other, that is, on the one side, the faculty of having everything without any power, and, on the other, power with the faculty of having nothing at all. In such a government, there has never been anyone but the prince who has obtained or has been able to obtain a treasury, and wherever there is a treasury, as soon as it is excessive, it immediately becomes the prince's. For the same reason, trading companies that associate for the sake of a certain commerce are rarely suited to the government by one alone. The nature of these companies is to give to individual wealth the force of public wealth. But in these states this force can be found only in the hands of the prince. I would go further. Trading companies do not always suit states where there is economic commerce, and, if the business is not so large as to be beyond the reach of individuals, it is better not to hamper the liberty of commerce by exclusive privileges. Chapter 11. Continuation of the same subject. In states that engage in economic commerce, one can establish a free port. The economy of the state, which always follows the frugality of individuals, gives its economic commerce a soul, so to speak. What it loses in taxes by the establishment considered here is offset by what it can draw from the republic in wealth made by industriousness. But in monarchical government such establishments would be contrary to reason, their only effect would be to relieve luxury of the weight of imposts. It would deprive itself of the sole good this luxury can procure and of the only bridle that, in such a constitution, it can have. Chapter 12. On the Liberty of Commerce. Liberty of commerce is not a faculty granted to traders to do what they want, this would instead be the servitude of commerce. That which hampers those who engage in commerce does not, for all that, hamper commerce. It is in countries of liberty that the trader finds innumerable obstacles, the laws never thwart him less than in countries of servitude. England prohibits the export of its wool, it wants coal brought to the capital by sea, it does not permit the export of horses unless they are gelded, the ships from its colonies that trade in Europe are to anchor in England. It hampers the trader, but it does so in favor of commerce. Chapter 13. What destroys that liberty? Where there is commerce there are customs houses. The object of commerce is to export and import commodities in favor of the state, and the object of the customs houses is a certain duty on that same exporting, also in favor of the state. Therefore, the state must be neutral between its customs houses and its commerce and must arrange that these two things never thwart one another, then one enjoys the liberty of commerce there. The farming of the customs destroys commerce by its injustices and harassments and by the excess of what it imposes, but independently of that it also destroys it further by the difficulties to which it gives rise and the formalities it requires. In England, where customs are imposed directly, there is a singular ease in trade. A word in writing accomplishes the greatest business. The merchant does not have to waste an infinite time and have specified agents in order to conclude all the difficulties brought up by the tax farmers or to submit to them. Chapter 14. On the laws of commerce that entail the confiscation of commodities. The Magna Carta of England forbids in the event of war the seizure and confiscation of the commodities of foreign traders, except as a reprisal. It is a fine thing for the English nation to have made this one of the articles of its liberty. In the war Spain waged against the English in 1740, a law was made that punished with death those who introduced English commodities into the Spanish states. It imposed this same penalty on those who carried Spanish commodities to the English states. Such an ordinance can find, I believe, no other model than the laws of Japan. It runs counter to our mores, to the spirit of commerce, and to the harmony that should prevail in proportioning penalties. It confuses all ideas, making a state crime of what is only a violation of the police. Chapter 15. On corporal constraint. Solon ordered that there would no longer be corporal obligations for civil debts in Athens. He drew this law from Egypt. Bocchares had made it, and Sesostris had revived it. This law is good for ordinary civil business, but we are right not to observe it in commercial business. For as traders are obliged to entrust great sums for often quite short periods of time, to give them and take them back again, the debtor must fulfill his engagements at the appointed time. This assumes corporal constraint. In business deriving from ordinary civil contracts, the law should not provide for corporal constraint because it makes more of the liberty of one citizen than of the convenience of another. But, in agreements that derive from commerce, the law should make more of public convenience than of the liberty of a citizen. This does not prevent the restrictions and limitations that humanity and a good police can require. Chapter 16. A fine law. The law of Geneva that excludes from magistracies and even from entry to the Great Council the children of those who have lived or who have died insolvent, unless the children discharge their father's debts, is a very good one. It has the effect of building up trust in traders, in magistrates, and in the city itself. Here again, confidence in an individual has the force of public confidence. Chapter 17. A law of roads. The Rhodians went further. Sextus Empiricus says that a son could not be excused from paying his father's debts by renouncing his inheritance. This law of roads was given to a republic founded on commerce. Now, I believe that reasons drawn from commerce itself should have set this limitation, that the debts contracted by the father after his son had begun to carry on the commerce would not affect the goods acquired by the son. A merchant should always know his obligations and conduct himself at every moment in accordance with the state of his fortune. Chapter 18. On Judges for Commerce. Xenophon, in his book Ways and Means, wanted one to reward those prefects of commerce who dispatched proceedings most quickly. He felt the need for our commercial jurisdiction. Commercial business is only slightly susceptible to formalities. The actions of one day have to be followed the next day by others of the same nature. Therefore, they must be decided every day. It is otherwise in the actions of life that have much influence on the future, but which happen rarely. One usually marries only once, one does not make bequests or testaments every day, one comes of age only once. Plato says that, in a town where there is no maritime commerce, half the number of civil laws are needed, and this is very true. Commerce brings into a country different sorts of peoples, a great number of agreements, kinds of goods, and ways of acquisition. Thus, in a commercial town there are fewer judges and more laws. Chapter 19. That the prince should not engage in commerce. Theophilus, on seeing a ship which carried commodities for his wife Theodora, had it burned. "I am the emperor," he told her, "and you make me a shipmaster. How can the poor people earn a living if we too ply their trade?" He could have added, "Who will restrain us if we make monopolies? Who will require us to fulfill our engagements? The courtiers will want to do our commerce, they will be more avid and more unjust than we. The people have trust in our justice, they have none in our opulence, the many imposts that make their misery are certain proofs of our own." Chapter 20. Continuation of the same subject. When the Portuguese and Castellans dominated the East Indies, commerce had such rich branches that their princes did not fail to seize them. This ruined their establishments in those parts. The Viceroy of Goa granted exclusive privileges to individuals. One has no trust in such people, commerce is interrupted by the perpetual change of those to whom it is entrusted, no one manages this commerce or is concerned that one leaves only ruins to one's heir, the profit stays in the hands of individuals and is not spread out enough. Chapter 21. On commerce by the nobility in a monarchy. It is against the spirit of commerce for the nobility to engage in it in a monarchy. That would be pernicious for the towns, say the emperors Honorius and Theodosius, and would take away the ease with which merchants and plebeians buy and sell. It is against the spirit of monarchy for the nobility to engage in commerce. The usage that permitted commerce to the nobility in England is one of the things that most contributed to weakening monarchical government there. Chapter 22. A particular reflection. People who are struck by what is practiced in some states think there should be laws in France engaging the nobles to carry on commerce. This would be the way to destroy the nobility, without being of any utility to commerce. The practice of this country is very wise. Traders are not nobles, but they may become nobles. They can have the expectation of becoming noble without the drawback of being nobles. They have no surer way of quitting their profession than to do it well or to do it successfully, something usually linked to prosperity. The laws ordering each man to stay in his profession and to pass it down to his children are and can be useful only in despotic states, where none can or should be rivals. Let it not be said that each man will follow his profession better when he cannot leave it for another. I say that a profession will be better pursued when those who have excelled in it can expect to attain another. When nobility can be acquired with silver, it greatly encourages traders to put themselves in a position to attain it. I am not examining whether it is good thus to give the prize of virtue to wealth. There are governments in which this can be quite useful. In France, that estate of the robe lying between the great nobility and the people, which, without having the brilliance of the former, has all its privileges, that estate which leaves individuals at mid-level while the body, the depository of the laws, is glorified, that estate in which one has no way to distinguish oneself but by prosperity and virtue, an honorable profession, but one which always lets a more distinguished one be seen, that altogether warlike nobility, who think that whatever degree of wealth one has, one's fortune is yet to be made, but that it is shameful to increase one's goods if one does not begin by dissipating them, that part of the nation who always serve with their capital goods, who, when they are ruined, give their place to others who will serve with their capital again, who go to war so that no one will dare to say they did not go, who expect honors when they cannot expect wealth, and when they do not get wealth, console themselves because they have acquired honor. All these things have necessarily contributed to the greatness of the kingdom. And if, over the past 2 or 3 centuries, the kingdom has endlessly increased its power, this must be attributed to the goodness of its laws and not to fortune, which does not have this sort of consistency. Chapter 23. Those nations for whom it is disadvantageous to engage in commerce. Wealth consists in land or in movable effects. The land of each country is usually possessed by its inhabitants. Most states have laws that discourage foreigners from acquiring their lands. Only the presence of the master can increase their value, therefore, this kind of wealth belongs to each state particularly. But movable effects, such as silver, notes, letters of exchange, shares in companies, ships, and all commodities, belong to the whole world, which, in this regard comprises but a single state of which all societies are members. The people that possess the most of such movable effects in the universe are the richest. Some states have an immense number of them. They acquire them by their produce, by the labor of their workers, by their industry, by their discoveries, even by chance. The avarice of nations disputes the movables of the whole universe. There may be a state so unhappy that it will be deprived of the movable effects of other countries and also even of almost all its own. The owners of its land will be but the colonists of foreigners. This state will lack everything and will be able to acquire nothing. It would be far better for it to have commerce with no nation in the world. In these circumstances commerce has led to poverty. A country which always sends out fewer commodities or less produce than it receives puts itself in equilibrium by impoverishing itself. It will receive ever less, until, in extreme poverty, it receives nothing. In commercial countries, silver that has suddenly vanished comes back because the states that received it owe it. In the states of which we speak, silver never comes back because those who have taken it owe nothing. Poland will serve here as our example. It has almost none of the things we call the movable effects of the universe except the grain of its fields. A few lords possess whole provinces. They oppress the plowman in order to have a greater quantity of grain to send to foreigners and procure for themselves the things their luxury demands. If Poland had commerce with no nation, its people would be happier. Its important men, who would have only their grain, would give it to their peasants for them to live on. Excessively large domains would be burdensome to them. They would divide them among their peasants, as everyone would have skins or wools from his herds. There would no longer be an immense expense in making clothing. The important men, who always love luxury and who would be able to find it only in their own country, would encourage the poor in their work. I say that this nation would flourish more, unless it became barbarous, something that the laws could prevent. Now let us consider Japan. The excessive quantity of what it can accept produces the excess of what it can send out. Things will be in equilibrium as if imports and exports were moderate, and besides, this kind of inflation will produce 1,000 advantages for the state. There will be more consumption, more things on which the arts can be exercised, more men employed, more means of acquiring power. In cases in which one needs prompt aid, a state that is so filled can give it more quickly than another. It is hard when a country does not have superfluous things, but it is the nature of commerce to make superfluous things useful and useful ones necessary. Therefore, the state will be able to give the necessary things to a greater number of its subjects. Let us say, therefore, that it is not the nations who need nothing that lose by carrying on commerce, it is those who need everything. It is not the peoples who have enough among themselves but those who have nothing at home who find it advantageous to trade with no one. Book 21. On laws in their relation to commerce, considered in the revolutions it has had in the world. Chapter 1. Some general considerations. Though commerce is subject to great revolutions, it can happen that certain physical causes such as the quality of the terrain or of the climate fix its nature forever. Today we engage in commerce with the Indies only through the silver we send there. The Romans took about 50 million sesterces there every year. Just as with our silver today, this silver was converted into commodities that they brought back to the West. All peoples who have traded with the Indies have always taken metals there and brought back commodities. Nature herself produces this effect. The Indians have their arts, which are adapted to their manner of living. Our luxury cannot be theirs, nor our needs their needs. Their climate requires and permits them to have almost nothing that comes from us. They generally go naked. The land has furnished them suitably with the clothes they have, and their religion, which has such empire over them, makes repugnant to them the things that serve as food for us. Therefore, they need only our metals, which are the signs of value and for which they give the commodities that their frugality and the nature of their land procure for them in great abundance. The ancient authors who mention the Indies depict them as we see them today in respect to police, manners, and mores. The Indies have been, the Indies will be, what they are at present, and in all times those who deal with the Indies will take silver there and bring back none. Chapter 2. On the peoples of Africa. Most of the peoples on the coasts of Africa are savages or barbarians. I believe that this comes largely from there being some uninhabitable countries that separate those small countries which can be inhabited. They are without industry, they have no arts, they have precious metals in abundance which they take immediately from the hand of nature. Therefore, all peoples with a police are in a position to trade advantageously with them, they can make them have a high regard for things of no value and receive a very high price for them. Chapter 3. That the needs of the peoples of the South are different from those of the peoples of the North. There is a kind of balance in Europe between the nations of the South and those of the North. The first have all sorts of the comforts of life and few needs, the second have many needs and few of the comforts of life. To the former, nature had given much, and they ask but little of it, to the others nature gives little, and they ask much of it. Equilibrium is maintained by the laziness it has given to the southern nations and by the industry and activity it has given to those of the north. The latter are obliged to work much, if they did not, they would lack everything and become barbarians. What has naturalized servitude among the southern peoples is that, as they can easily do without wealth, they can do even better without liberty. But the northern peoples need liberty, which procures for them more of the means of satisfying all the needs nature has given them. The northern peoples are, therefore, in a forced state unless they are either free or barbarians. Almost all the southern peoples are, in some fashion, in a violent state unless they are slaves. Chapter 4. The principal difference between the commerce of the ancients and that of today. From time to time the world meets with situations that change commerce. Today the commerce of Europe is principally carried on from north to south. However, the difference in climates makes people have a great need for each other's commodities. For example, the beverages of the south carried to the north form a kind of commerce scarcely pursued by the ancients. Thus the capacity of ships formerly measured by hogsheads of grain is measured today by casks of liquor. As the ancient commerce that is known to us was from one Mediterranean port to another, it was almost entirely in the south. But, as peoples of the same climate have almost the same things, they do not need commerce with one another as much as do peoples of differing climates. Therefore, commerce in Europe was less extensive formerly than it is at present. This is not in contradiction with what I have said about our commerce in the Indies. The difference in climates is so extreme that there is no relation between their needs and ours. Chapter 5. Other differences. Commerce, sometimes destroyed by conquerors, sometimes hampered by monarchs, wanders across the earth, flees from where it is oppressed, and remains where it is left to breathe. It rains today where one used to see only deserted places, seas, and rocks. There where it used to rain are now only deserted places. Today upon seeing Caucasus, which is no more than a vast forest where the people, who are fewer every day, defend their liberty only in order to sell themselves one by one to the Turks and Persians, one would never say that this region had been at the time of the Romans full of towns whose commerce called all the nations of the world to it. No record of this is to be found in the country. There are traces of it only in Pliny and Strabo. The history of commerce is that of communication among peoples. Its greatest events are formed by their various destructions and certain ebbs and flows of population and of devastations. Chapter 6. On the commerce of the ancients. The immense treasures of Semiramis, which could not have been acquired in a day, make us think that the Assyrians themselves had pillaged other wealthy nations, as other nations later pillaged them. The effect of commerce is wealth, the consequence of wealth, luxury, that of luxury, the perfection of the arts. The arts, carried to the point at which they were found in the time of Semiramis, indicate to us that a great commerce was already established. There was a great commerce of luxury in the empires of Asia. The history of luxury would be a fine part of the history of commerce. The luxury of the Persians was that of the Medes, as that of the Medes was that of the Assyrians. Great changes have occurred in Asia. The northeastern parts of Persia, Hyrcania, Margiana, Bactria, etc., were formerly full of flourishing towns which exist no more, and the north of this empire, that is the isthmus separating the Caspian Sea from the Black Sea, was covered with towns and nations which are no more. Eratosthenes and Aristobulus found in Patroclus that the commodities of the Indies went down the Oxus into the Black Sea. Marcus Varro tells us that at the time of Pompey during the war against Mithridates it was learned that it took 7 days to go from the Indies to Bactria and thus to the river Icarus, which flows into the Oxus, that in this way the commodities of the Indies could cross the Caspian Sea to enter the mouth of the Cyrus, that from this river there was only a 5-day journey overland to the Phasis, which flowed into the Black Sea. No doubt the great empires of the Assyrians, the Medes, and the Persians communicated with the most remote parts of the East and the West by way of the nations that populated these various countries. This communication no longer exists. All these countries have been laid waste by the Tartars, and this destructive nation still lives there and infects them. The Oxus no longer runs to the Caspian Sea. The Tartars have diverted it for particular reasons. It disappears into arid sands. The Jaxartes, which once formed a barrier between the nations with a police and the barbarian nations, has been similarly diverted by Tartars and no longer flows to the sea. Seleucus Nicator formed the project of joining the Black Sea to the Caspian Sea. This design, which would have made the commerce of that time very easy, vanished with his death. One does not know whether he could have carried it out in the isthmus that separates the two seas. This country is very little known today. It is depopulated and filled with forests. Water is not lacking there, for an infinity of rivers descends from the Caucasus Mountains, but the Caucasus, which forms the north of the isthmus and whose arms reach to the south, would have been a great obstacle, especially in those times when the art of making locks did not yet exist. One might believe that Seleucus wanted to join the two seas at the very place where Tsar Peter I has since done it, that is, on that spit of land where the Tanais is close to the Volga, but the north of the Caspian Sea had not yet been discovered. While there was a commerce of luxury among the empires of Asia, the Tyrians engaged in an economic commerce around the whole world. Bochet has used the first book of his Canaan to enumerate the colonies they sent to all the countries along the sea coast. They went beyond the Pillars of Hercules and set up establishments on the coasts of the ocean. In those times, navigators were obliged to follow the coast, which was their compass, so to speak. Their voyages were long and arduous. The laborious voyage of Ulysses was a fertile subject for the finest poem in the world, after the one which is the first of all. The little knowledge most people had about those who were far away from them favored the nations that engaged in economic commerce. They put what obscurities they wanted into their trading. They had all the advantages of intelligent nations over ignorant peoples. Egypt, removed by its religion and mores from any communication with foreigners, did scarcely any commerce abroad. It enjoyed a fertile terrain and extreme abundance. It was the Japan of those times. It was sufficient to itself. The Egyptians were so little jealous of external commerce that they left that of the Red Sea to all the small nations that had ports there. They permitted the Idumeans, the Jews, and the Syrians to have fleets there. For this navigation Solomon employed the Tyrians, who knew these seas. Josephus says that his nation, occupied exclusively with agriculture, knew the sea but little, thus the Jews traded on the Red Sea only occasionally. They conquered the Idumean towns of Elath and Ezion-Geber, which gave them this commerce. They lost these two towns and this commerce as well. It was not the same for the Phoenicians. They did not engage in a commerce of luxury. They did not trade as a result of conquest. Their frugality, their ability, their industry, their perils, and their hardships made them necessary to all the nations in the world. The nations neighboring on the Red Sea traded only on this sea and on that of Africa. The universal astonishment at Alexander's discovery of the Indian Ocean is sufficient proof of this. We have said that precious metals are still carried to the Indies and that none are brought back. The Jewish fleets which brought back gold and silver through the Red Sea were returning from Africa and not from the Indies. I say further, this voyage was made along the eastern coast of Africa, and the state of sailing at that time is sufficient proof that one did not go to very distant places. I know that the fleets of Solomon and of Jehoshaphat returned only in the 3rd year, but I do not see that the length of the voyage proves the greatness of the distance. Pliny and Strabo tell us that the route traversed in 20 days by a ship made of rushes in the Indies or the Red Sea could be covered in 7 days by a Greek or Roman ship. Using this proportion, a voyage of about 1 year for the Greek or Roman fleet was a voyage of about 3 years for Solomon's fleets. Two ships of unequal speeds do not make their voyages in times proportional to their speeds. Slowness often produces an even greater slowness. When it is a question of following the coasts and when one is constantly in a different situation, when one must wait for a good wind in order to leave a gulf and have another in order to set out, a ship that is a good sailor profits from all the favorable weather, while the other one remains in a difficult spot and waits several days for another change. This slowness of the Indians' ships, which, in an equal time, could go but 1/3 of the distance covered by the Greek and Roman ships, can be explained by what we see today in our sailing. The Indian ships made of rushes drew less water than the Greek and Roman vessels made of wood joined with iron. One can compare the Indian ships to those of some nations today whose ports are not very deep, such as those of Venice and even Italy generally, the Baltic Sea, and the province of Holland. Their ships, which have to go in and out of these ports, are built with round, broad bottoms, whereas the ships of nations that have good ports have hulls formed to lie deep in the water. This mechanism makes the latter ships sail closer to the wind and the former sail almost only when they have the wind to the stern. A ship that lies deeper in the water sails in the same direction in almost any wind, This comes from the resistance that the boat, pushed by the wind, finds in the water, which gives it a point of support, and from the long form of the vessel, which presents its side to the wind while, because of the shape of the rudder, one turns the prow in the direction one proposes. In this way one can go very close to the wind, that is, nearly in the direction from which the wind comes. But when the ship is round and broad-bottomed and consequently does not sink deep into the water, there is no point of support, the wind pushes the vessel, which can neither resist nor go scarcely anywhere but where the wind blows. From this it follows that vessels constructed with a round bottom are slower in their voyages. 1. They lose much time waiting for the wind, especially if they are often obliged to change directions. 2. They go more slowly because, not having a point of support, they cannot carry as many sails as the others. For if, at a time when sailing has much improved, at a time when the arts are communicated, at a time when one corrects with art both the defect of nature and the defects of art itself, one feels these differences, what must it have been for the sailing of the ancients? I cannot leave this subject. The Indian ships were small, and those of the Greeks and Romans, if one accepts those machines made for ostentation, were smaller than ours. The smaller the ship, the more it is endangered by bad weather. A tempest that can sink a ship would only make it roll if it were larger. The relation between a large body and its surface is smaller than that of a small body and its surface, from which it follows that a small ship has a smaller ratio, that is, a greater difference between the surface of the ship and the weight or load it can carry than a large one has. One knows that in an almost general practice, a ship takes cargo equal to half the weight of the water it could contain. Let us assume that a ship could hold 800 tons of water, its load would be 400 tons, that of a ship which could hold only 400 tons of water would be 200 tons. Thus, the size of the first ship to the weight it would carry would be as 8:4, and that of the second, as 4:2. Let us assume that the surface of the large one is to the surface of the small one, as 8:6, the surface of the latter to its weight will be as 6:2, while the surface of the former to its weight will be only as 8:4, and with the winds and the waves acting only on the surface of each, the large vessel with its weight will resist their impetus better than the small one. Chapter 7. On the Commerce of the Greeks. The first Greeks were all pirates. Minos, who had empire on the sea, was perhaps only a more successful bandit. His empire was limited to the environs of his island. But when the Greeks became a great people, the Athenians gained a true empire on the sea because this commercial and victorious nation gave laws to the most powerful monarch at that time and crushed the maritime forces of Syria, of the island of Cyprus, and of Phoenicia. I must speak of Athens' empire on the sea. Athens, says Xenophon, has empire on the sea, but as Attica is on the land, enemies ravage it when it makes expeditions to distant places. The principal men permit their lands to be destroyed and put their goods securely on some island. The populace, which has no lands, lives without worry. But if the Athenians lived on an island and had also empire on the sea, they would have the power to harm others and no one would be able to harm them, so long as they remained masters of the sea. You might say that Xenophon intended to speak of England. Athens, filled with projects for glory, Athens, which increased jealousy instead of increasing in influence, more attentive to extending its maritime empire than to using it, with a political government such that the common people distributed the public revenues to themselves while the rich were oppressed, did not engage in the great commerce promised it by the work of its mines, the multitude of its slaves, the number of its sailors, its authority over the Greek towns, and, more than all that, the fine institutions of Solon. Its trading was limited almost entirely to Greece and the Black Sea, from which it drew its sustenance. Corinth was admirably well situated, it separated two seas, opened and shut the Peloponnesus, and opened and shut Greece. It was a town of the greatest importance in a time when the Greek people were a world, and the Greek towns, nations. It did a greater commerce than Athens. It had one port to receive commodities from Asia, it had another to receive those from Italy, for, as there were great difficulties in going around Cape Malea, where opposing winds meet causing shipwrecks, one preferred to go to Corinth where vessels could even be carried overland from one sea to another. In no other town were works of art carried so far. Religion completed the corruption of what its opulence had left of its mores. It erected a temple to Venus, to whom more than 1,000 courtesans were dedicated. From this seminary graduated most of the celebrated beauties whose history Athenaeus dared to write. It seems that in the time of Homer, the opulence of Greece was in Rhodes, Corinth, and Orchomenus. Jupiter, he says, loved the Rhodians and gave them great wealth. He attached the epithet of wealthy to Corinth. Similarly, when he wants to speak of towns having much gold, he cites Orchomenus, which he adds to Thebes in Egypt. Rhodes and Corinth preserved their power and Orchomenus did not. The location of Orchomenus close to the Hellespont, Propontis, and the Black Sea naturally makes one think that it drew its wealth from commerce on the coasts of these seas, which occasioned the story of the Golden Fleece, and, indeed, the name of Minion is given to Orchomenus and also to the Argonauts. But later, as these seas became better known, as the Greeks established a great number of colonists there, as these colonies dealt with the barbarian peoples, as they communicated with their mother country, Orchomenus began to decline, and it disappeared into the crowd of other Greek towns. Before Homer the Greeks had traded almost only with each other and with some barbarian peoples, but they extended their domination gradually as they formed new peoples. Greece was a great peninsula whose capes seemed to have made the seas roll back and the gulfs open on all sides as if to receive them. If one looks at Greece, one will see, in a rather compact country, a very extensive coastline. Innumerable colonies lay in a wide circle around it, and in them the Greeks saw, so to speak, everyone who was not a barbarian. Did they penetrate Sicily and Italy? They formed nations there. Did they sail toward the Black Sea, toward the coasts of Asia Minor, toward those of Africa? They did the same. Their towns became prosperous the closer they were to the new peoples. And, remarkably, innumerable islands stood as if to make a wall around Greece. What causes for Greek prosperity were the games it gave, so to speak, to the universe, the temples to which all the kings sent offerings, the festivals where people gather from all parts, the oracles, which attracted all human curiosity, finally, taste and the arts, which were brought to a point that whoever believes they have been surpassed will forever be in ignorance of them. Chapter 8. On Alexander. His conquest. For events occurred under Alexander that produced a great revolution in commerce, the capture of Tyre, the conquest of Egypt, that of the Indies, and the discovery of the sea to the south of that country. The empire of the Persians reached as far as the Industry long before Alexander. Darius had sent out sailors who descended this river and went as far as the Red Sea. How, therefore, could the Greeks have been the first to bring commerce to the Indies from the south? How had the Persians not done this before? Of what use to them were the seas that were so close to them, the seas that bathed the shores of their empire? It is true that Alexander conquered the Indies, but must one conquer a country in order to trade with it? I shall examine this. Ariana, which stretched from the Persian Gulf to the Indus and from the southern sea to the mountains of the Paropamisus, was certainly dependent in some way on the Persian Empire, but its southern part was arid, burned, uncultivated, and barbarian. Tradition says that armies of Semiramis and of Cyrus had perished in these deserts, and Alexander, who had his fleet follow him, did not fail to lose a large part of his army. The Persians left the whole coast in the power of the Ichthyophagi, the Oraiti, and other barbarian peoples. Further, the Persians were not sailors, and their religion itself barred them from any idea of maritime commerce. The voyage that Darius had them make down the Indus and the Indian Sea was the fancy of a prince who wants to show his power rather than the orderly project of a monarch who wants to use it. This had no consequences either for commerce, or for sailing, and if one departed from ignorance, it was only to return to it shortly. There is more. It was accepted, before Alexander's expedition, that the southern part of the Indies was uninhabitable. This followed from a tradition that Semiramis had brought back only 20 men and Cyrus only 7. Alexander entered from the north. His design was to march to the east, but, upon finding the southern part full of great nations, towns, and rivers, he attempted to conquer it and did so. At that time he formed the design of uniting the Indies with the West by a maritime commerce, as he had united them by the colonies he had established on the land. He had a fleet built on the Hydaspes, descended this river, entered the Indus, and sailed to its mouth. He left his army and his fleet at Patala, went himself with some vessels to reconnoiter that sea, marked the places where he wanted ports, harbors, and arsenals constructed. On returning to Patala, he left his fleet and took the land route in order to help the fleet and receive help from it. The fleet followed the coast from the mouth of the Indus, along the shore of the countries of the Oraiti, of the Ichthyophagi, of Caramania, and of Persia. He had wells dug and towns built. He prohibited the Ichthyophagi from living on fish. He wanted the shores of this sea to be inhabited by civilized nations. Nearchus and Onesicritus kept a journal of this voyage, which took 10 months. They arrived at Susa. They found Alexander there, feasting his army. This conqueror had founded Alexandria with a view to securing Egypt for himself. This was a key for opening it in the very place where the kings, his predecessors, had locked it, and he did not dream of commerce, the thought of which could come to him only with the discovery of the Indian Sea. It appears that even after this discovery he had no new views about Alexandria. He certainly had, in general, the project of establishing a commerce between the Indies and the western part of his empire, but he had too little information to be able to form the project of carrying this commerce through Egypt. He had seen the Indus, he had seen the Nile, but he did not know about the Arabian seas that are between the two. He had scarcely arrived in the Indies when he had new fleets built and set sail on the Eulias, the Tigris, the Euphrates, and the sea. He removed the cataracts the Persians had put in these rivers. He discovered that the Persian Gulf was a gulf of the ocean. As he set out to explore this sea in the same way he had explored that of the Indies, as he had a port for 1,000 vessels and arsenals built in Babylon, as he sent 500 talents to Phoenicia and Syria in order to attract pilots whom he wanted to settle in the colonies that he built along the coasts, and finally, as he did immense work on the Euphrates and the other Assyrian rivers, one cannot doubt that his design was to engage in commerce with the Indies through Babylon and the Persian Gulf. Some people, assuming that Alexander wanted to conquer Arabia, have said that he had formed the design of putting the seat of his empire there, but, how could he have chosen a place unknown to him? Besides, it was the most out-of-the-way country in the world. He would have been separated from his empire. The caliphs, who conquered faraway lands, left Arabia immediately in order to establish themselves elsewhere. Chapter 9. On the commerce of the Greek kings after Alexander. When Alexander conquered Egypt, the Red Sea was almost unknown, and nothing was known of that part of the ocean that joins this sea and bathes the coast of Africa on one side and that of Arabia on the other. It was even believed later that it was impossible to go around the Arabian Peninsula. Those who had tried to go around from each side had abandoned their enterprise. It was said, how would it be possible to sail south from the coasts of Arabia, as almost the whole army of Cambyses perished crossing Arabia from the north, and the army that Ptolemy, son of Lagus, sent to help Seleucus Nicator in Babylon suffered unbelievable ills and could march only at night because of the heat. The Persians had no shipping of any sort. When they conquered Egypt, they brought with them the same spirit they had at home, and their indifference to sailing was so extreme that the Greek kings found them ignorant not only of the ocean voyages made by the Tyrians, the Idumeans, and the Jews, but also even of those on the Red Sea. I believe that the destruction of the first Tyre by Nebuchadnezzar, and that of several small nations and towns near the Red Sea, caused the loss of the knowledge that had been acquired. Egypt did not reach to the Red Sea in the time of the Persians. It included only that long narrow strip of land covered by the Nile during its floods and enclosed on each side by mountain chains. Therefore, the Red Sea had to be discovered a second time, and the ocean a second time, too, and this discovery awaited the curiosity of the Greek kings. The Nile was explored, elephants were hunted in the countries between the Nile and the sea, the shores of this sea were discovered by land, and as this discovery was made under the Greeks, the names are Greek, and the temples are dedicated to Greek divinities. The Greeks of Egypt were able to engage in a very extensive commerce. They were the masters of the ports of the Red Sea. Tyre, the rival of every commercial nation, was no longer. The Greeks of Egypt were not hampered by that country's ancient superstitions. Egypt had become the center of the universe. In the Indies, the kings of Syria left the commerce of the south to the kings of Egypt and pursued only that of the north through the Oxus and the Caspian Sea. It was believed at that time that this sea was a part of the Northern Ocean, and that Alexander, some time before his death, had had a fleet built in order to discover if it connected with the ocean by the Black Sea or by some other eastern sea toward the Indies. After him, Seleucus and Antiochus paid particular attention to its exploration. They stationed fleets there. What Seleucus explored was called the Sea of Seleucus, what Antiochus discovered was called the Sea of Antiochus. While attending to projects they could undertake along this coast, they neglected the southern seas, either because the Ptolemies had already gained empire of them with their fleets on the Red Sea, or because they had discovered an unconquerable aversion among the Persians to seafaring. The southern coast of Persia did not furnish sailors, they were seen there only at the end of Alexander's life. But the kings of Egypt, masters of the island of Cyprus, of Phoenicia, and of a large number of places on the coast of Asia Minor, had all sorts of ways of undertaking maritime enterprises. They did not have to constrain the genius of their subjects, they had only to follow it. One can scarcely understand the ancients' obstinacy in believing that the Caspian Sea was a part of the ocean. The expeditions of Alexander, of the kings of Syria, of the Parthians and the Romans could not alter their thinking. This is because one retracts one's errors as slowly as one can. At first only the southern part of the Caspian Sea was known. It was taken for the ocean. As one moved north along its shores, one still believed that it was the ocean extending inland. By following the coasts one explored to the east only as far as the Jaxartes, and to the west, only to the farthest points of Albania. The sea to the north was muddy and consequently little suited to navigation. The result of all this was that one always saw only the ocean. Alexander's army had gone east only as far as the Hyphasis, which is the last of the rivers that flow into the Industry. Thus, the first commerce the Greeks had with the Indies was with a very small part of that country. Seleucus Nicator went as far as the Ganges, and this led to the discovery of the sea into which that river flows, that is, the Gulf of Bengal. Today lands are discovered by sea voyages. Formerly, seas were discovered by the conquest of lands. Strabo, in spite of the testimony of Apollodorus, appears to doubt that the Greek kings of Bactria went further than Seleucus and Alexander. If it is true that they did not go further east than Seleucus, they went further south. They discovered Sigir and the ports of Malabar, which occasioned the navigation of which I am about to speak. Pliny tells us that 3 successive routes were taken to the Indies. First, one went from the headland of Siagar to the island of Patala, which is at the mouth of the Indus. It will be remembered that this was the route taken by Alexander's fleet. Then a shorter and more secure route was found from this same headland to Sigirus. This Sigirus can only be the kingdom of Sigirus that Strabo mentions, which was discovered by the Greek kings of Bactria. Pliny could say that this route was shorter only because it took less time, for Sigirus had to be further than the Indus, as it was discovered by the kings of Bactria. Therefore, this route must have avoided certain coasts, and certain winds must have been advantageous. Finally, the merchants took a third route. They went to Cain or to Sela, port situated at the mouth of the Red Sea, from which by a west wind they came to Maziris, the first trading town in the Indies, and from there to other ports. One sees that instead of going from the mouth of the Red Sea to Siagar along the coast of Arabia Felix to the northeast, they went directly from west to east, from one side to the other, by means of the monsoon whose changes had been discovered while navigating these latitudes. The ancients left the coasts only when they took advantage of the monsoons or the trade winds, which were a kind of compass for them. Pliny says that they left for the Indies in the middle of the summer and returned toward the end of December and the beginning of January. This corresponds exactly with the journals of our navigators. In the part of the Indian Sea that lies between the peninsula of Africa and the one of this side of the Ganges, there are 2 monsoons. The first, during which winds go from west to east, begins in August and September. The second, when the winds go from east to west, begins in January. Thus, we leave Africa for Malabar at the time the fleet of Ptolemy left, and we return at the same time. Alexander's fleet took 7 months to go from Patala to Susa. It left in the month of July, that is, at a time when no ship today dares put out to return from the Indies. Between the first and the second monsoon, there is a period when the winds vary and when a north wind, mixed with the ordinary winds, causes terrible storms, especially along the coasts. This lasts through the months of June, July, and August. Alexander's fleet, leaving Patala in the month of July, endured many storms, and the voyage was long because the fleet sailed against the monsoon. Pliny says that they left for the Indies at the end of the summer. Thus they used the interval between the monsoons to travel from Alexandria to the Red Sea. See, I beg you, how navigation gradually improved. It took 2.5 years for Darius to descend the Indus and reach the Red Sea. Alexander's fleet descended the Indus and arrived at Susa 10 months later, having sailed 3 months on the Indus and 7 on the Indian Sea. Later, the trip from the Malabar coast to the Red Sea was made in 40 days. Strabo, who explains their ignorance of the countries between the Hyphasis and the Ganges, says that among the navigators who went from Egypt to the Indies few went as far as the Ganges. Indeed, one sees that their fleets did not go there, they went with the monsoons, from west to east, from the mouth of the Red Sea to the Malabar coast. They stopped at the trading towns and did not go around the peninsula, which lies this side of the Ganges, by Cape Comorin and the Coromandel coast. The plan of navigation of the kings of Egypt and of the Romans was to return in the same year. Thus, the commerce of the Greeks and Romans in the Indies was far less extensive than ours, yet we know of immense countries that they did not know. We engage in commerce with all the Indian nations and even do their commerce and navigation for them. But they engaged in commerce with greater ease than we do, and if today we traded only on the coast of Gujarat and Malabar, and if, without seeking the southern islands, we were satisfied with the commodities the islanders would bring us, the Egyptian route would have to be preferred to that of the Cape of Good Hope. Strabo says that trade with the peoples of Taprobane was done in this way. Chapter 10. On sailing around Africa. We learn from history that before the discovery of the compass, there were 4 attempts to sail around Africa. The Phoenicians, who were sent first by Necho, and then by Eudoxus, fleeing the anger of Ptolemy Lathyrus, set out from the Red Sea and succeeded. Ctaspes, under Xerxes, and Hanno, who was sent by the Carthaginians, went by way of the Pillars of Hercules and failed. The main problem in sailing around Africa was to discover and weather the Cape of Good Hope. But, if one set out from the Red Sea, this cape was nearer by half than if one went by way of the Mediterranean. The coast from the Red Sea to the Cape is safer than the one from the Cape to the Pillars of Hercules. For those who set out from the Pillars of Hercules to discover the Cape, the compass had to be invented, so that they could leave the coast of Africa and sail into the vast ocean, either going towards the island of St. Helena or towards the coast of Brazil. Therefore, it was quite possible for them to have gone from the Red Sea to the Mediterranean without ever going from the Mediterranean to the Red Sea. Thus, without making this great circuit, from which one could never return, it was more natural to engage in commerce with East Africa by way of the Red Sea and with the West Coast by way of the Pillars of Hercules. In the Red Sea the Greek kings of Egypt first discovered the part of the African coast that stretches from the bottom of the gulf where the city of Hiram is situated to Didra, that is, to the straits called Bab el-Mandeb. From there to the Cape of Aramadum at the entrance to the Red Sea, the coast had not been explored by sailors, and this is clear in what Artemidorus tells us, that the places along this coast were known but the distances unknown. This came from the fact that one had explored these ports one by one over land routes, without going from one port to another. Nothing was known beyond the promontory where the coast of the ocean begins, as we learn from Eratosthenes and Artemidorus. Such was the knowledge about the coasts of Africa in the time of Strabo, that is, in the time of Augustus. But, after Augustus, the Romans discovered Cape Raptum and Cape Prasum, which Strabo does not mention because they were not yet known. These 2 names are Roman. Ptolemy, the geographer, lived under Hadrian and Antoninus Pius, and the author of the Periplus off the Erythraean Sea, whoever he was, lived somewhat later. However, the former sets the limits of known Africa at Cape Prasum, which is about 14 degrees south latitude, and the author of the Periplus sets them at Cape Raptum, which is about 10 degrees south latitude. It appears that the latter took for the limit a place habitually reached, and Ptolemy a place one no longer went. What confirms me in this idea is that the peoples around the Prasum were cannibals. Ptolemy, who tells us of a great number of places between the port of Aromatus and Cape Raptum, leaves the space from the Raptum to the Prasum completely empty. The great profits from navigation to the Indies must have led to the neglect of African navigation. Finally, the Romans did not navigate regularly on this coast. They had discovered these ports by land and by ships driven there in storms, and just as today one knows the coasts of Africa rather well and the interior very poorly, the ancients knew the interior rather well, and the coasts very poorly. I have said that the Phoenicians, sent by Necho and Eudoxus under Ptolemy Lathyrus, had sailed around Africa. These 2 voyages must have been thought to be fables at the time of Ptolemy, the geographer, because he puts below the Sinus Magnus, which is, I believe, the Gulf of Siam, an unknown land which extends from Asia and Africa to border upon Cape Prasum, making only a lake of the Indian Sea. The ancients, who explored the Indies from the north and advanced eastward, put this unknown land to the south. Chapter 2. Carthage and Marseilles. Carthage had a singular right of nations. It had all the foreigners who dealt with Sardinia and beyond it to the Pillars of Hercules drowned. Its political right was no less extraordinary. It prohibited the Sardinians from cultivating their land on penalty of death. It increased its power by its wealth, and subsequently its wealth by its power. Master of the coasts of Africa washed by the Mediterranean, it also reached to the shores of the ocean. Hanno, by order of the Senate of Carthage, distributed 30,000 Carthaginians between the Pillars of Hercules and Cerne. He says that this place is as far from the Pillars of Hercules as the Pillars are from Carthage. This positioning is worthy of note. It shows that Hanno limited his establishments to 25 degrees north latitude, that is, 2 or 3 degrees south of the Canary Islands. Hanno, from Cerne, made another voyage whose purpose was to make discoveries further to the south. He gained almost no knowledge of the continent. He sailed along the coast for 26 days and was obliged to return for lack of food. It appears that the Carthaginians made no use of this enterprise of Hanno. Scylax says that the sea is not navigable beyond Cerne because it is shallow, full of silt and sea plants. Actually, they are thick in this section of the ocean. The Carthaginian merchants of whom Scylax speaks may have found obstacles that Hanno, with 60 ships of 50 oars each, had surmounted. Difficulties are relative, and moreover, one should not confuse an enterprise whose object is boldness and fearlessness with one that is the result of ordinary conduct. Hanno's account is a fine bit of antiquity. The man who performed it wrote about it. He puts no ostentation in his narrations. The great captains write with simplicity about their actions because their glory comes more from what they have done than from what they have said. His subject is like his style. He does not tend to the marvelous. All that he says of the climate, the terrain, the mores, and the manners of the inhabitants relates to what one sees today on the coast of Africa. It seems to be the journal of one of our own sailors. Hanno observed from his fleet that during the day a vast silence reigned over the continent, that during the night one heard the sounds of various musical instruments, and that one saw fires everywhere, some large and some small. Our accounts confirm this. It has been found that the savages stay in the forests in the daytime in order to avoid the heat of the sun, that at night they make large fires to keep away the wild beasts, and that they passionately love dancing and musical instruments. Hanno describes a volcano displaying the phenomena Vesuvius shows today, and his account of 2 hairy women, who preferred to be killed than to follow the Carthaginians and whose skins he took to Carthage, is not, in spite of what has been said, altogether unlikely. This account is all the more precious because it is a Punic record, and because it is a Punic record, it has been regarded as a legend. For, the Romans preserved their hatred of the Carthaginians even after destroying them. But it was only their victory that determined whether one would say Punic faith or Roman faith. Some moderns have continued this prejudice. What has become, they ask, of the towns Hanno describes to us and of which, even in the time of Pliny, there remained no vestige? It would have been a marvel if they had remained. Was it Corinth or Athens that Hanno was going to build on these shores? He left Carthaginian families at locations suitable for commerce and quickly made them secure from the savage men and wild beasts. The calamities of the Carthaginians put an end to navigation around Africa. These families surely must have perished or become savage. I say further, if the ruins of these towns still remained, who would have gone to discover them in the woods and marshes? One finds, however, in Scylax and Polybius, that the Carthaginians had great establishments on these shores. Here are the vestiges of the towns of Hanno. There are no others because there are hardly any others of Carthage itself. The Carthaginians were on the path to wealth, and if they had gone to 4 degrees north latitude and 15 degrees longitude, they would have discovered the Gold Coast and the neighboring coasts. They would have engaged in a commerce there of an importance quite different from that of the present, when America seems to have depreciated the wealth of all the other countries. They would have found treasures that could not have been taken away by the Romans. Surprising things have been said about the wealth of Spain. If one believes Aristotle, the Phoenicians who landed at Tartessus found so much silver there that their ships could not hold it, and they had their most common utensils made of this metal. The Carthaginians, according to the report of Diodorus, found so much gold and silver in the Pyrenees that they put it on the anchors of their ships. One must not rely on these popular accounts. Here are some precise facts. One sees in a fragment of Polybius, cited by Strabo, that the silver mines, which were at the source of the Baetis where 40,000 men were employed, gave the Roman people 25,000 drachmas a day. This is about 5 million livres a year at 50 francs a mark. The mountains where these mines were found were called the Silver Mountains, which shows that it was the potasse of those times. Today the mines of Hanover do not have a quarter of the workers that were employed in those of Spain, and they produce more, but as the Romans had almost only copper mines and few silver mines and the Greeks knew only of the very poor mines in Attica, they must have been astonished by the abundance of the Spanish mines. In the War of the Spanish Succession, a man called the Marquis of Rhodes, of whom it was said that he had been ruined by gold mines and made wealthy by poorhouses, proposed to the court of France to open the mines in the Pyrenees. He cited the Tyrians, the Carthaginians, and the Romans. He was permitted to search, he sought, he dug everywhere, he continued to cite them, and he found nothing. The Carthaginians, masters of the commerce in gold and silver, also wanted to be masters of the commerce in lead and tin. These metals were conveyed over land from the ports of Gaul on the ocean to those of the Mediterranean. The Carthaginians wanted to receive them themselves. They sent Hamilco to form establishments on the Cassiterides Islands, which are believed to be the Scilly Islands. These voyages from Baetica to England have made some people think that the Carthaginians had compasses, but it is clear that they followed the coasts. I need no other proof than the comments by Hamilco, who took 4 months to go from the mouth of the Baetis to England. In addition, the famous story of that Carthaginian pilot who, on seeing a Roman vessel approach, ran aground in order not to let him know the route to England shows that these vessels were very near the coasts when they met. The ancients may have made sea voyages which would suggest that they had compasses, although they had none. If a pilot was far from the coasts and there was a quiet time during his voyage, if at night he could see the North Star and in the daytime the rising and setting of the sun, it is clear that he could have guided himself as one does today by a compass, but this would be a fortuitous event and not a regular voyage. One can see in the treaty which ended the First Punic War that Carthage was principally concerned with preserving its empire of the sea, and Rome, with keeping that of the land. Hanno declared in the negotiation with the Romans that he would not even suffer them to wash their hands in the seas of Sicily. They were not permitted to navigate beyond Thepramontorium Pulchrum. They were prohibited from trading in Sicily, Sardinia, and Africa, except in Carthage. This exception shows that no advantageous commerce awaited them there. In earliest times there were great wars between Carthage and Marseilles over fishing grounds. After the peace they both engaged in economic commerce. Marseilles was the more jealous because, while equaling its rival in industry, it had become inferior in power. This is the reason for its great faithfulness to the Romans. The war the Romans waged against the Carthaginians in Spain was a source of wealth for Marseilles, which served as their storehouse. The ruin of Carthage and Corinth increased further the glory of Marseilles, and, if it had not been for the civil wars in which one had blindly to choose a party, it would have been happy under the protection of the Romans, who were not jealous of its commerce. Chapter 12. The Island of Delos. Mithridates. When Corinth was destroyed by the Romans, the merchants withdrew to Delos. Because of religion and the people's veneration, this island was regarded as a secure place. Moreover, it was very well situated for commerce with Italy and Asia, which had become more important after the destruction of Africa and the weakening of Greece. As we have said, the Greeks sent colonies to the Propontis and the Black Sea from the earliest times. These colonies preserved their laws and their liberty under the Persians. Alexander, who moved only against the barbarians, did not attack them. It does not even seem that the kings of Pontus, who occupied many of them, took away their political government. The power of these kings increased as soon as they had subdued these colonies. Mithridates was in a position to buy troops everywhere, to repair his losses continually, to have workers, vessels, and machines of war, to procure allies for himself, to corrupt those of the Romans and even the Romans, to hire as mercenaries the barbarians of Asia and Europe, to wage war for a long time, and consequently to discipline his troops. He was able to arm them, to instruct them in the military art of the Romans, and to form units of considerable size from the deserters. Finally, he was able to sustain great losses and suffer great setbacks without being ruined, and he would not have been ruined if the voluptuous and barbaric king had not destroyed during prosperity what the great prince had done during adversity. Thus, at the time when the Romans were at the height of their greatness and seemed to have nothing to fear but themselves, Mithridates challenged what had been decided by the capture of Carthage, and by the defeats of Philip, Antiochus, and Perseus. Never was war more deadly, and, as the two parties each had great power and alternating advantages, the peoples of Greece and Asia were destroyed, either as friends of Mithridates or as his enemies. Delos was overrun by the common misfortune. Commerce entirely collapsed. It had to meet with destruction, as the peoples were destroyed. The Romans, who followed a system of which I have spoken elsewhere and acted as destroyers in order not to appear as conquerors, wrecked Carthage and Corinth, and perhaps they would have been destroyed by such a practice, if they had not conquered the whole earth. When the kings of Pontus made themselves masters of the Greek colonies on the Black Sea, they took care not to destroy that which was to be the cause of their greatness. Chapter 13. On the genius of the Romans for sailing. The Romans cared only for land troops, whose spirit made them stand ever firm, fight in one place, and die there. They did not esteem the practice of seafaring people, who offer themselves for combat, withdraw, return, always evading danger, employing stratagems, and rarely force. This was not part of the genius of the Greeks. Still less was it that of the Romans. Therefore, they destined for sailing only those whose means were not considerable enough to give them a place in the legions. Ordinarily, the seamen were freed men. Today we do not have the same esteem for land troops, or the same scorn for those of the sea. Among the first, art has diminished; among the second, it has increased. Now, one esteems a thing in proportion to the degree of competence required to do it well. Chapter 14. On the genius of the Romans for commerce. The Romans were never notable for jealousy over commerce. It was as a rival nation and not as a commercial nation that they attacked Carthage. They favored the towns that engaged in commerce, though these were not subject towns. Thus, they increased the power of Marseilles by the cession of many countries to it. They feared everything from the barbarians, and nothing from a trading people. Moreover, their genius, their glory, their military education, and the form of their government drew them away from commerce. In the towns they were occupied only with wars, elections, intrigues, and lawsuits; in the countryside, with agriculture; and in the provinces, a harsh and tyrannical government was incompatible with commerce. But, if their political constitution was opposed to commerce, their right of nations found it no less repugnant. Those peoples, said the jurist Pomponius, with whom we have neither friendships nor hospitality nor alliance, are not our enemies. Nevertheless, if a thing that belongs to us falls into their hands, they are its owners, freemen become their salves, and they are on the same terms in regard to us. Their civil right was no less oppressive. The law of Constantine, after declaring the children of mean persons who had married persons of a higher condition to be bastards, makes no distinction between the women who have a shop for commodities and slaves, tavern keepers, women of the theatre, and the daughters of a man who keeps a house of prostitution or of one who has been condemned to fight in the arena. This came down from the ancient Roman institutions. I know well that people, filled with two ideas, the one that commerce is the most useful thing in the world to a state, and the other, that the Romans had the best police in the world, have believed that the Romans greatly encouraged and honored commerce, but the truth is that they rarely thought about it. Chapter 15. The commerce of the Romans with the barbarians. The Romans made a vast empire of Europe, Asia and Africa. The weakness of the peoples and the tyranny of the command united all the parts of this immense body. Then, Roman policy was to be separate from all the nations that had not yet been subjected. Fear of giving them the art of conquering led the Romans to neglect the art of enriching themselves. They made laws to halt all commerce with barbarians. Let no one, say Valens and Gratian, send wine, oil, or other liquors to barbarians, even for them to taste. Let no one carry gold to them and see that even what they have of it is cleverly taken away, added Gratian, Valentinian, and Theodosius. The transport of iron was prohibited on penalty of death. Domitian, a timid prince, had the grapevines uprooted in Gaul from the fear, doubtless, that the wine might attract the barbarians, as it had formerly attracted them to Italy. Probus and Julian, who never feared the barbarians, replanted the vines. I know very well that, when the empire became weak, the barbarians obliged the Romans to establish trading centers and engage in commerce with them. But this proves that commerce was not a part of the Roman spirit. Chapter 16. On the commerce of the Romans with Arabia and the Indies. Trade with Arabia Felix and trade with the Indies were the two branches, and almost all the branches, of their external commerce. The Arabs had great wealth, they drew it from their sea and forests, and, as they bought little and sold much, they drew to themselves the gold and silver of their neighbors. Augustus knew their opulence and resolved to have them either for friends or for enemies. He sent Aelius Gallus from Egypt to Arabia. Gallus found the peoples idle, quiet, and unwarlike. He fought battles, staged sieges, and lost only 7 soldiers, but the perfidy of his guides, the marching, the climate, along with hunger, thirst, sickness, and ill-chosen measures made him lose his army. One had, therefore, to be content to trade with the Arabs as other peoples had, that is, to bring them gold and silver for their commodities. Commerce continues with them in the same manner today. The caravan of Aleppo and the royal vessel of Suez take immense sums there. Nature destined the Arabs to commerce, she had not destined them for war, but, when these tranquil peoples found themselves between the Parthians and the Romans, they became the auxiliaries of both. Aelius Gallus had found them a commercial people, Muhammad found them warriors, he gave them enthusiasm, and they became conquerors. The Romans did considerable commerce in the Indies. Strabo learned in Egypt that the Romans employed 120 ships in that commerce. It was still sustained only by their silver. They sent 50 million sesterces there every year. Pliny says that the commodities they brought back were sold in Rome at 100 times their cost. I believe he speaks too generally. If this profit is made once, everyone will want to make it, and, from then on, no one will make it. One can inquire whether it was to the Romans' advantage to engage in commerce with Arabia and the Indies. They had to send their silver there, and they did not have, as we do, the resource of America, which replaces what we send. I am persuaded that one of the reasons for the increase in the numerary value of their monies, that is, for the establishment of copper or nickel coinage, was the scarcity of silver caused by its continual transport to the Indies. For if the goods of this country were sold in Rome at 100 times their cost, the profit of the Romans was made from Romans themselves and did not enrich the empire. One will be able to say, on the other hand, that this commerce procured a great navigation for the Romans, that is, a great power, that new commodities increased internal commerce, favored the arts, supported industry, that the number of citizens increased in proportion to the new means for making a living, that this new commerce produced luxury, which we have proved to be as favorable to the government of one alone as it is fatal to that of many, that this establishment dated from the fall of their republic, that the luxury of Rome was necessary, and that a town that attracted all the wealth of the universe had to pay for that wealth with her luxury. Strabo says that the Romans' commerce with the Indies was even more considerable than that of the kings of Egypt, and it is singular that the Romans, who knew little about commerce, paid more attention to commerce with the Indies than did the kings of Egypt, who had it, so to speak, under their noses. This must be explained. After the death of Alexander, the kings of Egypt established a maritime commerce with the Indies, and the kings of Syria, who held the easternmost provinces of the empire and consequently the Indies, maintained the commerce by both land and river we have mentioned in, which was made easier by the establishment of Macedonian colonies. The result was that Europe communicated with the Indies both by way of Egypt and by way of the kingdom of Syria. The dismemberment of the kingdom of Syria, from which the kingdom of Bactria was formed, did no harm to this commerce. Marinus, the Tyrian, who is cited by Ptolemy, speaks of the discoveries made in the Indies by some Macedonian merchants. Discoveries not made by the expeditions of the kings were made by these merchants. We see in Ptolemy that they went from the stone tower to Sarah, and their discovery of a market town so distant, situated in the eastern and northern part of China, was a kind of wonder. Thus, under the kings of Syria and of Bactria, commodities from southern India passed by way of the Indus, the Oxus, and the Caspian Sea, to the west, and those of the more easterly and northerly regions were carried from Sarah, the stone tower, and other market towns to the Euphrates. These merchants followed a route that lay along 40 degrees north latitude, through the country situated in western China, which had more of a police then than today because the Tartars had not yet tainted them. Now, while the empire of Syria was expanding its commerce so greatly over land, Egypt did not much increase its maritime commerce. The Parthians appeared and founded their empire, and, when Egypt fell under Roman power, this empire was at its full force and at its full extent. The Romans and the Parthians were two rival powers who fought, not to know which of them should reign, but which should exist. Uninhabited areas formed between the two empires. One always went armed between the empires, for from there being commerce, there was not even communication. Ambition, jealousy, religion, hatred, and mores completed the separation. Thus commerce between the West and the East, which had followed several routes, now followed only one, and as Alexandria had become the only market town, it grew. I shall say but a word about internal commerce. Its principal branch was in the grains that were ordered for the sustenance of the Roman people. This was more a concern of the police than an object for commerce. In these circumstances sailors received certain privileges because the health of the empire depended on their vigilance. Chapter 17. On commerce after the destruction of the Romans in the West. The Roman Empire was invaded, and one of the effects of the general calamity was the destruction of commerce. The barbarians regarded it at first as only an object for their banditry, and when they established themselves, they honored it no more than they did agriculture and the other professions of the vanquished people. Soon there was almost no more commerce in Europe. The nobility, who reigned everywhere, did not trouble themselves with it. The law of the Visigoths permitted individuals to occupy half the bed on the great rivers, provided the other half remained free for nets and boats. There must not have been much commerce in the countries they conquered. At that time the senseless rights of escheatage and shipwreck were established. Men thought that, as foreigners were not united with them by any communication of the civil right, they did not owe them, on the one hand, justice of any sort or, on the other, pity of any sort. Given the narrow bounds within which the northern peoples lived, everything was foreign to them. Given their poverty, everything was an object of wealth to them. Established before their conquests on the shores of a confined sea full of reefs, they drew profit from the reefs themselves. But the Romans, who made laws for the whole universe, had made very humane ones concerning shipwrecks. They restrained in that regard the banditry of those who inhabited the coasts, and furthermore, they restrained their rapacious fisc. Chapter 18. A particular regulation. A law of the Visigoths, however, had a provision favorable to commerce. It ordered that the merchants who came from across the sea would be judged by the laws and the judges of their own nation when differences sprang up among them. This was founded on the usage established among all these combinations of peoples, that each man should live under his own law, something I shall discuss later at length. Chapter 19. On commerce after the weakening of the Romans in the East. The Mohammedans appeared, conquered, and were divided. Egypt had its own sovereign. It continued to engage in commerce with the Indies. Master of the goods of that country, it attracted the wealth of all the others. Its sultans were the most powerful princes of those times. One can see in history how, with a constant and well-managed force, they checked the ardor, fire, and impetuosity of the Crusaders. Chapter 20. How commerce in Europe penetrated barbarism. When the philosophy of Aristotle was brought to the West, the shrewd minds, who are the great minds in times of ignorance, found it very agreeable. The schoolmen were infatuated with it and took from this philosopher many explanations on lending at interest, whereas its very natural source was the gospel. They condemned it without distinction and in every case. Thus, commerce, which was the profession only of mean people, also became that of dishonest people, for, whenever one prohibits a thing that is naturally permitted or necessary, one only makes dishonest the people who do it. Commerce passed to a nation then covered with infamy, and soon it was no longer distinguished from the most horrible usuries, from monopolies, from the levy of subsidies, and from all the dishonest means of acquiring silver. The Jews, who were made wealthy by their exactions, were pillaged with the same tyranny by the princes, a thing that consoled the people and did not relieve them. What happened in England will give an idea of what was done in other countries. When King John imprisoned the Jews in order to have their goods, there were few who did not have at least an eye put out. Thus did this king conduct his chamber of justice. A Jew who had had 7 teeth pulled out, one each day, gave 10,000 silver marks on the 8th. From Aaron, a Jew of York, Henry III got 14,000 silver marks and 10,000 for the Queen. In those times, one did violently what is done in Poland today with some measure. As the kings were not able to search into the pockets of their subjects because of their privileges, they tortured the Jews, who were not regarded as citizens. Finally, the custom was introduced of confiscating the goods of the Jews who embraced Christianity. We know of this outlandish custom from the law abrogating it. The reasons given for it have been very empty. It has been said that one wanted to test them and make nothing remain of their enslavement to the devil. But, it is clear that this confiscation was a kind of right of amortization of the taxes which the prince or the lords levied on the Jews and which they were denied when the latter embraced Christianity. In those times, men were regarded as lands. And, I shall note in passing how much one has toyed with that nation from one century to another. Their goods were confiscated when they wanted to be Christians, and soon afterwards they were burned when they did not want to be Christians. Nevertheless, one saw commerce leave this seat of harassment and despair. The Jews, proscribed by each country in turn, found the means for saving their effects. In that way, they managed to fix their refuges forever. A prince who wanted very much to be rid of them would not, for all that, be in a humor to rid himself of their silver. They invented letters of exchange, and in this way commerce was able to avoid violence and maintain itself everywhere, for the richest trader had only invisible goods, which could be sent everywhere and leave no trace anywhere. Theologians were obliged to curb their principles, and commerce, which had been violently linked to bad faith, returned, so to speak, to the bosom of integrity. Thus, to the speculations of the schoolmen we owe all the misfortunes that accompanied the destruction of commerce, and to the avarice of princes we owe the establishment of a device that puts it, in a way, out of their power. Since that time princes have had to govern themselves more wisely than they themselves would have thought, for it turned out that great acts of authority were so clumsy that experience itself has made known that only goodness of government brings prosperity. One has begun to be cured of Machiavellianism, and one will continue to be cured of it. There must be more moderation in councils. What were formerly called coups d'état will at present, apart from their horror, be only imprudences. And, happily, men are in a situation such that, though their passions inspire in them the thought of being wicked, they nevertheless have an interest in not being so. Chapter 21. The discovery of two new worlds, the state of Europe in this regard. The compass opened the universe, so to speak. Discovery was made of Asia and Africa, of which only some coasts had been known, and of America, which had been completely unknown. The Portuguese, sailing the Atlantic Ocean, discovered the southern tip of Africa. They saw a vast sea. It carried them to the East Indies. Their perils on this sea and the discovery of Mozambique, Malinde, and Calicut were sung by de Camoens, in whose poetry one feels something of the charms of the Odyssey and the magnificence of the Aeneid. Until then the Venetians had engaged in commerce with the Indies through the countries of the Turks and had pursued it in the midst of insults and outrages. By the discovery of the Cape of Good Hope and by other discoveries made soon after, Italy was no longer at the center of the commercial world, it was in a corner of the universe, so to speak, and it remains there today. As the commerce of the Levant itself depends today on that done by the great nations in the two Indies, Italy engages in it now only in a secondary way. The Portuguese dealt in the Indies as conquerors. The laws hampering commerce that the Dutch impose at present on the commerce of the petty Indian princes were established by the Portuguese before them. The House of Austria had a prodigious fortune. Charles inherited Burgundy together with Castile and Aragon. He succeeded to an empire, and, in order to procure for him a new kind of greatness, the universe expanded and a new world obedient to him appeared. Christopher Columbus discovered America, and, though Spain sent no more forces there than a minor European prince could have sent, it brought into subjection two great empires and other great states. While the Spanish were discovering and conquering in the West, the Portuguese were extending their conquests and discoveries to the East. These two nations met. They had recourse to Pope Alexander VI, who made the famous line of demarcation and thus gave judgment on a great lawsuit. But the other nations of Europe did not let them enjoy this division in quiet. The Dutch drove the Portuguese out of much of the East Indies, and various nations set up establishments in America. At first, the Spanish considered the newly discovered lands as objects of conquest, peoples more refined than they saw them as objects of commerce and as such directed their attention to them. Many peoples acted so wisely that they granted empire to trading companies who, governing these distant states only for trade, made a great secondary power without encumbering the principal state. The colonies formed there are in a kind of dependence of which there are very few examples among the ancient colonies, because those of today belong either to the state itself or to some commercial company established in that state. The purpose of these colonies is to engage in commerce under better conditions than one has with neighboring peoples with whom all advantages are reciprocal. It has been established that only the mother country can trade with the colony, and this was done with very good reason, for the goal of the establishment was to extend commerce, not to found a town or a new empire. Thus, in Europe it remains a fundamental law that any commerce with a foreign colony is regarded as a pure monopoly enforceable by the laws of the country, and one must not judge this by the laws and examples of ancient peoples, which are hardly applicable. It is acknowledged that the commerce established between mother countries does not include permission to trade in the colonies, where it continues to be prohibited to them. The disadvantage to the colonies, which lose the liberty of commerce, is visibly compensated by the protection of the mother country, which defends them by her arms or maintains them by her laws. What follows from this is a third law of Europe, that, when foreign commerce is prohibited with the colony, one can navigate its seas only when this is established by treaties. Nations, which are to the entire universe what individuals are to a state, govern themselves as do the latter by natural right and by laws they have made for themselves. A people can give up the sea to another, as it can give up land. The Carthaginians required the Romans to navigate no further than certain limits, just as the Greeks had required the king of Persia to stay as far away from the sea coast as a horse could run a race. The extreme distance of our colonies is not a drawback for their security, yet if the mother country is far away for their defense, the nations that are rivals of the mother country are no less far away for their conquest. In addition, this distance makes those who go there to establish themselves unable to take up the way of life of such a different climate. They are obliged to get all the comforts of life from the country from which they have come. The Carthaginians, in order to make the Sardinians and the Corsicans more dependent, prohibited them from planting, sowing, or doing anything of the like on penalty of death. They sent them their food from Africa. We have come to the same point without making such harsh laws. Our colonies in the Antilles are admirable. They have objects of commerce that we do not and cannot have. They lack that which is the object of our commerce. The consequence of the discovery of America was to link Asia and Africa to Europe. America furnished Europe with the material for its commerce in that vast part of Asia called the East Indies. Silver, that metal so useful to commerce as a sign, was also the basis for the greatest commerce of the universe as a commodity. Finally, voyages to Africa became necessary. They furnished men to work the mines and lands of America. Europe has reached such a high degree of power that nothing in history is comparable to it, if one considers the immensity of expenditures, the size of military engagements, the number of troops, and their continuous upkeep, even when they are the most useless and are only for ostentation. Father Du Halde says that the internal commerce of China is greater than that of all Europe. This might be, if our external commerce did not increase our internal commerce. Europe carries on the commerce and navigation of the other three parts of the world, just as France, England, and Holland carry on nearly all the navigation and commerce of Europe. Chapter 22. On the health that Spain drew from America. If Europe has found so many advantages in commerce with America, it would be natural to believe that Spain would have gained even greater ones. It drew from the newly discovered world so prodigious a quantity of gold and silver that there was no possible comparison with what there had previously been. But, what one would never have suspected, poverty made it fail almost everywhere. Philip II, who succeeded Charles, was obliged to declare bankruptcy, as everyone knows, and scarcely any prince has even suffered more than he from the grumbling, the insolence, and the rebelliousness of his invariably poorly paid troops. After this time, the Spanish monarchy went into an uninterrupted decline. This was because there was an internal and physical vice in the nature of this wealth, which made it hollow, and this vice increased daily. Gold and silver are a wealth of fiction or of sign. These signs are very durable and almost indestructible by their nature. The more they increase, the more they lose of their worth, because they represent fewer things. When they conquered Mexico and Peru, the Spanish abandoned natural wealth in order to have a wealth of sign, which gradually became debased. Gold and silver were very scarce in Europe, and Spain, suddenly mistress of a great quantity of these metals, conceived expectations she had never had before. The wealth found in the conquered countries was not, however, in proportion to that of their mines. The Indians hid part of it, and moreover these peoples, who used gold and silver only for the magnificence of temples of their gods and palaces of their kings, did not search for it with the same avarice as we. Finally, they did not have the secret of extracting metals from all their mines, but only from those where fire separated the metal, as they did not know how to use mercury and perhaps were even unfamiliar with it. Nevertheless, soon there was double the silver in Europe. This was evident when the price of everything purchasable doubled. The Spanish worked the mines, excavated the mountains, and invented machines to draw the waters, break ore and separate it, and, as they mocked the lives of the Indians, they worked them mercilessly. There was soon double the silver in Europe, and the profit diminished by half for Spain, which had each year only the same quantity of a metal which had become half as precious. As the time doubled, silver doubled again, and the profit again decreased by half. The profit decreased by more than half. Here is how. In order to take gold from the mines, in order to give it the required preparation and carry it to France, there had to be some expense. I assume that it was as 1:64, when silver had doubled once, and was consequently half as precious. The expense was as 2:64. Thus, the fleets that carried the same quantity of gold to Spain carried what really was valued at half as much and cost twice as much. If one follows things from one doubling to the next, one will see how the cause of the powerlessness of Spanish wealth progressed. The mines of the Indies have been worked for some 200 years. I assume that the quantity of silver at present in the commercial world is to that which there was before the discovery as 32:1, that is, it has doubled 5 times in 200 more years, and the same quantity will be to what there was before the discovery as 64:1, that is, it will double again. Now, at present 50 quintals of gold ore gives 4, 5, and 6 ounces of gold, and when it only gives 2, the miner covers only his costs. In 200 years, if it gives only 4, the miner will still make only his costs. Therefore, there will be little profit in mining gold. The same reasoning follows for silver, except that working silver mines is a little more advantageous than gold mines. Now, if one discovers mines so abundant that they give more profit, the more abundant they are, the sooner the profit will end. The Portuguese have found so much gold in Brazil that soon the Spaniards' profit must necessarily diminish markedly, and their own also. I have more than once heard deplored the blindness of the Council of Francis I for refusing Christopher Columbus' proposal to go to the Indies. In truth one did, perhaps imprudently, a very wise thing. Spain acted like the foolish king who asked that everything he touched turn into gold and who was obliged to go back to the gods and beg that they put an end to his destitution. The companies and banks that many nations established completed the debasement of gold and silver in their status as signs, for by new fictions, they so increased the signs for produce that gold and silver performed that office only in part and became less precious. Thus public credit replaced mines and diminished still further the profit the Spanish drew from theirs. It is true that Dutch commerce with the Indies gave some price to the Spanish commodities for, as the Dutch carried silver to barter for the commodities of the East, in Europe they relieved the Spanish of part of the produce, which was overabundant. And this commerce, which seems to concern Spain only indirectly, is advantageous to Spain as well as to those nations that engage in it themselves. By all that has just been said, one can judge the ordinances of the Council of Spain, which prohibited the use of gold and silver for gilding and other superfluities. This is as if the States of Holland made a decree prohibiting the consumption of cinnamon. My reasoning does not apply to all mines. Those of Germany and Hungary, from which one gets little more than costs, are very useful. They are found in the principal state. They employ several thousand men who consume the overabundant produce. The mines are properly a manufactory of the country. The German and Hungarian mines make cultivating the land worthwhile, and working those of Mexico and Peru destroys that cultivation. The Indies and Spain are two powers under the same master, but the Indies are the principal one, and Spain is only secondary. In vain policy wants to reduce the principal one to a secondary one. The Indies continue to attract Spain to themselves. Of the 50 million in commodities which go to the Indies every year, Spain furnishes only 2.5 million, therefore, the Indies engage in a commerce worth 50 million, and Spain in one worth 2.5 million. An accidental tax that does not depend on the industry of the nation, the number of its inhabitants, or the cultivation of its lands is a bad kind of wealth. The King of Spain, who receives great sums from his customs houses in Cadiz, is, in this regard, only a very wealthy individual in a very poor state. Everything goes from foreigners to him with his subjects taking almost no part in it. This commerce is independent of the good and bad fortune of his kingdom. If some of the provinces in Castile gave him a sum like that of the customs houses in Cadiz, his power would be very much greater. His wealth would be only the result of the country's wealth. These provinces would enliven all the others, and altogether they would be in a better position to support their respective burdens. Instead of a great treasury, one would have a great people. Chapter 23. A problem. It is not for me to pronounce on the question of whether it would be more worthwhile for Spain, if it cannot engage in that commerce by itself, to open the Indies to foreigners. I shall say only that it is suitable for it to put the fewest obstacles in the way of commerce that its policy can permit. When the commodities that the various nations carry to the Indies are expensive there, the Indies give many of their commodities, which are gold and silver, for a few of the foreign commodities. The opposite happens when the latter have a low price. It would perhaps be useful for these nations to work against each other so that the commodities they carry to the Indies would always be inexpensive. These are principles that must be examined without, however, separating them from other considerations: the security of the Indies, the usefulness of a single customs house, the dangers of great change, and the drawbacks that one foresees and which are often less dangerous than those one cannot foresee. Book 22. On Laws in their relation to the use of money. Chapter 1. The reason for the use of money. Peoples who have little in the way of commodities for commerce, such as savages, and peoples with a police who have only 2 or 3 kinds, trade by exchange. Thus the Moorish caravans that go to Timbuktu in the heart of Africa to barter salt for gold need no money. The Moor puts his salt in a pile, the Negro, his gold dust in another. If there is not enough gold, the Moor takes back some of his salt or the Negro adds to his gold, until the parties agree. But when a people deals in a large number of commodities, there must necessarily be money, because a metal that is easy to transport saves much of the cost one would be obliged to incur if one always proceeded by exchange. As all nations have reciprocal needs, it often happens that one of them wants a very large number of the other's commodities and the latter very few of the former's, whereas, with regard to another nation, the situation is reversed. But when nations have money and proceed by sale and purchase, the ones that take more commodities settle their accounts, or pay the excess, with silver, and there is the difference that, in the case of purchase, commerce is done in proportion to the needs of the nation that requires the most and, in exchange, commerce is done only to the extent of the needs of the nation that requires the least. If this were not so, the latter would find it impossible to settle its accounts. Chapter 2. On the nature of money. Money is a sign representing the value of all commodities. Some metal is chosen, so that the sign will be durable, will be little worn by use, and can be divided many times without being destroyed. A precious metal is chosen so that the sign can be carried easily. A metal is an altogether appropriate common measure because it can easily be reduced to the same grade. Each state stamps it, so that the form reflects the grade and the weight and so that both may be known simply by looking at it. Before using metals, the Athenians used oxen, and the Romans sheep, but one ox is not the same as another in the way one piece of metal can be the same as another. As silver is the sign of the values of commodities, paper is a sign of the value of silver, and when the paper is good, it represents silver so well that there is no difference in its effect. Just as silver is the sign of a thing and represents it, each thing is a sign of silver and represents it, and a state is prosperous insofar as, on the one hand, the silver indeed represents all things, and on the other, all things indeed represent silver, and they are signs of one another, that is, their relative value is such that one can have the first as soon as one has the other. This happens only in a moderate government, but it does not always happen in a moderate government. For example, if the laws favor an unjust debtor, the things belonging to him do not represent silver and are not a sign of it. With regard to despotic government, it would be a marvel if things there represented their sign. Tyranny and distrust make everyone bury his silver, therefore, things there do not represent silver at all. Legislators have sometimes used such art that things have not only represented silver by their nature but they have become money like silver itself. Caesar as dictator permitted debtors to give lands in payment to their creditors at the price they fetched before the Civil War. Tiberius ordered that those who wanted silver could have it from the public treasury by pledging lands worth double the amount. Under Caesar, lands were the money that paid all debts. Under Tiberius, 10,000 sesterces of land became the money in common use, like 5,000 sesterces of silver. In England the Magna Carta prohibits seizing the lands or the income of a debtor when his movable or personal goods are sufficient for the payment and when he offers to give them. Henceforth, all the goods of an Englishman represented silver. The Germans' laws gave an appraisal in silver for the satisfactions for wrongs one had committed and the penalties for crimes. But as there was very little silver in the country, the laws reappraised the silver in produce or livestock. This occurs in the law of the Saxons, with certain differences for the various peoples according to their ease and comfort. At first the law declared the value of a sow in livestock. The sow of 2 tremisses corresponded to an ox of 12 months or a sheep with its lamb, that of 3 tremisses was worth an ox of 16 months. Among these peoples, money became livestock, commodities, or produce, and these things became silver. Not only is silver a sign of things, it is also a sign of silver and represents silver, as we shall see in the chapter on exchange. Chapter 3. On ideal monies. There are real monies and ideal monies. Peoples with a police, almost all of whom use ideal monies, do so only because they have converted their real monies into ideal ones. At first, their real monies have a certain weight and a certain grade of some metal. But soon bad faith or need makes them withdraw part of the metal from each piece of money, leaving it with the same name. For example, from a coin weighing a lever, one takes away half the silver and it is still called a lever. The coin that was a 20th part of the lever of silver is still called a so, although it is no longer the 20th part of that lever. So, the lever is an ideal lever and the so an ideal so, and the same for the other subdivisions, and this can reach the point at which what is called a lever will be no more than a very small portion of a lever, which renders it still more ideal. It can even happen that a coin worth precisely a lever or a coin worth a so is no longer made, so, the lever and the so will be purely ideal monies. One will give to each coin the denomination of as many livres and as many sous as one likes. The variation can be continual, because it is as easy to give another name to a thing as it is difficult to change the thing itself. In order to remove the source of abuses, it is very good, in every country where one wants commerce to flourish, for there to be a law that orders one to use real monies and to perform no operation that might render them ideal. Nothing should be as exempt from variation as that which is the common measure of everything. Trade itself is very uncertain, and it is a great ill to add a new uncertainty to the one founded on the nature of the thing. Chapter 4. On the quantity of gold and silver. When nations with a police are masters of the world, the quantities of gold and silver increase every day, because the nations either mine them at home or go abroad to find them where they are. On the other hand, they diminish when barbarian nations gain the advantage. One knows how scarce these metals were when the Goths and Vandals, from one side, and the Saracens and Tartars, from the other, had invaded everywhere. Chapter 5. Continuation of the same subject. The silver mined in America, transported to Europe, and sent from there to the East, has favored European navigation. It is an additional commodity that Europe receives in barter with America and that it sends to the Indies for barter. Therefore, a greater quantity of gold and silver is favorable when one considers these metals as commodities. It is not favorable when one regards them as a sign, because their abundance runs counter to their status as a sign, which is founded largely on scarcity. Before the First Punic War, the proportion of copper to silver was 960 to 1, today it is about 73 to 1. If the proportion were as it was formerly, silver would all the better fulfill its function as a sign. Chapter 6. For what reason the price of usury diminished by half on the discovery of the Indies. Garcilaso de la Vega, El Inca, says that incomes in Spain, which were at 10%, fell to 5% after the conquest of the Indies. This had to be so. A great quantity of silver was suddenly brought to Europe, soon fewer persons needed silver, the price of everything increased and that of silver diminished. The proportion was, therefore, disrupted, all the old debts were annulled. One recalls the time of the system, when everything had great value except silver. After the conquest of the Indies, those who had silver were obliged to lower the price or the rental, that is, the interest, on their merchandise. Since that time, loans have not been made at their former rate because the quantity of silver has increased every year in Europe. Further, as the public funds of some few states, founded on the wealth that commerce has procured for them, gave a very modest interest, the contracts of individuals had to be regulated by that. Finally, as the exchange has made it uncommonly easy for men to carry silver from one country to another, silver could not be scarce in one place without flooding in from those places where it was plentiful. Chapter 7. How the price of things is fixed when wealth in signs varies. Silver is the price of commodities or produce. But how can this price be fixed? That is, by what portion of silver will each thing be represented? If one compares the mass of silver and gold in the world to the total of the commodities there are, it is certain that each kind of produce or commodity can be compared to a certain portion of the entire quantity of gold or silver. As the total of one is to the total of the other, the part of the one will be to the part of the other. Let us assume that there is only a single product or commodity in the world, or that there is only one that is purchased and that it is divisible like silver. A part of that commodity will correspond to a part of the quantity of silver, half of the total of one to half of the total of the other, the tenth, the hundredth, and thousandth of the one to the tenth, the hundredth, and the thousandth of the other. But as what forms property among men is not all in commerce at the same time, and because metals or monies, which are the sign of it, are not all there at the same time either, prices will be fixed in a compound ratio of the total of things in commerce with the total of the signs that are also there, and as the things not in commerce today can be there tomorrow, and as the signs not there today can likewise return there, the establishment of the price of things always depends fundamentally on the ratio of the total of things to the total of signs. Thus the prince or magistrate can no more assess the value of commodities than he can establish by an ordinance that the relation of 1 to 10 is equal to that of 1 to 20. Julian caused a horrible famine when he lowered the price of produce at Antioch. Chapter 8. Continuation of the same subject. The blacks on the coast of Africa have a sign of values without money. It is a purely ideal sign, founded on the degree of esteem they have in mind for each commodity in proportion to their need for it. A certain product or commodity is worth 3 makhutes, another, 6 makhutes, another, 10 makhutes. It is as if they simply said 3, 6, and 10. The price is formed by the comparison they make of all the commodities with each other, so, there is nothing that is only money, but each kind of commodity is money for the other. Let us for a moment bring that way of evaluating things here and join it to our own. All the commodities and produce in the world, or even all the commodities or produce of one state in particular considered separately from all the others, will be worth a certain number of makhutes, and, dividing the silver of this state into as many parts as there are makhutes, each of these divided parts of silver will be the sign of a makhuta. If one assumes that the quantity of silver in a state doubles, there will have to be twice as much silver for each makhuta, but if, by doubling silver, you also double the makhutes, the proportion will remain as it was before either one of them doubled. If, since the discovery of the Indies, gold and silver have increased in Europe in the ratio of 1 to 20, the price of produce and commodities should have risen in the proportion of 1 to 20, but if, on the other hand, the number of commodities has increased as 1 to 2, the price of these commodities and products will have had to rise, on the one hand, in the ratio of 1 to 20, and fall at the ratio of 1 to 2, and will consequently be in the ratio of 1 to 10. The quantity of commodities and produce grows with an increase in commerce, the increase in commerce, with the increase in the silver that follows it, and with new communication to new lands and new seas, which give us new produce and new commodities. Chapter 9. On the relative scarcity of gold and silver. In addition to the positive abundance and scarcity of gold and silver, there is also a relative abundance and scarcity of one of these metals to the other. Avaricious men hoard gold and silver, because, as they do not want to consume, they love signs that cannot be destroyed. They would rather hoard gold than silver, because they fear losing it and they can better hide the one with the smaller volume. Therefore, gold disappears when silver is common because everyone has some to hide. It reappears when silver is scarce because one is obliged to remove it from its niches. It is, therefore, a rule: gold is common when silver is scarce, and gold is scarce when silver is common. One senses the difference between relative abundance and scarcity and real abundance and scarcity, about which I shall speak at length. Chapter 10. On the exchange. The relative abundance and scarcity of the monies of various countries forms what is called the exchange. The exchange fixes the present and temporary value of monies. Silver, as a metal, has a value like all other commodities, and it also has a value that comes from its capacity to become the sign of other commodities, and if it were only a simple commodity, it must not be doubted that it would lose much of its price. Silver, as a money, has a value that the prince can fix in some respects and cannot fix in other respects. The prince establishes a proportion between a quantity of silver as a metal and the same quantity as money. 2. He fixes the proportion between the various metals used as money. 3. He establishes the weight and grade of each coin. Finally, he gives to each coin that ideal value I have mentioned. I shall call the value of money in these four relations positive value because it can be fixed by a law. The money of each state has, in addition, a relative value in the sense that it is compared with the money of other countries. It is this relative value that the exchange establishes. It depends largely on the positive value. It is fixed by the most general esteem of the traders and cannot be fixed by the ordinance of the prince, because it varies endlessly and depends on 1,000 circumstances. In order to fix the relative value, the various nations will regulate themselves for the most part by the nation that has the most silver. If it has as much silver as all the others together, each will certainly have to measure itself by that one. This will make the others regulate themselves against one another more or less as they have measured themselves against the principal nation. In the present state of the universe, Holland is the nation to which we refer. Let us examine the exchange in relation to that country. In Holland there is a coin called a florin. The florin is worth 20 sous or 40 half-sous or groschen. In order to simplify the idea, let us imagine there were no florins in Holland and that there were only groschen there. A man with 1,000 florins will have 40,000 groschen, and so forth. Now, the exchange with Holland consists in knowing how many groschen each coin of the other country is worth, and as one usually counts by écus of 3 livres in France, the exchange will ask how many groschen an ECU of 3 livres is worth. If the exchange is at 54, the ECU of 3 livres will be worth 54 groschen. If it is at 60, it will be worth 60 groschen. If silver is scarce in France, the ECU of 3 livres will be worth more groschen. If it is abundant, it will be worth fewer groschen. This scarcity or abundance, causing an alteration in the exchange, is not real scarcity or abundance, it is a relative scarcity or abundance. For example, when France has more need to have funds in Holland than the Dutch need them in France, silver is called common in France and scarce in Holland, and vice versa. Let us assume that the exchange with Holland is at 54. If France and Holland made up only one town, one would do what one does when making change for an ECU. The Frenchman would take 3 livres from his pocket, and the Dutchman would take 54 groschen from his own. But as there is a distance between Paris and Amsterdam, the one who gives me for my ECU of 3 livres the 54 groschen one has in Holland must give me a letter of exchange for 54 groschen against Holland. Here it is no longer a question of 54 groschen, but of a letter for 54 groschen. Thus, in order to judge the scarcity or abundance of silver, one must know if there are in France more letters of 54 groschen destined for France than there are écus destined for Holland. If there are many letters offered by the Dutch and few écus offered by the French, silver is scarce in France and common in Holland, and the exchange must rise and one must give me more than 54 groschen for my ECU, otherwise, would not relinquish it, and vice versa. One sees that the various operations of the exchange form an account of receipts and expenses that must always be brought into balance and that a state that owes repays others no more through the exchange than an individual pays his debt by changing his silver. I assume that there are only 3 states in the world, France, Spain, and Holland, that various individuals in Spain owe to France the value of 100,000 marks of silver and that various individuals in France owe 110,000 marks to Spain, and that some circumstance makes everyone, in Spain and in France, suddenly want to have his silver back. what would be the operations of the exchange? It would repay the two nations reciprocally in the amount of 100,000 marks, but France would continue to owe 10,000 marks to Spain, and the Spanish would still have letters against France for 10,000 marks, and France would have none at all against Spain. Now, if Holland's situation with France were reversed, and if, in order to bring the account into balance, it owed France 10,000 marks, France could pay Spain in two ways, either by giving its creditors in Spain letters payable by its debtors in Holland in the amount of 10,000 marks, or else by sending 10,000 marks of silver specie to Spain. From this it follows that when a state needs to remit a sum of silver to another country, it is by the nature of the thing indifferent whether silver should be sent there or letters of exchange should be given. The better way of paying depends solely on the immediate circumstances. One will have to see what, at that time, will give more groschen in Holland, silver carried in specie or a letter payable in Holland for the same amount. When the same grade and the same weight of silver in France give me the same weight and the same grade of silver in Holland, the exchange is said to be at par. In the present state of monies, par is about 54 groschen per ECU. If the exchange is above 54 groschen, it is said to be high. When it is below, it is said to be low. In order to know whether the state loses or gains in a certain situation of exchange, it must be considered as debtor, as creditor, as seller, and as buyer. When the exchange is lower than par, the state loses as debtor and gains as creditor, it loses as buyer and gains as seller. It is easily seen that it loses as debtor. For example, when France owes Holland a certain number of groschen, the fewer groschen its ECU is worth, the more ECUs it will need to pay its debt, whereas, if France is creditor for a certain number of groschen, the fewer groschen each ECU is worth, the more ECUs it will receive. The state also loses as buyer, for the same number of groschen is still needed in order to buy the same quantity of commodities, and when the exchange drops, each French ECU gives fewer groschen. For the same reason, the state gains as seller. I sell my commodity in Holland for the same number of groschen that I sold it for before. I shall then have more ECUs in France when I procure one ECU with 50 groschen than when I have to have 54 in order to have that same ECU. The reverse of all this will occur in the other state. If Holland owes a certain number of ECUs, it will gain, and if it is owed, it will lose. If it sells, it will lose. If it buys, it will gain. Something more must be said about this. When exchange is below par, for example, if it is at 50 instead of 54, what should happen is that France, sending 54,000 ECUs to Holland by exchange, would buy commodities for only 50,000, and that on the other hand, Holland, sending the value of 50,000 ECUs to France, would buy commodities for 54,000. This would make a difference of 8/54, that is, of more than a seventh lost for France. So that one would have to send to Holland a seventh more in silver or commodities than one did when the exchange was at par, and with the ill continuing to exist because such a debt would lower the exchange still further, France would in the end be ruined. It seems, I say, that this should happen, and yet it does not, because of the principle I have already established elsewhere, which is that states tend to bring themselves into balance and liberate themselves. Thus they borrow only in proportion to what they can pay and buy only as much as they sell. And, taking the above example, if the exchange falls in France from 54 to 50, the Dutchman, who bought commodities from France for 1,000 ECUs and who paid 54,000 groschen for them, would not pay more than 50,000 for them if the Frenchman wanted to agree to it, but the French commodity will gradually rise in price. The profit will be divided between the Frenchman and the Dutchman, for a trader readily divides his profit when he can gain, therefore, the profit will be spread between the Frenchman and the Dutchman. In the same way, the Frenchman, who bought Dutch commodities for 54,000 groschen and paid for them with 1,000 ECUs when the exchange was at 54, would be obliged to add 4/54 more in French écus in order to buy the same commodities, but the French merchant, who will feel the loss he would suffer, will want to give less for the Dutch commodity. The loss will then be spread between the French merchant and the Dutch merchant. The state will imperceptibly bring itself into balance, and the lowering of the exchange will not have all the drawbacks one might have feared. When the exchange is lower than par, the trader can, without decreasing his fortune, remit his funds to foreign countries because, on retrieving them, he regains what he has lost, but a prince who sends to foreign countries only a silver that is never to return always loses. When traders do a great deal of business in a country, the exchange infallibly rises. This occurs because one undertakes many engagements and buys more commodities, and one draws on the foreign country in order to pay them. If a prince amasses a great quantity of silver in his state, silver there may be scarce really and common relatively. For example, if at the same time that state had to pay for many commodities in the foreign country, the exchange would be lowered though silver was scarce. The exchange everywhere always tends to bring itself into a certain proportion, and this is in the very nature of the thing itself. If the exchange from Ireland to England is lower than par, and if that from England to Holland is also lower than par, that from Ireland to Holland will be even lower, that is, in a ratio compounded of that from Ireland to England and that from England to Holland. For a Dutchman, who can have his funds sent indirectly from Ireland by way of England, will not want to pay dearer to make them come directly. I say that it should be thus, but it does not occur exactly thus. There are always circumstances that make things vary, and in the difference of the profit made by drawing them from one place or another lies the art or peculiar cleverness of bankers, which is not the issue here. When a state raises its money, for example, when it calls 6 livres or 2 écus what it formerly called only 3 livres or 1 ECU, this new denomination, which adds nothing real to the écus, should not procure a single groschen more by the exchange. One should get, for the 2 new écus, only the same quantity of groschen that one received for the old one, and if this is not the case, it is not the result of the rate set for the money itself, but rather of its newness and its suddenness. The exchange is concerned with business that has already begun and corrects itself only after a certain time. When a state, instead of simply raising its money by a law, makes a new recoinage in order to turn a strong money into a weaker one, it happens that there are 2 sorts of money during the time of the operation, the strong, which is the old one, and the weak, which is the new one. And as the strong one is depreciated by proclamation and is accepted only at the mint, and as letters of exchange, consequently, have to be paid in the new specie, it seems that the exchange should regulate itself by the new specie. If, for example, the weakening in France were by half, and if the old ECU of 3 livres gave 60 groschen in Holland, the new ECU should give only 30 groschen. On the other hand, it seems that the exchange should regulate itself by the value of the old specie, because the banker who has some silver and who takes letters is obliged to carry old specie to the mint in order to have new specie on which he loses. Therefore, the exchange will be between the value of the new specie and that of the old. The value of the old specie falls, so to speak, both because new specie is already used in commerce and because the banker cannot hold strictly to either, as it is in his interest to take the old silver quickly from his till in order to put it to work, and as he is even forced to do so to make his payments. On the other hand, the value of the new specie rises, so to speak, because the banker with the new specie is in circumstances which allow him, as we shall show, to procure old specie to his great advantage. Therefore, the exchange will set itself, as I have said above, between the new specie and the old. So, the bankers profit by sending the old specie out of the state, because they gain for themselves in this way the same advantage they would have by an exchange regulated on the old specie, that is, many groschen in Holland, and also because the exchange they return to is regulated between the new specie and the old specie, that is, it is lower. This procures many écus in France. I assume that 3 livres of the old specie make, by the present exchange, 45 groschen, and that by carrying this same ECU to Holland one would have 60, but with a letter of 45 groschen, one will procure an ECU of 3 livres in France, which, carried in old specie in Holland, will still get 60 groschen. Therefore, all the old specie will leave the state that makes the recoinage, and the profit will go to the bankers. In order to remedy this, one will be forced to perform a new operation. The state which does the recoinage will itself send a great quantity in old specie to the nation that regulated the exchange, and procuring a credit for itself there, it will make the exchange rise to the point that one will have very nearly as many groschen by the exchange of an ECU of 3 livres as one would have had by sending an ECU of 3 livres in old coins out of the country. I say very nearly because, when the profit is modest, one will not be tempted to send coins out because of the expense of carrying it and the risks of confiscation. It is well to give a clear idea of this. Mr. Bernard, or any other banker the state wants to use, offers his letters to Holland at 1, 2, or 3 groschen higher than the immediate exchange. He has a supply in foreign countries of the old specie that he has continually sent out, therefore, he has made the exchange rise to the point mentioned above. Still, by giving his letters, he collects all the new specie and forces the other bankers, who have payments to make, to take their old specie to the mint, and moreover, as he had imperceptibly taken all the silver, he constrains the other bankers, in their turn, to give him letters at a very high rate of exchange. The profit at the end indemnifies him in large part for the loss at the beginning. One senses that, during this entire operation, the state has to suffer a violent crisis. Silver will become very scarce there, 1. Because most of it must be depreciated by proclamation, 2. Because part of it will have to be carried into foreign countries, 3. Because everyone will keep it under lock, as no one will want to leave to the prince a profit one hopes to have oneself. It is dangerous to do it slowly, it is dangerous to do it quickly. If the gain expected is immoderate, the drawbacks increase accordingly. It has been seen above that, when the exchange was lower than the specie, there was profit in sending silver out. For the same reason, when it is higher than the specie, there is profit in bringing it back again. But there is a case in which one finds profit in having the specie leave the country although the exchange is at par. It is when one sends it into foreign countries to have it marked again or recoined. When it returns, one makes a profit on the money whether one uses it in the country or takes letters for foreign countries. If it happened that, in a state, one made a company having a very considerable number of shares and made the value of the first purchase rise 20 or 25 times within a few months, and that this same state had established a bank whose notes were to serve the function of money, and that the numerical value of these notes was prodigiously high in order to correspond to the prodigiously high numerical value of the shares. This is Mr. Law's system. It would follow from the nature of the thing that these shares and notes would be destroyed in the same way they had been established. One could not have made the shares suddenly rise to 20 or 25 times their original value without giving many people the means of procuring immense wealth on paper. Each one would seek to secure his fortune, and as the exchange provides the easiest route for changing its nature or for sending it where one wants, one could continually remit a part of one's effects to the nation that regulated the exchange. A plan of continually remitting it to foreign countries would make the exchange fall. Let us assume that, at the time of the system, with respect to the grade and the weight of the silver money, the rate of exchange was at 40 groschen per ECU. When innumerable pieces of paper had become money, one wanted to give no more than 39 groschen per ECU, then no more than 38, 37, etc. This went so far that one gave no more than 8 groschen, and finally there was no longer an exchange. The exchange in this case should have regulated the proportion of silver to paper in France. I assume that, by the weight and grade of the silver, the ECU of 3 livres of silver was worth 40 groschen, and that when the exchange was done in paper, the ECU of 3 livres in paper was worth only 8 groschen, the difference was 4/5. Therefore, the ECU of 3 livres in paper was worth 4/5 less than the ECU of 3 livres in silver. Chapter 2. On the operations the Romans performed on monies. Whatever acts of authority have been performed on monies in our time in France in 2 consecutive ministries, the Romans performed even greater ones, not at the time of the corrupt republic or at that of the republic which was only anarchy, but when, having the full force of the institution, as much by its wisdom as by its courage, after vanquishing the towns of Italy, it disputed empire with the Carthaginians. I am very glad to pursue this matter somewhat further, so that an example will not be made of something that is not one. In the First Punic War the as, which was supposed to be of 12 ounces of copper, weighed only 2, and in the Second Punic War, it weighed only 1. This retrenching corresponds to what we today call expansion of the currency, to remove half the silver from an ECU of 6 livres in order to make 2 écus, or to make it worth 12 livres, is precisely the same thing. There remains no record of the way the Romans performed their operation in the First Punic War, but what they did in the second points to a remarkable wisdom. The Republic was not in a position to pay its debts. The as weighed 2 ounces of copper, and the denarius, valued at 10 osses, weighed 20 ounces of copper. The Republic made the as of 1 ounce of copper, it gained half on its creditors, it paid a denarius with these 10 ounces of copper. This operation gave the state a great jolt. It should have been as small as possible. The operation contained an injustice. It should have been as small as possible. Its object was the liberation of the Republic from its citizens. It could not, therefore, have been the liberation of the citizens from themselves. This brought about a second operation, and one ordered that the denarius, which had until then been only 10 osses, would contain 16. It resulted from this double operation that, while the creditors of the Republic lost half, those of the individuals lost only 1/5, commodities increased only 1/5, the real change in the money was only 1/5, the other consequences can be seen. Therefore, the Romans conducted themselves better than we, who in our operations have included both public fortunes and individual fortunes. That is not all, one will see that they performed them in circumstances more favorable than ours. Chapter 12. The circumstances in which the Romans performed their operations on money. Long ago there was very little silver or gold in Italy. This country has few if any gold or silver mines. When Rome was taken by the Gauls, there were only 1,000 pounds of gold there. Still, the Romans sacked several powerful towns and carried their wealth home. For a long time they used only copper money. It was only after the Peace of Pyrrhus that they had enough silver to make money of it. They made denarii with this metal, which were valued at 10 osses or 10 pounds of copper. Therefore, the proportion of silver to copper was as 1 to 960, for, as the Roman denarius was valued at 10 osses or 10 pounds of copper, it was valued at 120 ounces of copper and, as the same denarius was valued at 1/8 of an ounce of silver, this gives the proportion we have just mentioned. When Rome became the master of this part of Italy, with Greece and Sicily as her closest neighbors, little by little it found itself between 2 rich peoples, the Greeks and the Carthaginians. Its silver increased at home, and, as the proportion of 1 to 960 between silver and copper could no longer be sustained, Rome performed various operations on the monies, of which we know nothing. We know only that at the beginning of the Second Punic War, the Roman denarius was valued at only 20 ounces of copper, and that thus the proportion between silver and copper was only 1 to 160. The reduction was quite considerable, for the Republic gained 5/6 on all the copper money, but one had done only what the nature of thing required and had re-established the proportion between the metals that served as money. The peace that ended the First Punic War had left the Romans masters of Sicily. They soon entered Sardinia, they began to know Spain, the stock of silver continued to increase in Spain, an operation was performed reducing the silver denarius from 20 ounces to 16, and it had the effect of putting silver and copper back in proportion. This proportion was 1 to 160, it had been 1 to 128. Study the Romans, their superiority will never be more evident than in the choice of the circumstances in which they did good and evil things. Chapter 13. Operations on the moneys at the time of the emperors. In the operations performed on the moneys during the Republic, one proceeded by way of retrenchment, the state disclosed its needs to the people and did not try to seduce them. Under the emperors, one proceeded by alloying metals. These princes, reduced to despair by their very liberalities, were obliged to tamper with the moneys, an indirect path which decreased the ill but appeared not to touch it. One took back part of the gift and hid one's hand, and, without speaking of decrease in pay or largesse, these were diminished. One can still see in some collections what are called plated metals, which have only a sheath of silver covering the copper. This money is discussed in a fragment of Dio's book 77. Didius Julianus began the weakening. One finds that the money of Caracalla was more than half alloy, that of Alexander Severus 2/3, the weakening continued, and under Gallienus, one saw only silvered copper. One can feel that these violent operations could not occur in our time. A prince would deceive himself and would deceive no one else. The exchange has taught the banker to compare all the moneys of the world and set them at their just value. The grade of moneys can no longer be kept secret. If a prince begins to alloy precious metal with copper, everyone continues to do so and does it for him. Strong specie leave first and return to him weakened. If, like the Roman emperors, he weakened silver without weakening gold, he would see the gold suddenly disappear and he would be reduced to his bad silver. The exchange, as I have said in the preceding book, has curtailed the great acts of authority, or at least the success of the great acts of authority. Chapter 14. How exchange hampers despotic states. Muscovy has tried to leave its despotism, it cannot. The establishment of commerce requires the establishment of the exchange, and the operations of the exchange contradict all Muscovy's laws. In 1745, the Tsarina made an ordinance driving the Jews out because they had sent to foreign countries the silver of those who had been exiled to Siberia and that of the foreigners who were in her service. The subjects of the empire, like slaves, were unable to leave or to send out their goods without permission. The exchange, which gives the means of transferring silver from one country to another, contradicts, therefore, the laws of Muscovy. Commerce itself is in contradiction to these laws. The people comprise only slaves attached to the land and slaves called ecclesiastics or gentlemen because they are the lords of these slaves. There remains, therefore, scarcely anyone for the third estate, which is formed of workers and merchants. Chapter 15. Usage of several countries of Italy. In some Italian countries laws were made to prevent subjects from selling land in order to transfer their silver to foreign countries. These laws could be good ones, when the wealth of each state was so much its own that there were many difficulties in sending it to another. But since, by the use of the exchange, wealth somehow does not belong to any state in particular, and since it is so easily transferred from one country to another, it is a bad law that does not allow one to dispose of one's lands for one's business when one can dispose of one's silver. This law is bad because it gives the advantage to movable effects over land, because it makes foreigners dislike coming to establish themselves in the country, and finally, because one can evade it. Chapter 16. On the aid the state can draw from bankers. Bankers are made in order to change silver and not to lend it. If the prince uses them only to change his silver, as his affairs are always extensive, the slightest profit he gives the bankers for their remittance becomes considerable, and, if large profits are asked of the prince, he can be sure that it is due to a fault in administration. When, on the other hand, bankers are used for making advances of silver, their art consists in procuring large profits from it for themselves, without anyone's being able to accuse them of usury. Chapter 17. On public debts. Some people have thought that it was good for a state to owe itself. They have thought that this multiplied wealth by increasing circulation. I believe there has been a confusion between a circulating paper that represents money or a circulating paper that is the sign of the profits a company has made or will make in commerce, and a paper that represents a debt. The first two are very advantageous to the state, the third cannot be advantageous, and all that one can expect of it is that it should be a good guarantee for individuals against the nation's debt, that is, that it will procure payment of the debt. But here are the drawbacks that result. If foreigners possess much paper that represents a debt, they draw, every year, from the nation, a considerable sum in interest. 2. In a nation thus perpetually indebted, the exchange should be very low. 3. The impost levied for the payment of the interest on the debt injures manufactures by making workmanship dearer. 4. One takes the true revenues of the state from those who are active and industrious to transfer them to idle people, that is, one gives the comforts of working to those who do not work, and the difficulties of working to those who work. These are the drawbacks. I know of no advantages. 10 persons have 1,000 ekus each in revenue from land or industry. This makes, at 5%, a capital of 200,000 ekus for the nation. If these 10 persons used half their revenue, that is 5,000 ekus, to pay interest on 100,000 ekus that they have borrowed from others, this still makes only 200,000 ekus for the state. It is, in the language of algebra, 200,000 ekus. 100,000 ekus plus 100,000 ekus equals 200,000 ekus. What can lead one into error is that a paper representing the debt of a nation is a sign of wealth, for only a rich state could sustain such a paper without falling into decadence, so that it does not fall, the state must have great wealth from elsewhere. One says that there is no harm in it because there are resources against this ill, and one says that the ill is a good because the resources are greater than the ill. Chapter 18. On the payment of public debts. There must be a proportion between the state as creditor and the state as debtor. The state can be a creditor infinitely, but it can be a debtor only to a certain degree, and when it goes beyond it, the status of creditor vanishes. If this state also has a credit that has not been jeopardized, it can do what has been so happily practiced in a European state, that is, it can procure a great quantity of specie and offer reimbursement to all individuals, unless they want to reduce the interest. Indeed, just as it is individuals who fix the rate of interest when the state borrows, it is for the state to fix it when the state wants to pay. It is not enough to reduce interest, but the benefit of the reduction must form a fund for amortization to pay a part of the capital every year, an operation the happier as its success increases every day. When the credit of the state is not complete, there is a further reason to seek to form a fund for amortization because this fund, once established, soon restores confidence. If the state is a republic, whose government by its nature undertakes projects that take a long time, the capital of the fund for amortization can be small. In a monarchy, this capital must be larger. 2. The regulations should be such that all the citizens of the state bear the weight of establishing this fund, because they all bear the weight of establishing the debt. The creditor of the state pays himself with the sums he contributes. 3. There are 4 classes of people who pay the debts of the state: the owners of lands, those who practice their industry through trade, the plowmen and artisans, and the state pensioners or individuals. Of these 4 classes, the last, in a case of necessity, would seem to have to be the least carefully managed because it is an entirely passive class in the state, whereas this same state is sustained by the active force of the other 3. But, as one cannot burden it more without destroying public confidence, of which the state in general and these 3 classes in particular have a sovereign need, as a certain number of citizens cannot lack public faith without all appearing to lack it, as the class of creditors is always the most exposed to the projects of the ministers and is always under their eyes and hands, the state must accord it a singular protection, and the indebted part must never have the slightest advantage over the crediting part. Chapter 19. On lending at interest. Silver is the sign of values. It is clear that he who needs this sign should rent it, as he does everything he needs. The whole difference is that other things can either be rented or bought, whereas silver, which is the price of things, is rented and not bought. To lend one's silver without interest is a very good act, but one senses that this can be only a religious counsel and not a civil law. In order for commerce to proceed well, silver must have a price, but this price must be small. If it is too high, the trader, who sees that it would cost him more in interest than he could gain in his commerce, undertakes nothing. If silver has no price, no one lends it, and the trader still undertakes nothing. I am mistaken when I say that no one lends it. The business of society must always go forward. Usury is established, bringing with it the disorder that has been experienced at all times. The law of Muhammad confuses usury with the loan at interest. Usury increases in Mohammedan countries in proportion to the severity of the prohibition. The lender indemnifies himself for his peril in infringing the law. In these countries of the East, most men have nothing that is secure. There is almost no relation between the present possession of a sum and the expectation of having it back after lending it. Therefore, usury increases in proportion to the peril of insolvency. Chapter 20. On maritime usuries. The amount of maritime usury is founded on 2 things: the peril of the sea, which makes one risk lending his silver only in order to have much more, and the readiness commerce gives the borrower to effect much business of great consequence, whereas, since usury on land is founded on neither of these 2 reasons, it is either proscribed by legislators, or, more sensibly, kept within just bounds. Chapter 21. On the loan by contract and on usury among the Romans. In addition to the loan made for commerce, there is another kind of loan made by civil contract, which results in interest or usury. As, among the Romans, the people increased their power every day, the magistrates sought to flatter them and have them make the laws that would be the most pleasant for them. They withdrew their capital, they lowered the interest, they forbade its being taken, they removed physical constraint. Finally, the question of the abolition of debts was brought up every time a tribune wanted to make himself popular. These continual changes, both by laws and by plebiscites, naturalized usury in Rome, as the creditors who saw in the people their debtor, their legislator, and their judge no longer had trust in contracts. The creditors were not tempted to lend money to the people except at great profits, as to discredited debtors, especially because, as laws came only from time to time, the people's complaints were continual and always intimidated the creditors. This caused all honest means of borrowing and lending to be abolished in Rome, and a frightful usury, which was repeatedly crushed only to rise again, became established. The evil came from the fact that things had not been well managed. Extreme laws for good give rise to extreme evil. The people had to pay for the loan of the silver and for the danger of legal penalties. Chapter 22. Continuation of the same subject. The first Romans had no laws to regulate the rate of usury. In the ensuing embroilments between plebeians and patricians, even during the sedition of the Mons Caesar, on the one side, only good faith was alleged, and, on the other, only the harshness of contracts. Individual agreements were, therefore, followed, and I believe that they were ordinarily at 12% per year. My reason is that in the old language of the Romans, interest at 6% was called half of usury, interest at 3%, quarter of usury, the total of usury was, therefore, interest at 12%. But if one asks how such high rates of usury could have become established among a people who were almost without commerce, I shall say that this people, who were very often obliged to go to war without pay, very often needed to borrow, and that, as their expeditions were constantly successful, they often found it easy to pay. And this is easily sensed in the narrative of the embroilment that arose in this regard. There was no argument with the avarice of those who lent money, but it was said that those who complained would have been able to pay it if their conduct had not been irregular. Laws were made, therefore, that affected only the immediate situation. An ordinance was made, for example, that those who enrolled for a war that had to be fought would not be pursued by their creditors, that those who were in irons would be set free, that the most indigent would be taken to the colonies. Sometimes the public treasury was opened. The people were pacified as their present ills were relieved, and as they asked for nothing for the future, the Senate was careful not to provide it. At the time when the Senate defended so consistently the cause of usury, the Romans' love of poverty, of frugality, and of mediocrity in fortunes was at its peak, but the constitution was such that the principal citizens bore all the burdens of the state and the common people paid nothing. How could the former be deprived of the right to pursue their debtors, and be asked to fulfill their posts and to fund the pressing needs of the Republic? Tacitus says that the law of the 12 tables fixed interest at 1% per year. It is clear that he was mistaken and that he took for a law of the 12 tables another law I shall mention. If the law of the 12 tables had ruled that, how was it that one did not use its authority in the disputes that arose after that time between creditors and debtors? One finds no vestige of this law about lending at interest, and, however little one may know about Roman history, one will see that such a law could not have been the work of the Decemvirs. The Licinian law, made 85 years after the law of the 12 tables, was one of those short-lived laws we have mentioned. It ordered one to withdraw from the capital what had been paid as interest and to discharge the remainder in 3 equal payments. In Roman year 398, 356 B.C., the tribunes Duilius and Manius had a law passed that reduced interest to 1% per year. It is this law that Tacitus confuses with the law of the 12 tables, and it is the first one the Romans made to fix the rate of interest. 10 years later, this usury was reduced by half, subsequently it was entirely removed, and if we are to believe some of the authors Livy had read, this occurred during the consulate of C. Marcius Rutilius and Q. Servilius, in Roman year 413, 341 B.C. This law followed in the path of all laws in which the legislator has carried things to excess. A way was found to avoid it. Many others had to be made to strengthen, correct, and temper it. Sometimes one departed from laws to follow usages, sometimes one departed from usages to follow laws, but, in this case, usage easily prevailed. When a man borrows, he finds an obstacle in the very law that is made in his favor. That law has against it both the one it aids and the one it condemns. As the lender Sempronius Asellus permitted debtors to act according to the laws, he was killed by creditors for having wanted to recall the memory of a rigidity they could no longer bear. I leave the town to glance briefly at the provinces. I have said elsewhere that the Roman provinces were devastated by a despotic and harsh government. That is not all, they were further devastated by frightful usuries. Cicero says that the people of Salamis wanted to borrow silver from Rome and that they could not because of the Gabinian law. I must explore this law. When loans at interest had been prohibited in Rome, all sorts of ways were devised to avoid the law. And, as the allies and those of the Latin nations were not subject to the Roman civil law, an ally or Latin, who lent his name and appeared to be the creditor, was used. Therefore, the law had only made the creditor submit to a formality, and the people were not relieved. The people complained of this fraud, and Marcus Sempronius, tribune of the people, by the authority of the Senate, had a plebiscite passed that stipulated that, in the matter of loans, laws prohibiting usurious loans between one Roman citizen and another would apply equally to those between a citizen and an ally or a Latin. At that time, those called allies were the peoples of Italy proper, which extended to the Arno and the Rubicon and was not governed as were Roman provinces. Tacitus says that there were always new evasions of the laws checking usuries. When one could no longer lend or borrow under the name of an ally, it was easy to bring in a man from the provinces who lent his name. There had to be a new law against these abuses, and when Gabinius made the famous law whose purpose was to check corruption in voting, he naturally thought that the best way to accomplish it was to discourage borrowing. These two things were naturally bound together, for usury always increased at the time of the elections because silver was needed in order to win votes. One clearly sees that the Gabinian law had extended the senatusconsult Sempronian to the provincial people, as the people of Salamis could not borrow silver in Rome because of this law. Brutus, using borrowed names, lent it to them at 4% per month and obtained for that 2 senatusconsults, in the first of which it was said that the loan would not be considered as evading the law and that the governor of Cilicia would judge in accordance with the agreement stipulated in the note of the people of Salamis. The Gabinian law prohibited loans with interest between the people of the provinces and Roman citizens, and since the latter had, at that time, all the silver in the world in their hands, they had to be tempted by high rates of usury so that in the eyes of the avaricious the danger of losing the debt would disappear. And, as in Rome there were powerful people who intimidated the magistrates and silenced the laws, they were bolder in lending and bolder in requiring high rates of usury. Because of this, the provinces were ravaged one by those who had credit in Rome, and as each governor made his edict on entering his province, setting the rate of usury that suited him, avarice assisted legislation, and legislation assisted avarice. Business must go forward, and a state is lost if everything falls into inaction. There were occasions when the towns, the corporate bodies, the societies of towns, and individuals all borrowed, and the need to borrow was only too great, whether to pay for the ravages of the armies, for the rapaciousness of the magistrates, for the extortions of men of business, or for the bad usages that were continually established. One had never been as rich or as poor. The Senate, which had executive power, gave by necessity and often by favor permission to borrow from the citizens and thereupon made senatusconsults. But even these senatusconsults were brought into discredit by the law. These senatusconsults gave rise to the people's demand for new tables, which, by increasing the danger of the loss of capital, increased usury further. I shall continue to repeat, moderation governs men, not excesses. He who pays later, says Ulpian, pays less. The legislators were led by this principle after the destruction of the Roman Republic. Book 23. On laws in their relation to the number of inhabitants. Chapter 1. On men and animals in relation to the multiplication of their species. Venus, life-giver. For soon as the year has bared her springtime face, and bars are down for the breeze of growth and birth, in heaven the birds first mark your passage, lady. And you, your power pulses in their hearts. Then wild beasts, too, leap over rich, lush lands, and swim swift streams, so prisoned by your charms. They follow lustily where you lead them on. Last, over sea and hill and greedy river, through leaf-clad homes of birds, through fresh green fields. In every creature you sink love's tingling dart, luring them lustily to create their kind. Since you, and only you, rule the world of nature, and nothing, without you, comes forth to the coasts of holy light, or makes for joy and love. The fertility of female animals is virtually consistent. But in the human species, the way of thinking, character, passions, fantasies, caprices, the idea of preserving one's beauty, the encumbrance of pregnancy, that of a too numerous family, disturb propagation in 1,000 ways. Chapter 2. On Marriages. The natural obligation of the father to nourish his children has established marriage, which declares the one who should fulfill this obligation. The peoples of whom Pomponius Mela speaks fixed it by resemblance alone. Among well-policed peoples, the father is the one whom the laws in the ceremony of marriage declare to be such because they find in him the person they seek. Among animals this obligation is such that the mother can usually meet it. The obligation is much broader among men, their children partake of reason, but it comes to them by degrees. It is not enough to nourish them, they must also be guided. Even when they can sustain their lives, they cannot govern themselves. Illicit unions contribute little to the propagation of the species. In them the father, whose natural obligation is to nourish and raise the children, is not fixed, and the mother, on whom the obligation falls, meets thousands of obstacles, in shame, in remorse, in the constraints her sex imposes, in the rigor of the laws, and she generally lacks means of support. Women who have submitted to public prostitution cannot have the comforts required to raise their children. Even the care required for the education of their children is incompatible with their condition, and they are so corrupt that the law cannot trust them. It follows from all of this that public continence is joined naturally to the propagation of the species. Chapter 3. On the condition of children. Reason dictates that children follow the condition of the father when there is a marriage, and when there is no father, they can only be the concern of the mother. Chapter 4. On families. It is accepted almost everywhere that the wife passes into the family of the husband. The contrary is established without any difficulty in Formosa, where the husband goes to form the wife's family. Independently of its first motives, this law which fixes the family in a succession of persons of the same sex contributes much to the propagation of the human species. The family is a sort of property. A man who has children of the sex that does not perpetuate it is never content until he has those of the sex that does. Names, which give men the idea of a thing that seemingly should not perish, are very appropriate for inspiring in each family the desire to extend its duration. Among some peoples, names distinguish families; among others, they distinguish only persons, which is not as good. Chapter 5. On various orders of legitimate wives. Sometimes laws and religion have established many sorts of civil unions, for example among the Mohammedans, where there are several orders of wives whose children are recognized by their birth in a household, by civil contracts, or even by the slavery of the mother and their subsequent recognition by the father. It would be contrary to reason for the law to stigmatize in the children what it has approved in the father. Therefore, all these children should inherit, unless some particular reason opposes it, as in Japan, where only the children of a wife given by the emperor may inherit. Policy requires that the goods the emperor gives not be excessively divided because they include a service, as did our fiefs in former times. There are countries in which a legitimate wife enjoys within the household nearly the same honors that the single wife has in our climate. There the children of concubines are taken to belong to the first wife. It is established thus in China. Filial respect, the ceremony of strict mourning, are due not to the natural mother, but to the mother given by the law. With the help of such a fiction, there are no longer bastard children, and in the countries where this fiction has no place, one surely sees that the law that makes legitimate the children of concubines is a forced law, for the largest part of the nation would be stigmatized by the law. Nor is there a question in these countries of children born of adultery. The separation of women, the enclosure, the eunuchs, the locks, render the thing so difficult that the law judges it impossible. Besides, the same sword would exterminate the mother and the child. Chapter 6. On bastards in various governments. Therefore, one finds scarcely any bastards in the countries where polygamy is permitted. These are found in those where the law establishes a single wife. Concubinage has had to be stigmatized in these countries, therefore the children born of it have had also to be stigmatized. In republics, where it is necessary for mores to be pure, bastards should be still more odious than they are in monarchies. In Rome, the provisions made against them were perhaps too harsh, but, as the ancient institutions made it necessary for all citizens to marry, and moreover, as marriages were softened by permission to repudiate or to divorce, only a very great corruption of mores could have brought about concubinage. It must be remarked that, because of the esteem accorded citizenship in democracies, where it carried with its sovereign power, laws were often made about the position of bastards that had less relation to the thing itself and to the honesty of marriage than to the particular constitution of the republic. Thus the people sometimes accepted bastards as citizens in order to increase their power against the important men. Thus in Athens the people subtracted the bastards from the number of citizens in order to have a greater portion of the grain sent them by the king of Egypt. Finally, Aristotle teaches us that in many towns, where there were not enough citizens, bastards inherited, and that when there were enough of them, they did not inherit. Chapter 7. On the father's consent to marriage. The consent of fathers is founded on their power, that is, on their right of property. It is also founded on their love, on their reason, and on the uncertainty of the reason of their children, whose age keeps them in a state of ignorance and whose passions keep them in a state of drunkenness. In the small republics or in the singular institutions of which we have spoken, there can be laws assigning magistrates to inspect marriages between the children of citizens, a thing nature had already assigned to fathers. The love of the public good can be such that it equals or surpasses any other love. This is why Plato wanted magistrates to regulate marriages, this is why the Lacedaemonian magistrates directed them. But in ordinary institutions, it is for the fathers to marry their children. Their prudence in this regard will always be greater than any other prudence. Nature gives fathers a desire to procure heirs for their children, which they scarcely feel for themselves. In the various degrees of primogeniture, they see themselves gradually advancing toward the future. But what would happen if harassment and avarice went to the point of usurping the authority of fathers? Let us listen to Thomas Gage on the conduct of the Spanish in the Indies. In order to increase the number of people who pay tribute, all Indians who are 15 years old must marry, and the age of marriage of Indians has been ruled to be 14 years for males and 13 for girls. This is founded on a canon that says that craftiness can replace age. He saw one of these enumerations made. It was a shameful thing, he said. Thus, in the action that should be the freest in the world, the Indians are still slaves. Chapter 8. Continuation of the same subject. In England, daughters often abuse the law in order to marry according to their fancy without consulting their parents. I do not know whether this usage might not be better tolerated there than elsewhere because, as the laws have not established a monastic celibacy, girls have no other state to take than that of marriage and cannot refuse it. On the other hand, in France monasticism is established, daughters always have the recourse of celibacy, and the law ordering them to await the consent of their fathers could be more suitable there. The usage in Italy and Spain would be the least reasonable in respect to this idea. Monasticism is established there, and one can marry without the father's consent. Chapter 9. On Girls. Girls, who are led to pleasure and liberty only by marriage, whose spirit dares not think, whose heart dares not feel, whose eyes dare not see, whose ears dare not hear, who are introduced only to show themselves dull-witted, and who are condemned without respite to trifles and to precepts are quite drawn to marriage. It is the boys who must be encouraged. Chapter 10. What induces one to marry? Wherever there is a place for two persons to live comfortably, a marriage is made. Nature very much inclines to this when she is not checked by the difficulty of sustenance. Nascent peoples multiply and increase greatly. Among them it would be a great discomfort to live in celibacy. It is not a discomfort to have many children. The contrary occurs when the nation is formed. Chapter 2. On the harshness of the government. People who have absolutely nothing, like beggars, have many children. This is because their case is like that of nascent peoples. It costs nothing for the father to give his art to his children, who even at birth have the instruments of that art. These people, in a rich or superstitious country, multiply because they do not bear the burdens of the society but are themselves the burdens of society. But people who are poor only because they live under a harsh government, who regard their fields less as the foundation of their sustenance than as a pretext for harassments, these people, I say, have few children. They cannot even nourish themselves. How could they dream of sharing? They cannot take care of themselves when they are ill. How could they raise creatures who are in that continuous illness which is childhood? It is ease of speaking and inability to examine that have caused it to be said that the poorer the subjects, the larger their families, that the more one is burdened with imposts, the more one puts oneself in a position to pay them. Two sophisms that have always ruined and will forever ruin monarchies. The harshness of the government can go as far as destroying natural feelings by natural feelings themselves. Did not the women in America make themselves miscarry in order for their children not to have such cruel masters? Chapter 12. On the number of girls and boys in different countries. I have already said that in Europe a few more boys than girls are born. It has been observed that in Japan a few more girls than boys were born. All things being equal, there will be more fertile women in Japan than in Europe, and consequently more people. Some accounts say that in Bantam there are 10 girls for each boy. Such a disproportion, which would make the number of families there to the number of families in other climates be as 1:5.5, would be excessive. Indeed, families there could be larger, but there are few people sufficiently well off to be able to take care of such a large family. Chapter 13. On Seaports. In seaports, where men are exposed to 1,000 dangers and go to live or die in distant climates, there are fewer men than women. Nevertheless, more children are seen there than elsewhere, which is a result of the ease of gaining sustenance. Perhaps, too, the oily parts of fish can supply the matter that serves for procreation. This would be one of the causes of the infinite number of people there are in Japan and in China, where they live almost exclusively on fish. If this were so, certain monastic rules that oblige one to live on fish would be contrary to the spirit of the legislator himself. Chapter 14. On the products of the land that require more or fewer men. The countries that are in pasture are little populated because few people find occupation there, lands in grain occupy more men, and vineyards infinitely more. In England, there have often been complaints that the increase in pasturelands has led to a decrease in inhabitants, and it is observed in France that the great quantity of its vineyards is one of the great causes for the multitude of men. Countries with coal mines to supply material for fuel have an advantage over the others since they do not have to have any forests and all the lands can be cultivated. In places where rice is grown there must be many projects to control the water, therefore, many of their people can be occupied. Furthermore, less land is needed there to provide the sustenance of a family than in those countries that produce other grains. Finally, the land that elsewhere is used for feeding animals serves immediately there for the sustenance of men. The work that animals do elsewhere is done there by men, and the cultivation of the land becomes for men an immense manufactory. Chapter 15. On the number of inhabitants in relation to the arts. When there is an agrarian law and the lands are equally divided, the country can be heavily populated although there are few arts, because each citizen finds that working his land provides him precisely enough to feed himself and because all the citizens together consume all the fruit of the country. It was thus in some ancient republics. But in our states today, the land is unequally distributed. It produces more fruit than those who cultivate it can consume, and if one neglects the arts and attaches oneself only to agriculture, the country cannot be populated. As those who cultivate or supervise cultivation have fruit remaining, nothing commits them to work the following year. The fruit would not be consumed by idle people, for idle people would not have the wherewithal to buy them. Therefore, the arts must be established in order for the fruit to be consumed by plowmen and artisans. In a word, these states need many people to grow more than is necessary for themselves. For that, they must be given the desire to have the superfluous, but only artisans can give that. Those machines whose purpose is to simplify the craft are not always useful. If a work is at a medium price, suitable to both the one who purchases it and the other worker who makes it, machines that would simplify its manufacture, that is, that would decrease the number of workers, would be pernicious, and if watermills were not established everywhere, would not believe them to be as useful as is said because they have put an infinity of hands to rest. They have deprived many people of the use of water, and they have made many lands lose their fertility. Chapter 16. On the views of the legislator concerning the propagation of the species. Regulations concerning the number of inhabitants depend greatly on circumstances. There are countries where nature has done everything, the legislator, therefore, has nothing to do. What good is it for the laws to encourage propagation when the fertility of the climate gives enough people? Sometimes the climate is more favorable than the terrain, the people multiply and famines destroy them. This is the situation in China. Thus a father there sells his daughters and exposes his children. The same causes bring about the same effects in Tonkin, and one must not, like the Arab travelers who appear in Renaudot's account, seek to explain it by the opinion on metempsychosis. For the same reasons, the religion of the island of Formosa does not permit women to have children before they are 35 years old. Before this age, the priestess crushes their womb and makes them miscarry. Chapter 17. On Greece and the number of its inhabitants. This effect, which depends on physical causes in certain eastern countries, was produced in Greece by the nature of the government. The Greeks were a great nation made up of towns, each having its government and its laws. They conquered no more than the towns of Switzerland, Holland, and Germany do today. In each republic, the legislator had had for his purposes the happiness of the citizens at home and a power abroad that was not inferior to that of the neighboring towns. With a small territory and a great felicity, it was easy for the number of citizens to increase and become a burden. Thus, they constantly made colonies. They were mercenaries like the Swiss of today. nothing was neglected that could prevent the excessive multiplication of children. There were among them republics whose constitution was singular. Subject peoples were obliged to supply sustenance to the citizens. The Lacedaemonians were fed by the Helots, the Cretans by the Perioikoi, the Thessalians by the Penestae. There had to be only a certain number of free men there so that the slaves would be in a position to furnish their sustenance. We say today that the number of regular troops must be limited. Lacedaemonia was an army kept up by peasants, therefore, this army had to be limited. If not, the free men who had all the advantages of the society would have multiplied without number, and the ploughmen would have been overwhelmed. The Greek political men were thus particularly attached to regulating the number of citizens. Plato fixes it at 5,040, and he wants propagation to be checked or encouraged according to need, by honors, by shame, and by the warnings of the old men. He even wants the number of marriages to be regulated in such a way that the people replace themselves without overburdening the republic. If the law of the country, says Aristotle, prohibits the exposing of infants, the number of children each man is to beget has to be limited. To someone who has more children than the number specified by the law, he counsels causing the woman to miscarry before the fetus has life. The vile means employed by the Cretans to prevent having too many children is reported by Aristotle, and I have felt modesty frightened when I wanted to report it. There are places, Aristotle goes on to say, where the law makes citizens of foreigners, bastards, or those who are born only of a citizen mother, but as soon as they have enough people they no longer do it. The savages of Canada burn their prisoners, but when they have empty huts to give, they recognize their prisoners as a part of their nation. Sir William Petty has assumed in his calculations that a man in England is worth what he would be sold for in Algiers. This can be good only for England. There are countries in which a man is worth nothing, there are some in which he is worth less than nothing. Chapter 18. On the state of peoples before the Romans. Italy, Sicily, Asia Minor, Spain, Gaul, and Germany, like Greece, were full of small peoples and glutted with inhabitants. In them there was no need to make laws to increase the numbers. Chapter 19. Depopulation of the universe. All these small republics were swallowed up by a great one, and the universe was gradually seen to lose population. One has only to look at Italy and Greece before and after the Roman victories. I shall be asked, says Livy, where the Volscians were able to find enough soldiers to wage war after having been vanquished so often. There had to have been an infinity of people in these regions, which today would be uninhabited except for some soldiers and Roman slaves. The oracles have ceased, says Plutarch, because the places where they spoke have been destroyed. In Greece today one would find scarcely 3,000 soldiers. I shall not describe, says Strabo, Epirus and the neighboring places, because these countries are entirely uninhabited. This depopulation, which began long ago, continues every day, so that Roman soldiers camp in abandoned houses. He finds the cause of this in Polybius, who says that Aemilius Paulus destroyed 70 towns in Epirus after his victory and returned home with 150,000 slaves. Chapter 20. That it was necessary for the Romans to make laws for the propagation of the species. The Romans, by destroying all the peoples, destroyed themselves. Constantly active, striving, and violent, they wore themselves out, just as a weapon that is always in use wears out. I shall not speak here of their attentiveness to replacing the citizens they lost, of the associations they made, of the rights to citizenship they gave, or of that immense nursery of citizens they found in their slaves. I shall say what they did to replace not the loss of citizens, but that of men, and as they were the people in the world who best knew how to fit their laws to their projects, to examine what they did in this regard is not a matter of indifference. Chapter 21. On Roman laws concerning the propagation of the species. The old laws of Rome sought to induce the citizens to marry. The Senate and the people often made regulations about this, as Augustus says in the speech reported by Dio. Dionysius of Halicarnassus cannot believe that after the death of 305 Fabians wiped out by the Veians, there remained of this family but a single child, because the old law that ordered each citizen to marry and raise all his children was still in force. Independently of the laws, the censors kept an eye on marriage, and according to the needs of the Republic, they engaged people to it both by shame and by penalties. The mores, which had begun to be corrupted, contributed much to the citizens' distaste for marriage, which is only trouble for those who are no longer sensitive to the pleasures of innocence. This is the spirit of the speech that Metellus Numidicus made to the people during his censorship. If it were possible not to have wives, we would be delivered from this evil, but as nature has established that one can scarcely live happily with them, or continue to exist without them, there must be more regard for our preservation than for fleeting satisfactions. The corruption of mores destroyed the censorship, itself established to destroy the corruption of mores, but when this corruption becomes general, censorship no longer has force. Civil discords, triumvirates, and proscriptions weakened Rome more than any war that it had yet waged. Few citizens remained, and most of them were not married. In order to remedy this last ill, Caesar and Augustus re-established the censorship and even wanted to be censors. They made various regulations. Caesar rewarded those who had many children. He forbade women under 45 and who had neither husbands nor children to wear precious stones or to use litters, an excellent method of attacking celibacy through vanity. The laws of Augustus were more pressing. He imposed new penalties on those who were not married and increased the rewards for those who were and for those who had children. Tacitus calls them the Julian laws. It is likely that the old regulations made by the Senate, the people, and the censors were recast into them. The Augustan law met with 1,000 obstacles, and 34 years after it had been made, the Roman knights asked him to revoke it. He had those who were married put on one side and those who were not, on the other. These last appeared in greater number, which astonished and confused the citizens. Augustus, with the gravity of the censors of old, spoke to them thus. While diseases and wars take so many citizens from us, what will become of the town if marriages are no longer contracted? The city does not consist in houses, porticos, public squares, it is men who make the city. You will not see men emerge from the earth to take care of your business, as in legend. It is not to live alone that you remain celibate, each one of you has companions at his table and in his bed, and you seek only peace for your profligacy. Will you cite the example of the Vestal virgins? If you were not to observe the laws of modesty, you would have, therefore, to be punished as they are. You are equally bad citizens whether everyone imitates your example or no one follows it. My only purpose is the perpetuation of the Republic. I have increased the penalties for those who have not obeyed, and, with regard to rewards, they are such that I do not know whether virtue has ever had greater ones. If lesser ones lead 1,000 people to risk their lives, would not these of mine get you to promise to take a wife and nourish children? He gave this law, which he named Julia, for himself, and Papia Poppaea, for those who were consuls for a part of that year. The size of the ill appeared even in their election. Dio tells us that they were not married and that they had no children. The Augustan law promptly became a code of laws and a systematic body of all the regulations that could be made on this subject. The Julian laws were recast into them and were given more force. They have so many aspects, they influence so many things, that they form the finest part of the Roman civil laws. Scattered bits of them are to be found in the precious fragments of Ulpian, in the laws of the Digestron from the authors who have written on the Papian laws, in the historians and other authors who have cited them, in the Theodosian Code, in the fathers who censored them, doubtless with a commendable zeal for things of the next life, but with very little knowledge of the business of this one. These laws had several articles, of which 35 are known. But, proceeding to my subject as directly as possible, I shall begin with the article that Aulus Gellius tells us was the 7th, and which concerns the honors and rewards granted by the law. The Romans, who came for the most part from the Latin towns, which were Lacedaemonian colonies, and who had even drawn a part of their laws from these towns, had, like the Lacedaemonians, the respect for old age that gives it all honors and all precedence. When the Republic lacked citizens, marriage and the number of children were granted the prerogatives that had been given to age. Some were attached to marriage alone, independently of the children who could be born of it. This was called the right of husbands. Others were given to those citizens with children, greater ones to those with 3 children. These 3 things must not be confused. Some of these privileges married people could always enjoy, for example, a particular seat in the theater. Some they enjoyed only when the people who had children, or when those who had more than they, did not take them away. These privileges were very extensive. The married people who had the greatest number of children were always preferred, both in the pursuit of honors and in the exercise of these same honors. The consul who had the most children took the fasces first. He had the choice of provinces. The senator who had the most children was the first inscribed in the catalogue of senators. He gave his opinion first in the Senate. One could attain magistracies before the required age because each child counted for 1 additional year. If one had 3 children in Rome, one was exempt from all personal charges. Free women who had 3 children and freed women who had 4 came out of that perpetual wardship in which the old Roman laws kept them. But if there were rewards, there also were penalties. Those who were not married could receive nothing from the testaments of those who were not relatives, and those who were married but without children received only half. The Romans, according to Plutarch, married in order to be heirs, not in order to have heirs. The benefits a husband and a wife could give to each other by testament was limited by the law. They could give each other everything if they had children by each other. If they had none, they could receive 1/10 of the inheritance because of the marriage, and if they had children from another marriage, they could give each other as many tenths as they had children. If a husband absented himself from his wife for a cause other than the business of the Republic, he could not be her heir. The law gave a surviving husband or wife 2 years to remarry, and 1.5 years in the case of divorce. Fathers who did not want to marry their children or give dowries to their daughters were constrained to do so by magistrates. One could not have an engagement when the marriage was to be more than 2 years away, and, as one could not marry a girl before 12 years of age, one could not become engaged to her before she was 10 years of age. The law did not want one to be able to enjoy uselessly, and on the pretext of an engagement, the privileges of married people. A man of 60 years was prohibited from marrying a woman of 50. As one had given great privileges to married people, the law did not want useless marriages. For the same reason, the Senatus Consult Calvisianus declared irregular the marriage of a woman of more than 50 years with a man of less than 60, so that a woman of more than 50 could not marry without incurring the penalties of these laws. Tiberius increased the severity of the Papian law and prohibited a man of 60 from marrying a woman who was under 50, so a man of 60 could not marry in any case without incurring the penalty. But Claudius repealed what had been done under Tiberius in this regard. All these provisions were more in conformity with the climate of Italy than with that of the north, where a man of 60 is still strong and women of 50 are not generally barren. In order for one not to be uselessly limited in the choice one could make, Augustus permitted all freemen who were not senators to marry freed women. The Papian law prohibited senators from marrying women who had been freed, or who had appeared in the theatre, and at the time of Ulpian freed men were prohibited from marrying women who had led a dissolute life, who had appeared in the theatre, or who had been condemned by a public judgment. Some Senatus consults had to have established this. In the time of the Republic, few of these sorts of laws were made, because the censors corrected in this regard the disorders that arose, or kept them from arising. As Constantine had made a law which included in the prohibition of the Papian law not only senators but also those who had a considerable rank in the state, not to mention those who were of an inferior condition, this formed the right of that time. Only freemen included in the law of Constantine were forbidden such marriages. Justinian also repealed the law of Constantine and permitted all sorts of persons to contract these marriages. It is in this way that we have acquired such a sorry liberty. It is clear that the penalties imposed on those who married contrary to the prohibition of the law were the same as the ones imposed on those who did not marry at all. These marriages gave them no civil advantages, the dowry was null and void after the death of the wife. As Augustus had awarded to the public treasury the inheritances and legacies of those the laws declared disqualified from making them, these laws appeared to be fiscal rather than political or civil. The distaste one already had for a seemingly oppressive burden was increased by that of seeing oneself continually prey to the avidity of the fisc. The results were that under Tiberius one was obliged to modify these laws, that Nero decreased the rewards given those who informed for the fisc, that Trajan checked their banditry, that Severus modified these laws, and that the jurists regarded them as odious and abandoned this rigor in their decisions. Besides, the emperors weakened these laws by giving away as privileges the rights of husbands, of children, and of 3 children. They did more, they relieved individuals from the penalties of these laws. But it seemed that relief should not have been permitted from rules established for public utility. It had been reasonable to grant the right of those with children to the Vestals, whom religion necessarily kept virginal. Similarly, one gave the privilege of married men to soldiers because they could not marry. It was the custom to exempt the emperors from the annoyance of certain civil laws. Thus, Augustus was exempt from the annoyance of the law that limited the faculty of freeing, and from the one that set bounds to the faculty of making testaments. All these were only particular cases, but subsequently relief was given readily, and the rule became only an exception. Sects of philosophy had already introduced into the empire a spirit of distance from public business which could not have reached this point at the time of the Republic, when everyone was busy with the arts of war and peace. From it came an idea of perfection attached to all that leads to a speculative life, from it came distance from the cares and encumbrance of a family. The Christian religion, succeeding philosophy, fixed, so to speak, ideas for which the former had only cleared the way. Christianity gave its character to jurisprudence, for empire always has some relation to priesthood. This can be seen in the Theodosian Code, which is but a compilation of the ordinances of the Christian emperors. One of the eulogists of Constantine said to that emperor, "Your laws were made only to correct vices and to regulate mores. You have removed the artifice of the old laws which seem to have no other view than that of setting traps for simplicity." It is certain that Constantine's changes were based either on ideas related to the establishment of Christianity, or on ideas drawn from its perfection. From this first purpose came those laws that gave such authority to the bishops that they were the foundation of ecclesiastical jurisdiction. From it came those laws that weakened paternal authority, by removing from the father the ownership of the children's goods. In order to spread a new religion, one must take away the extreme dependence of children, who are always less concerned with what is established. The laws made with Christian perfection as their object were chiefly those by which he removed the penalties of the Papian laws and exempted from them both those who were not married and those who, being married, had no children. These laws were established, says an ecclesiastical historian, as if the multiplication of mankind could be a result of our cares, instead of seeing that this number grows larger or smaller according to the order of providence. The principles of religion have greatly influenced the propagation of the human species. Sometimes they have encouraged it, as among the Jews, the Mohammedans, the Guebers, and the Chinese. Sometimes they have run counter to it, as they did among the Romans who became Christians. One continued to preach continence everywhere, that is, that virtue which is more perfect, because, by its nature, it must be practiced by very few people. Constantine did not remove the decimal laws, which gave greater extent to the gifts a husband and wife could make to each other in proportion to the number of their children. Theodosius the Young repealed these laws. Justinian declared valid all the marriages that the Papian laws had prohibited. These laws wanted one to remarry. Justinian granted advantages to those who would not remarry. By the old laws, the natural faculty that each one has to marry and have children could not be taken away. Thus, when one received a legacy on condition that one did not marry, when a patron made his freedman swear that he would not marry and that he would not have children, the Papian law annulled both this condition and this oath. Therefore, the provisos upon remaining widowed that we have established contradict the old right and descend from the constitutions of the emperors, which were based on ideas of perfection. There is no law containing an express repeal of the privileges and honors the pagan Romans had granted for marriages and for some number of children, but where celibacy was preeminent, marriage could no longer be honored, and as one could oblige the tax collectors to renounce so much profit when penalties were abolished, one senses that it was easier yet to remove the rewards. The same reason of spirituality that permitted celibacy soon imposed the necessity of that celibacy. God forbid that I should speak here against the celibacy that religion has adopted, but who could be silent about the one formed by libertinage, the one where the two sexes corrupting one another even by natural feelings themselves, flee a union that should make them better in order to live in one that makes them ever worse. It is a rule drawn from nature that the more one decreases the number of marriages that can be made, the more one corrupts those that are made. The fewer married people there are, the less fidelity there is in marriages, just as when there are more robbers, there are more robberies. Chapter 22. On the exposure of children. The first Romans had a quite good police concerning the exposure of children. Romulus, says Dionysius of Halicarnassus, imposed on all citizens the necessity of raising all male children and the oldest daughter. If the children were deformed and monstrous, he permitted them to be exposed, after they had been shown to 5 of the closest neighbors. Romulus did not permit killing any child under 3 years. In that way he reconciled the law which gave fathers the right of life and death over their children and the one that prohibited their being exposed. One also finds in Dionysius of Halicarnassus that the law which ordered citizens to marry and raise all their children was in force in Roman year 277, for 77 B.C. One sees that usage had restrained the law of Romulus that permitted exposing younger daughters. We know what the law of 12 tables of Roman year 301, for 53 B.C., enacted about exposing children only from a passage in Cicero, who, while speaking of the tribunate of the people, says that it was suffocated immediately after its birth like the monstrous child in the law of 12 tables. Therefore, children who were not monstrous were kept, and the law of 12 tables changed nothing of the former institutions. The Germans, says Tacitus, do not expose their children, and good mores have more force among them than have good laws elsewhere. Therefore, among the Romans there were laws against this practice, and they were no longer followed. No Roman law can be found that permits exposing children. It was doubtless an abuse introduced in later times when luxury took away comfort, when wealth that was shared was called poverty, when a father believed he had lost what he gave to his family, and when he made a distinction between this family and his property. Chapter 23. On the state of the universe after the destruction of the Romans. The regulations made by the Romans to increase the number of their citizens had their effect while their republic, in the full force of its institution, had only to recover from the losses due to its courage, its audacity, its firmness, its love for glory, even its virtue. But soon the wisest laws could not re-establish what a dying republic, a general anarchy, a military government, a harsh empire, a haughty despotism, a weak monarchy, and an inane, idiotic, and superstitious court had by turns beaten down. One would have said that they had conquered the world only to weaken it and to deliver it defenseless to the barbarians. The nations of the Goths, the Geti, the Saracens, and the Tartars each in turn bore down on them. Soon the barbarian peoples had only barbarian peoples to destroy. Thus in legendary times after floods and storms, armed men came out of the ground who did away with each other. Chapter 24. Changes that occurred in Europe in relation to the number of inhabitants. In the state Europe was in at that time, one would not have believed that it could re-establish itself, above all when, under Charlemagne, it formed only one vast empire. But the nature of the government of that time divided Europe into an infinity of small sovereignties. And, as a lord lived in his village or in his town, as he was not great, rich, powerful, what shall I say, as he was kept secure only by the number of his inhabitants, each one strove with a singular attentiveness to make his little country flourish. This succeeded so well that, in spite of the irregularities of the government, the lack of knowledge that has since been gained about commerce, and the great number of wars and quarrels which constantly arose, there were in most of the regions of Europe more people than there are today. I do not have time to treat this matter in depth, but I shall cite the prodigious armies of crusaders made up of all kinds of men. Mr. Pufendorf says that under Charles IX there were 20 million men in France. It is the perpetual unions of many small states that produced this decrease. Formerly, each village in France was a capital. There is only one large one today. Each part of the state was a center of power. Today everything relates to one center, and this center is, so to speak, the state itself. Chapter 25. Continuation of the same subject. It is true that Europe has for 2 centuries greatly increased its navigation. This has both gained and lost inhabitants. Holland sends a great number of sailors to the Indies every year, of which only 2/3 return, the remainder perish or settle in the Indies. Nearly the same thing should happen in other nations that engage in this commerce. One must not judge Europe as if it were a single state, which alone sends its fleets there. Such a state would increase in people because all the neighboring nations would come to take part in this navigation. Sailors would arrive from every direction. Europe, separated from the rest of the world by religion, by vast seas, and by deserts, does not replenish itself in this way. Chapter 26. Consequences. From all this one must conclude that Europe today is an instance of the case in which laws are needed to favor the propagation of the human species. Thus, just as the Greek political men always tells us that the republic is tormented by having a large number of citizens, today political men tell us only of the means proper for increasing it. Chapter 27. On the law made in France to encourage the propagation of the species. Louis XIV ordered certain pensions for those who had 10 children and larger ones for those who had 12, but it was not a question of rewarding prodigies. In order to give a certain general spirit that would lead to the propagation of the species, general rewards or general penalties had to be established as among the Romans. Chapter 28. How one can remedy depopulation. When a state is depopulated by particular accidents, wars, plagues, or famines, there are resources. The remaining men can preserve the spirit of work and industry. They can seek to undo their misfortunes and to become more industrious by their calamity itself. An almost incurable ill is seen when depopulation is of long standing because of an internal vice and a bad government. Men there have perished from an imperceptible and habitual illness, born in languor and poverty, in the violence or the prejudices of the government. They have seen themselves destroyed often without sensing the causes of their destruction. Those countries desolated by despotism or by the excessive advantages of the clergy over the laity are great examples of this. In order to re-establish a country thus depopulated, one would wait in vain for the help of children who might be born. Time has run out, the men, in their isolation, lack courage and industry. With enough lands to nourish a people, one can scarcely nourish a family. In these countries, the common people have no share even in their poverty, that is to say, in the fallow lands with which the countries are filled. The clergy, the prince, the towns, the important men, and some principal citizens have gradually become owners of the whole region. It is uncultivated, but the ruined families have left their pastures to them, and the working man has nothing. In this situation, one would have to do throughout the empire what the Romans did in a part of theirs, that is, practice in the shortage of inhabitants what they observed in their plenty, distribute the lands to all of the families who have nothing, provide for them the means of clearing them and cultivating them. This distribution should be made until the last man gets a share, so that not a moment for work is lost. Chapter 29. On Poorhouses. A man is not poor because he has nothing, but because he does not work. The one who has no goods and who works is as comfortable as the one who has 100 acres of revenue without working. Whoever has nothing and has a craft is no poorer than he who has 10 arpents of land of his own and who has to work them to continue to exist. The worker who has given his art to his children for an inheritance has left them a good which multiplies in proportion to their number. It is not the same for the one who has 10 arpents of land to live on and divides them among his children. In commercial countries where many people have only their art, the state is often obliged to provide for the needs of the old, the sick, and the orphaned. A state with a good police draws upon the arts themselves for this sustenance. It gives some the work of which they are capable, and it teaches others to work, which already makes work. A few alms given to a naked man in the streets does not fulfill the obligations of the state, which owes all the citizens an assured sustenance, nourishment, suitable clothing, and a kind of life which is not contrary to health. Aurangzeb, of whom one asked why he did not build poorhouses, says, "I shall make my empire so rich that it will not need poorhouses." He should rather have said, "I shall begin by making my empire rich, and I shall build poorhouses." The wealth of a state presupposes much industry. When there are such a great number of branches of commerce, it is not possible for some branch not to suffer and, consequently, for its workers not to be in some temporary necessity. It is then that the state needs to bring help promptly, whether to keep the people from suffering or to avoid their rebellion. It is in this situation that there must be poorhouses or some equivalent regulation which can prevent that distress. But when a nation is poor, individual poverty derives from general distress and is, so to speak, the general distress. All the poorhouses in the world could not cure that individual poverty. On the other hand, the spirit of laziness that poorhouses inspire increases general poverty, and consequently that of the individual. When Henry VIII wanted to reform the Church of England, he destroyed the monks, a nation in itself lazy and one that maintained the laziness of others, because, as they practiced hospitality, an infinity of idle people, gentlemen and bourgeois spent their lives running from monastery to monastery. He also took away the poorhouses where the common people found their sustenance, as the gentlemen found theirs in the monasteries. After these changes, the spirit of commerce and industry became established in England. In Rome, poorhouses make it so that everyone lives well except those who work, those who are industrious, those who cultivate the arts, those who have land, those who engage in commerce. I have said that wealthy nations needed poorhouses because fortune was subject to 1,000 accidents, but one feels that short-term help would be preferable to perpetual establishments. The ill is temporary, help must be of the same nature and applicable to the particular accident. Part 5. Book 24. On the laws in their relation to the religion established in each country, examined in respect to its practices and within itself. Chapter 1. On religions in general. Just as one can judge among shadows those that are the least dark, and among abysses, those that are the least deep, so among the false religions can one seek the ones that are the most in conformity with the good of society, the ones that, though they do not have the effect of leading men to the felicities of the next life, can most contribute to their happiness in this one. Therefore, I shall examine the various religions of the world only in relation to the good to be drawn from them in the civil state, whether I speak of the one whose roots are in heaven or of those whose roots are in the earth. As in this work I am not a theologian but one who writes about politics, there may be things that would be wholly true only in a human way of thinking, for they have not been at all considered in relation to the more sublime truths. With regard to the true religion, the slightest fairness will show that I have never claimed to make its interests cede to political interests, but to unite them both. Now, in order to unite them, they must be known. The Christian religion, which orders men to love one another, no doubt wants the best political laws and the best civil laws for each people, because those laws are, after it, the greatest good men can give and receive. Chapter 2. Bell's Paradox. Bell claims to have proven that it is better to be an atheist than idolater, that is, in other terms, it is less dangerous to have no religion at all than to have a bad one. I should prefer, he says, for one to say of me that I do not exist, than for one to say that I am a wicked man. This is only a sophistry, founded on the fact that it is of no use to mankind for one to believe that a certain man exists, while it is quite useful for one to believe that God is. From the idea that he is not follows the idea of our independence or, if we cannot have this idea, that of our rebellion. To say that religion gives no motive for restraint because it does not always restrain is to say that the civil laws are not a motive for restraint either. It is to reason incorrectly against religion to collect in a large work a long enumeration of the evils it has produced, without also making one of the good things it has done. If I wanted to recount all the evils that civil laws, monarchy, and republican government have produced in the world, I would say frightful things. Even if it were useless for subjects to have a religion, it would not be useless for princes to have one and to whiten with foam the only bridle that can hold those who fear no human laws. A prince who loves and fears religion is a lion who yields to the hand that caresses him or to the voice that pacifies him. The one who fears and hates religion is like the wild beasts who gnaw the chain that keeps them from throwing themselves on passers-by. He who has no religion at all is that terrible animal that feels its liberty only when it claws and devours. It is not a question of knowing whether it would be better for a certain man or a certain people to be without religion than to abuse the one that they have, but of knowing which is the lesser evil, that one sometimes abuse religion or that there be none among men. In order to diminish the horror of atheism, one accuses idolatry too much. It is not true that, when the ancients raised altars to some vice, it meant that they loved the vice, on the contrary, it meant that they hated it. When the Lacedaemonians raised a chapel to fear, it did not mean that this bellicose nation begged fear to take possession of the hearts of the Lacedaemonians in battle. There were divinities who were asked not to inspire crime and others who were asked to turn it away. Chapter 3. That moderate government is better suited to the Christian religion, and despotic government to Mohammedanism. The Christian religion is remote from pure despotism, the gentleness so recommended in the Gospel stands opposed to the despotic fury with which a prince would mete out his own justice and exercise his cruelties. As this religion forbids having more than one wife, princes here are less confined, less separated from their subjects, and consequently more human. They are more disposed to give laws to themselves and more capable of feeling that they cannot do everything. Whereas Mohammedan princes constantly kill or are killed, among Christians religion makes princes less timid and consequently less cruel. The prince counts on his subjects, and the subjects on the prince. Remarkably, the Christian religion, which seems to have no other object than the felicity of the other life, is also our happiness in this one. In spite of the size of the Ethiopian Empire and the vice of its climate, the Christian religion has kept despotism from being established there and has carried the mores and laws of Europe to the middle of Africa. The Crown Prince of Ethiopia enjoys a principality and gives his subjects an example of love and obedience. Not far from there, one sees Mohammedanism enclose the children of the king of Sanur. At the king's death, the council sends them off to be slaughtered in favor of the one who mounts the throne. Let us envisage, on the other hand, the continual massacres of the kings and leaders of the Greeks and Romans, and on the other, the destruction of peoples and towns by Tamerlane and Genghis Khan, the very leaders who ravaged Asia, and we shall see that we owe to Christianity both a certain political right in government and a certain right of nations in war, for which human nature can never be sufficiently grateful. This right of nations, among ourselves, has the result that victory leaves to the vanquished these great things, life, liberty, laws, goods, and always religion, when one does not blind oneself. One can say that the peoples of Europe today are no more disunited than were the peoples and the armies, or the armies themselves, in the Roman Empire when it became despotic and military. On the one hand, the armies waged war with one another, and, on the other, they were allowed to take the spoils of the towns and to divide or confiscate the lands. Chapter 4. Consequences of the character of the Christian religion and of that of the Mohammedan religion. From the character of the Christian religion and that of the Mohammedan religion, one should, without further examination, embrace the one and reject the other, for it is much more evident to us that a religion should soften the mores of men than it is that a religion is true. It is a misfortune for human nature when religion is given by a conqueror. The Mohammedan religion, which speaks only with a sword, continues to act on men with the destructive spirit that founded it. The history of Sabako, one of the pastoral kings, is remarkable. The god of Thebes appeared to him in a dream and ordered him to put to death all the princes of Egypt. He judged that the gods were no longer pleased for him to reign because they ordered him to do things so contrary to their usual will, and he withdrew into Ethiopia. Chapter 5. That the Catholic religion better suits a monarchy and that the Protestant religion is better adapted to a republic. When a religion is born and is formed in a state, it usually follows the plan of the government in which it is established, for the men who accept it and those who make it accepted entertain scarcely any ideas about the police other than those of the state in which they were born. When, 2 centuries ago, the Christian religion suffered the unfortunate division that divided it into Catholic and Protestant, the peoples of the North embraced the Protestant religion and those of the South kept the Catholic. This is because the peoples of the North have and will always have a spirit of independence and liberty that the peoples of the South do not, and because a religion that has no visible leader is better suited to the independence fostered by the climate than is the religion that has one. In the very countries in which the Protestant religion was established, revolutions were made on the plan of the political state. As the great princes were on his side, Luther could scarcely have given them a taste for ecclesiastical authority without outward preeminence, and as the people who lived in republics and the obscure townsmen of the monarchies were on his side, Calvin could easily avoid establishing preeminences and dignities. Each of these two religions could believe itself the most perfect, Calvinism considering itself more in conformity with what Jesus had said, and Lutheranism, with what the apostles had done. Chapter 6. Another of Bell's paradoxes. Bell, after insulting all religion, stigmatizes the Christian religion. He dares propose that a state formed by true Christians would not continue to exist. Why not? They would be citizens infinitely enlightened about their duties and having a very great zeal to perform them. They would sense the rights of natural defense. The more they believed they owed to the religion, the more they would think they owed to the homeland. The principles of Christianity, engraved in their hearts, would be infinitely stronger than the false honor of monarchies, the human virtues of republics, or that servile fear of despotic states. It is astounding that one can impute to this great man a misunderstanding of the spirit of his own religion, an inability to distinguish the orders for the establishment of Christianity from Christianity itself, and the precepts of the gospel from their counsels. When the legislator, instead of giving laws, has given counsels, it is because he has seen that his counsels, if they were ordained like laws, would be contrary to the spirit of the laws. Chapter 7. On the laws of perfection in religion. Human laws made to speak to the spirit should give precepts and no counsels at all. Religion, made to speak to the heart, should give many counsels and few precepts. When, for example, it gives rules, not for the good but for the better, not for what is good but for what is perfect, it is suitable for these to be counsels and not laws, for perfection does not concern men or things universally. Moreover, if these are laws, there will have to be an infinity of others so that the first ones will be observed. Celibacy was a counsel of Christianity. When it was made into a law for a certain order of people, new laws had to be made every day in order to bring men to observe the first one. The legislator tired himself, he tired the society, making men execute by precept what those who love perfection would have executed by counsel. Chapter 8. On the agreement of the laws of morality with those of religion. In a country where one has the misfortune of having a religion not given by God, it is always necessary for it to be in agreement with morality, because religion, even a false one, is the best warrant men can have of the integrity of men. The principal points of the religion of the people of Pegu are not to kill, not to steal, to avoid immodesty, to cause no displeasure to one's fellow man, and instead, to do him all the good one can. Further, they believe that one will be saved in any religion whatever. This makes these peoples, though they are proud and poor, show gentleness and compassion to unfortunates. Chapter 9. On the Essenes. The Essenes took an oath to observe justice toward men, to do no harm to anyone even in order to obey, to hate unjust men, to keep faith with everyone, to command with modesty, always to take the side of the truth, and to flee all illicit gain. Chapter 10. On the Stoic sect. The various sects of philosophy among the ancients could be considered as kinds of religion. There has never been one whose principles were more worthy of men and more appropriate for forming good men than that of the Stoics, and, if I could for a moment cease to think that I am a Christian, would not be able to keep myself from numbering the destruction of Zeno's sect among the misfortunes of humankind. It exaggerated only those things in which there is greatness, scorn for pleasures and pains. It alone knew how to make citizens, it alone made great men, it alone made great emperors. Let us momentarily lay aside the revealed truths, seek in all of nature and you will find no greater object than the Antonines. Julian, even, Julian, a vote thus wrenched from me will not make me an accomplice to his apostasy, no, since him there has been no prince more worthy of governing men. While the Stoics considered wealth, human greatness, suffering, sorrows, and pleasures to be vain things, they were occupied only in working for men's happiness and in exercising the duties of society. it seemed that they regarded the sacred spirit which they believed to be within themselves as a kind of favorable providence watching over mankind. Born for society, they all believed that their destiny was to work for it. It was the less burdensome as their rewards were all within themselves, as, happy in their philosophy alone, it seemed that only the happiness of others could increase their own. Chapter 11. On Contemplation. Men, being made to preserve, feed, and clothe themselves, and to do all the things done in society, religion should not give them an overly contemplative life. Mohammedans become speculative by habit. They pray 5 times a day, and each time they must do something that makes them turn their backs on all that belongs to this world. This forms them for speculation. Add to this the indifference toward all things given by the dogma of an inflexible destiny. If, moreover, other causes concur to inspire their detachment, as when the harshness of the government or of the laws concerning the ownership of land gives a spirit of uncertainty, all is lost. The religion of the Ghebers formerly caused the kingdom of Persia to flourish. It corrected the bad effects of despotism. Today the Mohammedan religion destroys that same empire. Chapter 12. On Penances. It is well for penances to be joined with the idea of work, not with the idea of idleness, with the idea of the good, not with the idea of the extraordinary, with the idea of frugality, not with the idea of avarice. Chapter 13. On Inexpiable Crimes. From a passage in the books of the pontiffs reported by Cicero, it seems that among the Romans there were inexpiable crimes, and it is on this that Sozomen bases the account that so nicely poisons the motives of Constantine's conversion, and on this that Julian bases his bitter mockery of that conversion in his Caesars. The pagan religion, which prohibited only some glaring crimes, which checked the hand and abandoned the heart, could have inexpiable crimes, but a religion that envelopes all the passions, that is no more jealous of acts than of desires and thoughts, that attaches us not by some few chains, but by innumerable threads, that leaves human injustice behind to begin another justice, that is made in order to lead constantly from repentance to love and from love to repentance, that puts a great mediator between the judge and the criminal, a great judge between the just man and the mediator. Such a religion should not have inexpiable crimes. But, though it gives fears and expectations to all, it makes them feel sufficiently that if there is no crime that is inexpiable by its nature, yet a whole life can be so, that it would be very dangerous to harry mercy constantly with new crimes and new expiations, that, troubled over old debts, never settled with the Lord, we should fear contracting new ones, overfilling the cup and reaching the point at which paternal goodness ends. Chapter 14. How the force of religion bears on that of the civil laws. As religion and the civil laws should aim principally to make good citizens of men, one sees that when either of these departs from this end, the other should aim more toward it. The less repressive religion is, the more the civil laws should repress. Thus, in Japan, as the dominant religion has almost no dogmas and proposes neither paradise nor hell, the laws, in order to supplement it, have been made with an extraordinary severity and have been executed with an extraordinary punctiliousness. When religion establishes the dogma of the necessity of human actions, the penalties of the laws should be more severe and the police more vigilant, so that men, who without them would let themselves go, will base their decisions on these other motives. But if the religion establishes the dogma of liberty, it is something else again. From laziness of the soul arises the Mohammedan dogma of predestination, and from this dogma of predestination is born laziness of the soul. One has said, "It is decreed by God, so one must rest." In such a case, the laws should arouse men made drowsy by the religion. When religion condemns things that civil laws should permit, there is the danger that civil laws will permit on their side what the religion should condemn, as one of the things always indicates a defect in the harmony and precision of ideas, which spreads to the other. Thus the Tartars of Genghis Khan, for whom it was a sin and even a capital crime to put a knife into the fire, to lean on a whip, to beat a horse with his bridle, or to break one bone with another, believed there was no sin in violating faith, ravishing the goods of others, injuring a man, or killing him. In a word, laws that cause what is indifferent to be regarded as necessary have the drawback of causing what is necessary to be considered as indifferent. The Formosans believe in a kind of hell, but it is for punishing those who have failed to go naked in certain seasons, who have worn clothing of linen and not of silk, who have gathered oysters, and who have acted without consulting the songs of birds. Thus they do not regard drunkenness and licentiousness with women as a sin. They even believe that the debauchery of their children is pleasing to the gods. When religion justifies an accidental thing, it uselessly loses the greatest spring there is among men. It is believed among the Indians that the waters of the Ganges have a sanctifying virtue. Those who die on its banks are reputed to be exempt from the penalties of the other life and supposed to live in a region of delights. Urns full of the ashes of the dead are sent from the most distant places to be thrown into the Ganges. What does it matter if one lives virtuously or not? One will have oneself thrown into the Ganges. The idea of a place of reward necessarily brings with it the idea of a region of penalties, and when one hopes for the former without fearing the latter, civil laws no longer have any force. Men who believe in the certainty of rewards in the next life will escape the legislator. They will have too much scorn for death. How can one constrain by the laws a man who believes himself sure that the greatest penalty the magistrates can inflict on him will end in a moment only to begin his happiness? Chapter 15. How the civil laws sometimes correct false religions. Respect for ancient things and simplicity or superstition have sometimes established mysteries or ceremonies that could run counter to modesty, and examples of this have not been rare in the world. Aristotle says that in this case the law permits fathers of families to go to the temple to celebrate these mysteries in the place of their wives and children. A remarkable civil law, that preserves the mores from religion. Augustus forbade young people of both sexes to attend any nighttime ceremony unless they were accompanied by an older relative, and when he re-established the Lupercalian festival, he did not want the young people to run about naked. Chapter 16. How the laws of religion correct the defects of the political constitution. On the other hand, religion can sustain the political state when the laws are powerless. Thus, when the state is often agitated by civil wars, religion will do much if it establishes that some part of the state always remain at peace. Among the Greeks, the Hellenes, as priests of Apollo, enjoyed an eternal peace. In Japan, the town of Miko, a holy town, is always left in peace. Religion maintains this regulation, and that empire, which seems to be alone on the earth, which has and wants to have no recourse to foreigners, always has within itself a commerce that war does not ruin. In the states where wars are not waged by a common deliberation and where the laws have not kept for themselves any means of terminating or preventing them, religion establishes times of peace or truce, so that the people can do the things, such as harvesting and similar work, without which the state could not continue to exist. Every year for 4 months, all hostilities would cease between the Arab tribes. The slightest disturbance would have been an impiety. When each lord in France waged war or made peace, religion provided truces which were to occur at certain seasons. Chapter 17. Continuation of the same subject. When there are many grounds for hatred in a state, religion must give many means for reconciliation. The Arabs, a bandit people, often did harm or injustice to one another. Muhammad made this law: if someone forgives the shedding of his brother's blood, he will be able to pursue the malefactor for damages and interest, but anyone who harms the wicked man after receiving satisfaction from him will suffer grievous torments on Judgment Day. Among the Germans, hatreds and enmities were inherited from one's near relations, but these were not eternal. Homicide was expiated by giving a certain quantity of livestock, and the whole family received satisfaction, a very useful thing, says Tacitus, because enmities are more dangerous among a free people. I believe indeed that the ministers of religion, who had so much influence among them, took part in these reconciliations. Among the Malayans, where reconciliation is not established, he who has killed someone, sure of being murdered by the friends or relatives of the dead man, gives himself up to his fury, wounding and killing everything he meets. Chapter 8. How the laws of religion have the effect of civil laws. The first Greeks were small, often scattered, peoples, pirates on the sea, unjust on land, without a police and without laws. The fine actions of Hercules and Theseus make clear the condition of this nascent people. What could religion do to give a horror of murder other than what it did? It established that a man killed by violence was instantly angry with the murderer, that he inspired distress and terror in the murderer and wanted him to give up those places he had frequented. One could neither touch the criminal nor converse with him without being tainted or being disqualified from making a testament. The town had to be protected from the presence of the murderer and had to be purified. Chapter 19. That it is less the truth or falsity of a dogma that makes it useful or pernicious to men in the civil state than the use or abuse made of it. The truest and most saintly dogmas can have very bad consequences when they are not bound with the principles of society, and, on the other hand, the falsest dogmas can have remarkable consequences when they are made to relate to those same principles. The religion of Confucius denies the immortality of the soul, and the sect of Zeno did not believe in it. Who would say it? From their bad principles these two sects drew consequences that were not just, but were admirable for society. The religion of Tao and Fo believes in the immortality of the soul, but from such a saintly dogma they have drawn frightful consequences. Almost everywhere in the world, and in all times, the opinion that the soul is immortal, wrongly taken, has engaged women, slaves, subjects, and friends to kill themselves in order to go to the next world and serve the object of their respect or their love. Thus it was in the West Indies, thus it was among the Danes, and so is it still today in Japan, Macassar, and in many other places on earth. These customs emanate directly less from the dogma of the immortality of the soul than from that of the resurrection of the body. A consequence has been drawn from this that after his death an individual would have the same needs, the same feelings, and the same passions as before. From this point of view, the dogma of the immortality of the soul affects men prodigiously, because the idea of a simple change of abode can more nearly be grasped by our minds and is more flattering to our hearts than the idea of a new mode. It is not enough for a religion to establish a dogma, it must also direct it. This is what the Christian religion has done remarkably well with regard to the dogmas we have mentioned. It makes us hope for a state that we believe in, not a state that we feel or that we know. Everything, including the resurrection of the body, leads us to spiritual ideas. Chapter 20. Continuation of the same subject. The sacred books of the ancient Persians said, "If you want to be a saint, instruct your children, because all the good acts they do will be attributed to you." They counseled early marriage because the children would be like a bridge on Judgment Day and because those who had no children could not cross. These dogmas were false, but they were very useful. Chapter 21. On Metempsychosis. The dogma of the immortality of the soul is divided into three branches, that of pure immortality, that of simple change of abode, and that of metempsychosis, that is, the system of the Christians, the system of the Scythians, and the system of the Indians. I have just spoken of the first two, and I shall say of the third that, as it has been well and badly directed, it has both good and bad effects in the Indies, as it gives men a certain horror of spilling blood. There are very few murders in the Indies, and though one almost never punishes with death, everyone there is tranquil. On the other hand, wives burn themselves when their husbands die, only innocent people suffer violent death there. Chapter 22. How dangerous it is for religion to inspire horror for indifferent things. A certain honor established by religious prejudices in the Indies makes the various castes hold one another in horror. This honor is founded solely on religion. These distinctions by family do not form civil distinctions. There are Indians who would believe themselves dishonored if they ate with their king. These sorts of distinctions are bound to a certain aversion for other men, an aversion quite different from the feelings that should arise from differences in rank and which among ourselves include love for one's inferiors. The laws of religion will avoid inspiring any scorn other than scorn for vice, and especially will avoid moving men away from love and pity for men. The Mohammedan religion and the Indian religion comprise an infinite number of peoples. The Indians hate the Mohammedans because they eat cows. The Mohammedans detest the Indians because they eat pigs. Chapter 23. On festivals. When a religion orders that work come to an end, it should have more regard for the needs of men than for the greatness of the being that it honors. In Athens the excessive number of festivals was a great problem. Frequently, business could not be conducted among this dominating people to whom all the Greek towns brought their differences. When Constantine established that one would rest on Sunday, he made this ordinance for the towns and not for the peoples of the countryside. He felt that useful work was in the towns and necessary work in the country. For the same reason, in the countries that maintain themselves by commerce, the number of festivals should be relative to that same commerce. Protestant countries and Catholic countries are situated in such a way that one needs to work more in the former than in the latter. Therefore, the suppression of festivals suited Protestant countries better than Catholic countries. Dampier observes that the people's diversions vary greatly according to the climate. As hot climates produce a quantity of delicate fruits, the barbarians, who find what is necessary instantly, spend more time amusing themselves. The Indians of the cold countries do not have so much leisure. They must continually fish and hunt. Therefore, they have fewer dances, less music, and fewer festivals. And a religion that would become established among these peoples should show regard for this when instituting festivals. Chapter 24. On local religious lambs. There are many local laws in the various religions. And when Montezuma persisted in saying that the religion of the Spaniards was good for their country and that of Mexico for his own, he was not saying an absurd thing, because, indeed, legislators could not have kept from having regard for what nature had established before them. The opinion of metempsychosis is made for the climate of the Indies. Excessive heat scorches the whole countryside. One can feed only very little livestock. One is always in danger of having little stock for plowing. The livestock reproduce poorly. They are subject to many diseases. Therefore, a law of religion that preserves them is very suitable to the police of this country. While the meadows are scorched, rice and vegetables are grown successfully because water can be diverted to them. Therefore, a law of religion that permits only this food is very useful to the men of these climates. The flesh of cattle there is tasteless, and the milk and butter they get from them is part of their sustenance. Therefore, the law that forbids eating and killing cows is not unreasonable in the Indies. There was an innumerable multitude of people in Athens. The territory was barren. It was a religious maxim that those who offered certain little presents to the god honored them more than those who sacrificed oxen. Chapter 25. The drawback in transferring a religion from one country to another. It follows that there are often many drawbacks in transferring a religion from one country to another. M. de Boulainvilliers says, pigs must be very scarce in Arabia, where there are almost no woods and almost no appropriate feed for these animals. Besides, the saltiness of their food and water makes the people very susceptible to skin diseases. The local law that forbids eating pork could not be good for other countries, where pigs are an almost universal food and, in a way, necessary. I shall make a reflection here. Santorio has observed that when one eats pork it transpires little and that this food even greatly prevents the transpiration of other foods. He has found that the decrease was as much as a third. One knows, besides, that the lack of transpiration forms or sharpens diseases of the skin. Therefore, eating pork should be forbidden in climates where one is subject to these diseases, as in Palestine, Arabia, Egypt, and Libya. Chapter 26. Continuation of the same subject. M. Chardin says that there is no navigable river in Persia except the river Kara, which is at the border of the empire. Therefore, the old law of the Ghebers, which prohibited navigation on rivers, was no drawback in their country, but it would have wrecked commerce in some other country. The continual application of lotions is a common usage in hot climates. This makes the Mohammedan law and the Indian religion order that application. To pray to God in running water is a very meritorious act in the Indies, but how are these things to be executed in other climates? When a religion founded on a climate runs counter to the climate of another country, it has not been able to establish itself there, and when it has been introduced there, it has been driven out. In human terms, it seems that climate has prescribed limits to the Christian religion and to the Mohammedan religion. It follows that it is almost always suitable for a religion to have particular dogmas and a general worship. In the laws that concern the practices of worship, there must be few details, for example mortification but not some certain mortification. Christianity is full of common sense. Abstinence comes from divine right, but a particular abstinence comes from the right of the police and can be changed.